Hello everyone, this is Fantasy Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Demon Slayer, possessed by the flower pillar at the start. Part 1. Sister. When Kocho Shinobu arrived, what she saw was the young girl lying tragically in a pool of blood. She stumbled to the girl's side, falling to her knees on the ground, trembling as she pulled the girl into her embrace. The girl in her arms was exceptionally cold, thick blood flowing out continuously. Kocho Shinobu desperately tried to tear off pieces of her clothing to plug the wound. However, it was all in vain. The girl named Kanae struggled to open her eyes, but those beautiful eyes were somewhat dim. Shinobu, leave, the demon slayer core. No, no, sister, don't die. Kocho Shinobu's voice became unusually hoarse, like the sound of metal scraping. Listen to me. Shinobu. Kanae struggled to organize her words, a faint wheezing sound escaping with her voice. Shinobu, leave the demon slayer core. Her voice was intermittent. Give up, revenge. Shinobu, can you hear me? Sister, don't talk anymore. Someone please help. The blood from the wound quickly soaked the clothes in Kocho Shinobu's hands into a dark red. That incredibly viscous sensation made it difficult for Kocho Shinobu to breathe. Shinobu, I only hope that you can be like an ordinary girl, find happiness, and then live until the end like an old lady, that would be enough. Large teardrops fell. Kocho Shinobu bit her lip. No, what kind of demon killed you? Even though they were dim and lightless, Kanae's pale purple eyes remained gentle. She looked at Kocho Shinobu quietly, blood spilling from the corners of her slightly upturned lips. A deep sense of despair and powerlessness welled up in Kocho Shinobu's heart, and she spoke in an almost pleading voice. Please. Sister, please tell me. Kanae's eyes closed gently. In the end, she still couldn't ignore Kocho Shinobu's plea. That demon had blood poured over his head, smiling innocently. His weapon was a fan. As Kanae's breath gradually faded away, Kocho Shinobu's pupils dilated. Overwhelming despair. Pain like a sudden cardiac arrest. Suffocation of fear and helplessness. Sister. In the pitch black, silent night, Kocho Shinobu slowly opened her eyes. Gee. The continuous chirping of summer cicadas persisted. Kocho Shinobu sat up, the thin blanket covering her body sliding off. I dreamed of it again. It hurts. Shichiba woke up with a start, an incredibly intense, sharp pain coming from his chest. He remembered clearly, he had been attacked. And he had been stabbed in the chest with a knife. Just because he was a relatively good-looking minor influencer, he was stalked by an obsessive saucing fan who ultimately adhered to the philosophy that if they couldn't have him, they would destroy him. When he went to the supermarket, they stabbed a knife into his chest. He pulled open the clothes at his chest, only to see a deep scar there. I'm not dead. Shichiba showed a look of bewilderment. He clearly remembered that the knife had almost pierced through his chest. At that time, he couldn't even make a sound, but how? He couldn't figure it out. His chest still throbbed with pain, making him frown deeply, and it took a while before he recovered. Speaking of which, where am I? It was only then that Shichiba noticed he was in a very strange place. There were trees everywhere. How did he end up in a forest? Where am I? Being in an unfamiliar environment made Shichiba feel extremely uneasy. Ah, my head. Just then, Shichiba suddenly clutched his head and fell to the ground in pain, curling into a ball. As if hit hard by a hammer, he slammed his head against the ground, as if this could alleviate the pain. Following that, a surge of memories that didn't belong to him flooded into his mind. Demons. Flower breathing. These. Ah. The pain lasted for an unknown amount of time. By the time it ended, Shichiba's entire back was soaked in sweat. What was that just now? Shichiba panted heavily. Why would things from Demon Slayer appear in my mind? And, those sword techniques, as well as the breathing styles. Shichiba felt it was unbelievable. Those memories just now were incredibly clear in his mind, as if they were things that originally belonged to him. Why am I in a boy's body? A shocked female voice suddenly came from his mind. This gave Shichiba a huge fright. Who? To explain what happened. Kanae had originally died. Her physical body had long been buried, but her soul had never been able to find the path to reincarnation. Out of concern for Kocho Shinobu, she had always stayed by her side over the past few years. Watching her beloved younger sister, little Shinobu, slowly become stronger, and even creating a new branch, insect breathing, from the original flower breathing by combining it with the experience of her predecessors. Flower breathing is a branch of water breathing, while insect breathing is a branch of flower breathing, a further branch of water breathing. Kanae was sincerely happy, but she also felt a hint of worry. Especially when Kocho Shinobu became a Hashira and obtained the title of Insect Hashira, this worry grew even stronger. After all, becoming stronger meant that the chance of encountering the demon would also be greater, but she was already dead and could only watch helplessly as everything progressed. Until a huge circle of light appeared before her eyes. Am I finally leaving? Kanae looked composed. After all, I have lingered in this world for so long, it's time to leave. It's just, I still can't bear to leave little Shinobu and Canau. I really want to watch over them. Her final words were left unfinished. Kanae sighed softly. It's time to go. I hope they can live well. Kanae's soul entered that circle of light. When she woke up from the void, she was actually in a boy's body. This was everything that had happened. Shichiba's eyes widened. He was absolutely certain that the voice just now had come directly to his brain. It wasn't an illusion. There really was a girl speaking in his mind, and why did he feel like his chest was a bit swollen? Slightly protruding little bumps. No. An androgynous high-pitched scream echoed through the forest. So, is this really Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba? So, you're really someone from another world. Shichiba's mouth didn't move, but there were two different voices in his brain. Describing it as voices wasn't quite right, they were more like thoughts. Shichiba naturally knew the work, Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba, an anime adapted from manga. It was a massive hit back then, with very high reviews. He never expected that he would actually transmigrate into the world of Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba. And, how could Kanae be inside his body? He naturally knew of Kanae, Kocho Shinobu's older sister in Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba, her full name, Kocho Kanae. Although Shichiba hadn't read the manga and had only watched the first season of the anime, he had a deep impression of this beautiful and moving woman, Kanae. Two souls in the same body, though their memories weren't entirely shared. Only scattered bits of flower breathing and some scenes of slaying demons were in Shichiba's mind. And Kanae only knew that the owner of this body where her soul resided was not a person from this world. You could say that. Shichiba, finally understanding his situation, scratched his head. Era, how truly mysterious. I never thought I would end up inside your body, Kanae said in an astonished voice. For some reason, even though two souls occupied one body, they both seemed to be able to sense each other's appearance. I'm sorry for suddenly appearing in your body like this, but it seems I can't leave right now. Kanae's tone was full of apology. It's fine. After all, I'm also a bit confused right now. Shichiba's only regret now was that he hadn't finished reading the entire Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba manga. If he knew the subsequent plot, he might have been able to help the main cast avoid many risks. Even for the content of the first season, he had forgotten many details and could only remember a general outline. What a miserable, frustrated transmigrator, he didn't even have an information advantage. Although Kanae couldn't know Shichiba's thoughts, she could feel that he seemed a bit depressed. So she proactively started a topic. By the way, since fate has brought us together, why don't we get to know each other better? Get to know each other. The soft, beautiful voice, and that looming, curvaceous, charming figure in his mind. No. How could he be so indecent? Shichiba felt a wave of shame and gave a light cough, and the two began to converse with each other. During the chat, Shichiba was enticed by Kanae's gentle voice and the era catchphrase she frequently used, making his heart flutter. Wow, so your world doesn't have demons. While Kanae made an incredible sound, she also sounded slightly envious. How wonderful, a world without demons. Shichiba knew that members of the Demon Slayer Corps dealt with demons all year round, so they naturally hoped those evil spirits would disappear quickly. Before they knew it, the horizon was gradually covered by red clouds. It was already this time. Shichiba didn't expect the two of them to talk for so long. But it was normal, as they were both interested in the worlds each other lived in. Oh no, I'm penniless right now. Where should I go? I don't know if there are any villages nearby, Shichiba couldn't help but worry. It is indeed troublesome. I seem to have some memory of this forest. Oh, right, you can leave the forest by going north. There's a small town nearby. You can try to find lodging there. Shichiba followed Kanae's suggestion, and after leaving the forest, he soon arrived at a small town. At dusk, the sky was already very dark, yet no people could be seen in this town. Excuse me. Don't talk to me. Shichiba had originally wanted to ask a passerby about lodging, even if it meant doing some work for it. But that passerby interrupted Shichiba with great disdain and quickly walked towards home. Shichiba rubbed his nose. The people here don't seem very easy to get along with. Kanae was also somewhat puzzled. I've done missions here before, but everyone was very warm back then. Plus, the atmosphere is so strange. Shichiba suddenly felt a hint of unease. There was a thick, viscous quality to the air that made him feel nauseous and gave him inexplicable palpitations. Wait, since this is the world of Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba. Shichiba subconsciously voiced his suspicion, there wouldn't be demons here, would there? As the flower Hashira, Kanae was very sensitive to the scent of demons, but since she was currently inside Shichiba's body, she naturally couldn't tell. However, this atmosphere was indeed abnormal. Mr. Shichiba, something isn't right here. We must leave immediately. Kanae's tone gradually became serious. Leave, but where would I go? Kanae didn't have a good solution at the moment. It was about to be night, and there were no wisteria flowers nearby that demons loathed and feared. There were also wild beasts in the forest, so it wasn't safe either. Hey, what are you doing? Just as Shichiba was dazed, a voice rang out from behind him. He immediately turned around and saw a white-haired old man looking at him with a serious and urgent expression. The Lord Mountain God is coming soon. Why haven't you gone home? Lord Mountain God. Shichiba didn't have time to think and urgently explained his situation. I'm sorry, I'm a traveler. Unable to think of better wording, Shichiba could only say that. A tourist. The white-haired old man's expression was clearly displeased, but he still said, quickly, follow me. Shichiba hurriedly followed. The old man's house was a very common Japanese-style house. Though not large, it had everything necessary. After entering, the old man scrutinized Shichiba. Seeing his different clothing, he did indeed look like a tourist. Why did you come here? I got lost. The old man glanced at him. Just for tonight. Leave as soon as it's light. Shichiba quickly agreed. After saying that, the old man led him to an extremely small room and took out bedding from the cupboard. Go to sleep quickly. Shichiba was somewhat confused. Why was he being rushed to sleep? And he was a bit concerned about the mountain god, the old man mentioned. Grandpa, who's here? Just then, a young girl's voice came from outside the room. A young girl of 15 or 16 wearing a kimono walked in. Shizuko, why aren't you asleep yet? A trace of panic appeared on the old man's face upon seeing the girl. I heard a stranger's voice. Don't worry about it, go to sleep immediately. The old man urged urgently. The Lord Mountain God is coming soon. Go to sleep. Oh. Shizuko gave Shichiba a curious look just as she turned to go back to her room. But from outside the house came a coarse, heavy voice, Not asleep yet. Are you waiting for the Lord Mountain God's favor? As soon as this voice spoke, the expressions of the young girl and the old man froze instantly. The two wore expressions of terror and despair. In the next moment, with a loud boom, a massive hole was smashed through the wooden structure of the house. A creature that could barely be called human, with an ugly and hideous face, walked in. Shichiba's pupils constricted. From within him, Kanae recognized that the creature before them was no Lord Mountain God. It was clearly a man-eating demon. Mr. Shichiba, this is bad. It's a demon. I know. But what should I do? Shichiba understood what he was facing, but he was just an ordinary person who had transmigrated, and so far, he hadn't awakened any golden finger or system. He had just received the transmigration script, and he was already going to die. Shichiba was breaking out in a cold sweat. It was already a feat that he could force himself to stay standing. I don't think I've seen you before. To think you'd bring an outsider to the town without reporting to me, the Lord Mountain God. The demon's voice was like muffled thunder, and as it spoke, its teeth ground together continuously, making a piercing sound. I'm sorry, Lord Mountain God. The old man fell to his knees with a thud, his forehead pressed tightly against the ground, his voice trembling uncontrollably. I'm sorry, Lord Mountain God. It's my fault, it's my fault. Since you have no reverence for the mountain god, you shall become my sacrifice. The demon reached out its hand toward the old man. Don't you dare lay a hand on my grandfather. The young girl immediately stepped in front of the old man. Even though she was terrified and her body was shaking, she still shielded him. Shizuko, no. The old man hurriedly grabbed Shizuko's arm. At this moment, he deeply regretted bringing an outsider like Shichiba home, thereby inviting such a disaster. Kukaki. In that case, you can both be my sacrifices. The demon let out a terrifying laugh, leaving both the grandfather and granddaughter paralyzed with fear. Just as the demon reached out with its massive hand to grab them, Shichiba, fueled by a sudden surge of courage, grabbed Shizuko and yanked her away, narrowly dodging the demon's strike. The demon looked at Shichiba with a confused expression. What are you doing, you brat? Shichiba reflexively swallowed. His voice trembled as he shouted, run! Run! As he spoke, he pulled up the girl named Shizuko and the old man. The old man's legs were weak, and he couldn't stand at all. Trying to escape. You dare try to escape from the Lord Mountain God. The demon's face began to twist violently. Why run? I am the Lord Mountain God. It's an honor for you to be consumed by me. Run, Shichiba repeated, gripping the old man's hand even tighter. The old man finally snapped out of it and stood up shakily. Regardless of everything, Shichiba pulled the two of them and quickly retreated from the room. To think you'd try to escape, unforgivable. The demon roared. It stomped forward, crushing the tatami and the floorboards beneath into a large hole. Thump, thump, thump. Shichiba pulled the grandfather and granddaughter as they fled the house. The demon was incredibly obese and didn't look like it could run very fast. But both Shichiba and Kanae knew better. Demons are extremely sensitive to the scent of humans, and they possess immense stamina. Unless Shichiba could lead them on a run all night, they would never lose the demon or make it until sunrise. After running for nearly 10 minutes, the demon behind them was still in hot pursuit. Shichiba was out of energy. After all, he hadn't eaten since he transmigrated, only drinking a bit of mountain spring water to stave off hunger. If they kept running like this, there would only be one outcome. He had to fight back. Shichiba stopped. Behind him, the grandfather and granddaughter were already exhausted. No, it's no use. The Lord Mountain God won't forgive us. The old man's eyes were filled with despair. Wait for me here. Shichiba spotted a nearby woodshed. He rushed inside, looked around, and found a rusty wood cleaving knife that was barely usable. This is all there is. Shichiba couldn't afford to be picky, at least he had a weapon, now. When he came out, the demon was less than 20 meters away from them. Shichiba's hand trembled as he gripped the knife. His instinct was telling him to abandon the two of them and run. He was just an ordinary person, he had no ability and no obligation to fight. If only I were still alive and could use flower breathing. Kanae could only watch in frustration, unable to do anything. For an ordinary person to slay a demon, they would need exceptional talent. After all, the disparity in strength was too great. Kanae's voice echoed in Shichiba's mind. Flower breathing, wait. He remembered clearly that when his head throbbed with pain after he transmigrated, his mind had been flooded with knowledge about breathing techniques and sword techniques. Breathing, it's like this. Shichiba gradually steadied his breathing. In the next moment, he took a deep, sharp breath, and his heart and lungs seemed to surge with activity. His blood was rapidly flooded with oxygen. Kanae exclaimed in surprise. Is this a breathing technique? From within Shichiba, she could feel the change. Although it was only basic breathing, it was already taking shape. But breathing techniques required long-term training to master. From what she knew, Shichiba was just an ordinary person. Is this a breathing technique? Shichiba could clearly feel a surge of power throughout his body, followed immediately by intense pain. His breathing technique was still unrefined. To have achieved this much was already remarkable. Mr. Shichiba, you actually learned a breathing technique. It might be hard to believe, but after you entered my body, my mind was filled with knowledge about breathing techniques, Shichiba explained. I see. Kanae realized. In that case, let me teach you how to deal with this demon. As a former flower Hashira, Kanae had extensive experience in fighting demons. Shichiba nodded, the rusty wood cleaving knife in his hand, its rough wooden handle rubbing against his palm. His breathing was sometimes steady, sometimes rapid. This was due to his lack of proficiency in applying the breathing technique. Oh, you think you can take on the Lord Mountain God with a broken knife? The demon split its maw wide, almost reaching its ears, as thick saliva dripped from its jagged teeth. It sneered, its expression full of mockery and contempt. This wasn't a game or an anime. Facing such a monster, a primal fear like ice water poured down his spine. Stay calm, Mr. Shichiba, Kanae's voice rang in his head like a cool spring, trying to still his trembling. Don't let your breathing falter. Remember the rhythm, inhale, exhale, exhale. Direct the power to your limbs. A demon's weakness is its neck. Kanae spoke faster, her words carrying the calm judgment of a former Hashira. Judging by its size, its movements are slow and clumsy. Focus on dodging nimbly. As she spoke, the demon was already within 5 meters. It seemed to enjoy its prey's fear and was in no hurry to kill, instead slowly reaching out with an arm as thick as a tree trunk, tipped with sharp, black nails. Now. Dodge left. Kanae barked. Driven almost entirely by instinct, Shichiba lunged forward and to the left, his body narrowly grazing the massive claw as it passed. A foul-smelling wind stung his cheeks. The demon grunted in surprise as its strike missed, its confusion quickly turning to rage. Fool human. It swung its arm in a wide sweep, creating a whistling gale. The range was so vast it almost completely cut off any room to dodge left or right. Duck. Roll forward. Kanae's command arrived almost simultaneously. Without hesitation, Shichiba dropped to his knees and rolled forward. The demon's claw swept right over his scalp, the wind shearing off a few strands of hair. He adjusted his stance mid-roll and swung the wood-cleaving knife upward with all his might, hacking at the demon's outstretched arm. Clang! A piercing sound of metal clashing against metal rang out as sparks flew. The knife only left a shallow scratch on the demon's ashen skin, but the recoil split the webbing between Shichiba's thumb and forefinger, sending blood flowing and nearly knocking the knife from his hand. Useless. Useless. The demon laughed maniacally, not even glancing at the mark on its arm. Ha! Ha! Shichiba panted heavily. He had only just grasped the breathing technique, and he was already reaching his limit. Watch your rhythm, Mr. Shichiba, Kanae reminded him again. Shichiba tightened his grip on the knife, cold sweat soaking his tattered t-shirt. The strain of the breathing technique grew heavier, his lungs feeling as though they were on fire. The blood from his hand flowed down the handle, sticky and warm. Losing his composure, he swung the knife and actually initiated an attack against the demon. Don't. Kanae warned urgently, but it was too late. The demon laughed. Useless, useless. You're too weak. Squelch. The sound of a chest being pierced rang out. Shichiba slowly looked down to see the demon's palm nearly impaling his chest. The same way to die again. Cough. He spat out a mouthful of blood. It's over. Everything's over. Or so anyone would think, but. Although the pain was spreading, Shichiba felt the blood in his body burning, boiling. His body was filled with power. In the next moment, the blood spilling from his chest began to gradually coalesce. Blood, my blood seems to be able to. Shichiba reached out toward the gathered blood. Driven by his will, the blood suspended in the air transformed into a blade the moment it touched his hand. Blood turned into a sword. Looking at the crimson blood sword in his hand. Not only Shichiba, but even Kanae was stunned. This ability to use blood as a weapon, it was exactly like the blood demon art used by demons. Could it be that Shichiba was actually a demon disguised as a human? Shichiba tightened his grip on the hilt of the blood sword. There was no physical cross guard, the hilt and blade were a single, seamless entity, yet the grip felt incredibly solid. Power was feeding back into his body from the blade. Although faint, it tangibly relieved some of the burden brought on by the breathing technique. The pain in his chest did not subside. Shichiba immediately swung the blood blade, severing the monster's hand that was impaled in his chest along with its arm. The demon recovered from its initial shock and became utterly enraged, to have no reverence and actually cut off Lord Mountain God's arm. Cough. Shichiba knelt on one knee, nearly fainting from the intense pain. Nevertheless, he thrust the blood blade into the ground to prop himself up, refusing to collapse. He slowly raised his head. What, Mountain God? You're nothing but a demon. Wah, how dare you insult me? I'll kill you. The enraged demon lunged toward Shichiba. It might not be quite right, but it should be like this. Shichiba took a deep breath. Keeping his form steady, he leapt up in the next instant and slashed toward the demon's forehead. Flower breathing, fourth form, Crimson Hanabira. This move utilized the moment after building up breath to form an arc-shaped attack from top to bottom, a two-hit technique in total. However, it was Shichiba's first time using it, and his lack of proficiency was obvious, so it looked no different from a simple overhead slash. The moment the blood sword descended, bits of crimson sword chi resembling flower petals scattered through the air. Chi. A flash of blood-red light. Og. A shrill scream echoed through the night sky as a large chunk of the demon's entire shoulder was sliced off. The demon retreated frantically, its face filled with unbelievable terror. How is this possible? My body, my perfect, flawless body was actually. It tried to activate its regeneration ability. The flesh at the wound writhed slowly, but as soon as the new buds of flesh touched the traces of special blood remaining on the wound, they let out a faint sizzling sound, as if being burned and suppressed. I can't regenerate. Why? The blood sword seems to be able to suppress a demon's regeneration to some extent. Kanae's voice carried a hint of excitement. Shichiba-san, attack its neck. Right. Although that last strike had nearly exhausted all his strength, and the air in his lungs was incredibly thin due to the release of the move. Even so, Shichiba swung his final blade at the demon once more. Thud. The demon's head was severed completely and fell to the ground. The battle was over. No, it was too early to say for sure. To completely slay a demon, one must use a Nichiren blade forged from special materials, or wait until dawn. Sizzle, sizzle. The demon let out a scream of unwilling despair as its head and body gradually turned into burning black smoke and dissipated. Kanae was internally shocked. The demon was actually slain by Shichiba's blood. The night returned to silence. The grandfather and granddaughter huddling nearby had forgotten to cry. They just stared blankly at the back of the strange youth who stood before them, holding a sword of blood-red light. Shichiba could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground. Moshi Moshi tilde Shichiba-san, aren't you going to wake up yet? A gentle voice, carrying a trace of subtle anxiety, tapped lightly against his sea of chaos consciousness once more. His eyelids were as heavy as boulders. Shichiba struggled to open a slit, and the first thing he saw was a rough wooden ceiling and the cool morning light filtering through the gaps in the paper sliding doors. Where am I? Era, Shichiba-san is finally awake. Kanae's voice sounded relieved, carrying a genuine smile. You really had me worried. Kanae. Young miss. Shichiba responded in his mind, his voice weak. How long was I out? And that grandfather and granddaughter. Shichiba-san was unconscious for 3 whole days. Kanae replied. And that old gentleman and the little girl are both safe and sound. As she spoke, the sliding door was carefully pulled open a crack, and a pair of clear eyes peeked in. It was Shizuko. When she saw that Shichiba had woken up, she let out a soft, ah, then hurriedly turned and ran out the door, shouting, Grandpa, our benefactor is awake. Shichiba tried to sit up, but he felt utterly exhausted. Please don't move. The girl named Shizuko quickly and gently helped him up. Thank you, Shichiba said. No, it is we who should thank you, benefactor. You saved us. The old man had been sitting on the tatami, but in the next moment, he prostrated himself before Shichiba in a deep kowtow. Shizuko followed suit with the same gesture. Shichiba quickly tried to stop them. Sir, please, get up quickly. The old man remained motionless, leaving Shichiba feeling helpless. A moment later, Shichiba was sipping a bowl of porridge. He had just checked his chest and, to his surprise, the wound there was gradually healing. By the way, sir, why did you all worship that demon as a mountain god? The old man's expression darkened, his voice full of helplessness. Guest, you may not know, but our town is called Sao Mang Town. Not long ago, that demon entered the town. After brutally murdering dozens of people, it kidnapped one person from every household. We originally wanted to go out for help, but the demon warned us that if we dared to leave, it would kill the hostages. I see. Shichiba nodded. After all, the demon could only act at night. If these people left during the day, it wouldn't be able to stop them. Have all the hostages been found? Shichiba continued to ask. A look of pain appeared on the old man's face. Thanks to you, they were found, however, some were still murdered. My condolences. Shichiba stayed in Sao Mang Town for a week, and the wound on his chest had actually completely healed. Even Kanae hadn't expected this. Shichiba-san, this special ability of yours is far too similar to a demon's blood demon art. Not just you, even I find it a bit unbelievable, Shichiba said with a bitter smile. Recovery beyond that of a normal person, and the ability to use blood as a weapon. Who would believe that? Shichiba planned to leave Sao Mang Town today. Before leaving, he wanted to take a good walk around the town to understand the customs and traditions of this world. But Shichiba-san, that move you used that day wasn't actually Crimson Hanabira. Miss Kanae, please stop teasing me. And, just call me Shichiba. Then Kie-kun, you should call me by my name too. I am Kocho Kanae. The relationship between the two became a bit closer, like friends who had just met. Speaking of which, Kie-kun, do you have any interest in joining the Demon Slayer Corps? The Demon Slayer Corps. To be honest, Shichiba was a bit resistant. After all, being a demon slayer was a very dangerous profession. Dealing with incredibly powerful demons, he wasn't foolish enough to think he was a match for them. And then there were the 12 Kazuki. It's okay, Kie-kun, don't feel rushed to answer. I was just shocked that you could master a breathing technique without any practice. Kanae understood him. Walking down the street, Shichiba suddenly heard the sound of crying in the distance. Driven by curiosity, he followed the sound of the crying. In an open field, he saw dozens of stretchers laid out, covered with white cloths. Shichiba quickly realized what it was. These were people who had died after being attacked by the demon but hadn't been eaten yet. Judging by the outlines, some of them seemed to have severed limbs. I'm sorry, it's all my fault for not protecting you. Wah, mama, please come back. I'm sorry, child, it's because Papa didn't protect you. The intermittent cries and laments were like cold needles piercing Shichiba's ears. Kanae's voice echoed in his mind, deeper than ever before, filled with sadness and gravity. No matter how many demons we slay, the lives lost can never be brought back. The battles of the Demon Slayer Corps have never been for glory, but to stop tragedies like this from happening again and again. Shichiba remained silent. He had originally been very resistant to joining the Demon Slayer Corps. It was dangerous, grueling, and precarious. He was just an ordinary person who wanted to survive. But at this moment, looking at the scene of desperate wailing before him, feeling the bone-deep sadness and helplessness permeating the air, something quietly changed deep within his heart. Was just surviving enough? In this world where demons roamed, could one truly stay safe by only looking out for oneself? Last night it was Sao Mang Town, tomorrow it might be somewhere else. Without power, encountering a demon meant being like these townspeople, lambs to the slaughter, or, if one luckily survived, facing the cold corpses of family and friends. Miss Kanae. Yes. I want to join the Demon Slayer Corps. Please, teach me. Who? Shichiba stood before a massive tree that would take several people to encircle, his eyes closed. At some unknown moment, a short blade appeared in his hand, a flash of light followed as it sliced across his palm. Before the blood could even drip, it suddenly condensed and extended, a crimson katana formed instantly, held firmly in his hand. Flower breathing style. First form, hanging cherry blossoms. Shichiba's center of gravity dropped instantly as he dashed forward in a straight line, swinging his blade from a diagonal upward angle before immediately switching to a downward diagonal slash. The trajectory of the blade was elegant and fluid. Scattered blood-red petals drifted down during his charge, like weeping cherry blossoms swaying and falling in a spring breeze. Second form. Double petals. At an extremely close range, almost pressed against the tree trunk, the blade made a light stroke, using the momentum to spin as a second slash swept out at an even faster and sharper angle. Like two red leaves fluttering in the wind, they crossed lightly, concealing a hidden killing intent. Who? Shichiba slowly withdrew his stance. The blood blade dissipated, and the wound on his palm healed quietly within a single breath. Era, Kie-kun is truly impressive, being able to perform all the forms so fluently to this extent. Kanae couldn't help but praise from within Shichiba's body. I feel like I'm still a long way off. Era, you're quite strict with yourself, Kanae chuckled. I've never seen anyone master all the forms of flower breathing in just 2 months. One must realize that, generally, it takes a normal member of the Demon Slayer Corps at least 5 years to become a Hashira, or 2 years for the fastest. Furthermore, the conditions are extremely rigorous. One must either defeat a member of the 12 Kazuki or eliminate 50 demons single-handedly. As the former flower Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, Kocho Kanae had seen many demon slayers, but she had yet to encounter anyone with more talent than Shichiba. Shichiba smiled but didn't respond. He turned to gather the remaining firewood from last night, preparing to make some food. Before his transmigration, he had dabbled in wilderness survival for video content. He hadn't expected it to come in handy here. For the past 2 months, he had mostly lived in the forest, occasionally going to Sao Mang Town to do odd jobs in exchange for salt and fabric. The townspeople, remembering his kindness, always tried to give him more than he asked for, but he usually took only what he needed. It was mid-November, the late autumn wind carried a chill, and fallen leaves piled up in the forest. Winter was approaching, sleeping outdoors would soon be impossible. By the way, Kanae, Shichiba said suddenly while poking the campfire, how exactly does one join the Demon Slayer Corps? Generally speaking, you need guidance from a trainer, learn a breathing technique in basic swordsmanship, and then pass the final selection test, Kanae said without much thought. Shichiba nodded. Just like in the original story, he hadn't remembered it wrong. Then how should I find a trainer? Speaking of which, who was yours? Hearing Shichiba's question, Kanae looked dazed for a moment, her tone filled with bitterness. Kanae fell silent for a moment. He was a senior proficient in water breathing, a fellow disciple of the previous water Hashira. Her voice grew softer, like wind brushing over grass. He trained me and my younger sister, and later. Kanae didn't continue, but Shichiba already understood what had happened. I'm sorry. It's all right, Kanae's voice softened again. Speaking of trainers, I do have someone in mind. Who? The former water Hashira, Urokodaki Sakanji. Shichiba paused. He was all too familiar with that name. Not only did he train the current water Hashira, Tomioka Giyu, but also Kamado Tanjiro, who would change the course of the future war. He now lives in seclusion on Mount Sagiri. Although he is no longer a Hashira, he is still training successors, Kanae continued. And the current water Hashira was also trained by him. Mount Sagiri. Shichiba gazed at the dancing flames, remaining silent for a long time. Going to Mount Sagiri and finding Urokodaki Sakanji meant he would have to face the true horrors of this world. He admitted that when he saw the tragic state of Saomeng town, he had made the decision to join the Demon Slayer Corps in a fit of passion. Since I've already decided, there's no turning back, Shichiba murmured, adding a piece of wood to the fire. With a crackle, sparks flew upward. How do I get to Mount Sagiri? The next morning, Shichiba packed a simple bag and left the forest where he had cultivated for 2 months. He first went to Saomeng town to say goodbye to the old man and Shizuko. The grandfather and granddaughter were very reluctant to see Shichiba leave. However, life has its partings. As they said their goodbyes, the old man prepared money and food for Shichiba. Shizuko, on the other hand, had woven new clothes. Mr. Shichiba, please be sure to stay safe, Shizuko said, her eyes filled with worry. I will. You two stay safe as well. After bidding them farewell, Shichiba left the area. According to Kanae's guidance, Mount Sagiri was located to the northeast. Traveling from here would take about half a month of continuous walking. The autumn wilderness was vast and lonely. Shichiba stepped along the hard-packed dirt road, the surrounding air somewhat dry. Speaking of which, you haven't told me about your younger sister yet, Shichiba chatted with Kanae along the way. My sister. Mentioning her sister made Kanae's voice much more cheerful. Little Shinobu is a very cute girl. She's serious about her work, though, sometimes she's a bit too stern. Kanae seemed to enjoy chatting. When she spoke of Kocho Shinobu, her tone was light and vivid, one could tell the two sisters had a very good relationship. Sorry, is it annoying to keep listening to me? Realizing she had been rambling for nearly half an hour, Kanae playfully stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. This cute and playful scene was one only Shichiba could witness. It's fine. I enjoy listening to your stories, Shichiba said with a smile. That's not fair. I want to know about Kie-kun too. By the way, Kie-kun, does your world have demons too? Shichiba shook his head. There are no demons. However, even without demons, terrifying things still exist. What are they? Human hearts. On the afternoon of the third day, the sky turned overcast, and snowflakes actually began to drift down. It's actually snowing. It's going to get cold soon. I need to get to a nearby town quickly. Shichiba pulled his clothes tighter as the chill began to set in. It's snowing so soon, Kanae couldn't help but remark. Little Shinobu loves snow too. I wonder what she and Canau are doing right now. Shichiba quickened his pace. According to Kanae's instructions, there was a small village nearby inhabited mostly by elderly people. They were gentle-natured and very willing to welcome passing travelers. Before long, a path covered in light snow appeared before him. Beside the path stood a sign with a few crookedly written characters. Luyu Village. This is the place, Kanae said. This is where I was during my last mission. Shichiba entered the path, but before long, he caught a strong, pungent, and thick scent. He was all too familiar with this smell. The scent of blood. Shichiba covered his nose and mouth. The combination of the strong smell of blood and the cold air kept Shichiba's throat feeling constantly uncomfortable. Could it be that here too? No, Kanae interrupted. Since she was now sharing a body with Shichiba, she could share the 5 senses of his body. It's not a demon. If it were a demon, the scent would be even stronger and more murderous, Kanae explained. The snow fell thicker and thicker, the wind scraping against his face like tiny blades. The sky had noticeably darkened, and the outlines of the distant mountains began to blur. Shichiba glanced back at the path they came from. It was a vast expanse of white, his footprints long gone. Ahead was the deathly silent Luyu village, behind was dozens of miles of snowy plains. I have to go in. He exhaled a puff of white mist and rubbed his frozen, stiff fingers. Even if there are no demons, I need to find a place to shelter from the snow for the night. No matter how good one's physical strength was, enduring a blizzard overnight in the wild was seeking death. Moreover, he needed to find out what exactly had happened in this village. The snow had already covered most of the road, making a crunching sound as he stepped on it. He didn't expect the snow to be so heavy even before December. However, that smell of blood was getting closer and closer. Until Shichiba arrived near a broken bridge. There were many houses near the broken bridge, but they were tightly closed. Strangely, despite the blizzard outside, there were no fires burning inside these houses, and no smoke coming from the chimneys. Shichiba stepped forward and knocked on the door, but there was no response from inside. His brow furrowed. My apologies. Since receiving guidance from Kanae, Shichiba's overall martial arts and physical capabilities had significantly improved, so he could easily kick open the wooden door. Crash. The wooden door fell to the ground, and the snow on the eaves rustled down. Shichiba walked in. There was no smell of blood inside, and the house was neatly arranged. Although there was no fire, there was charcoal in the stove that hadn't been lit yet. This doesn't look like an uninhabited place, but in such cold weather, where did the people in this house go? Kanae wondered. The smell of blood is stronger toward the west of the village. Let's go check it out. Yeah. Before leaving, Shichiba propped the door back up to temporarily prevent the snow outside from blowing into the house. The layout of the village was simple. After passing through a main road, he soon reached a relatively secluded and open area. This should be a square similar to those used for activities or sacrifices. He could see many implements related to sacrifices. And in the center of the square, firelight was actually flickering. It must have just been lit, otherwise he would have seen the rising smoke earlier. He didn't make a sound, but instead approached slowly. Although heavy snow was falling, Shichiba could still see clearly. A group of elderly people were either standing or sitting, huddled around a bonfire. Their figures flickered in and out of view between the firelight and the curtain of snow, indistinct. No one spoke, and no one moved. Shichiba approached slowly. When he was less than 10 meters away, a young voice rang out. Good evening, everyone. In front of the bonfire, a thinly dressed youth was spreading his arms. His voice was full of a certain burning passion, as if he were standing on a high platform under the spotlight. Welcome to this place. From today on, I will lead you all to a brand new world. The elderly people remained silent, the firelight dancing in their hollow eyes. Have you all ever felt pain? Despair? Resentment? Do you feel hatred for this remaining life with no one to rely on in your old age? The youth took a step forward, his voice extremely piercing. From this moment on, forget them. What you don't want to do, you no longer need to force yourself to do. Everything that causes you pain, cast it all aside. Our only purpose for coming into this world, he spread his arms, his voice suddenly rising, like a divine oracle, is to live every day without any burdens, in joy and peace. The wind and snow swirled with his words, echoing across the open square. The youth suddenly knelt on the ground and tremblingly took out a small sealed jar from his robes. He excitedly pulled out the wooden cork from the small jar. This was bestowed upon me by that Lord. At this moment, under the witness of all of you, I shall become a true agent of God. From today on, I will become the first cultivator of the eternal paradise cult to receive God's recognition. I shall have eternal life and proclaim. The youth laughed maniacally. Holding the jar in his hand, he was about to shove its contents into his mouth. Not good, stop him. Kanae's expression was one of terror when she heard the youth's last sentence. Clang! An ordinary long sword instantly appeared in Shichiba's hand. He held the sword with a reverse grip, the hilt facing forward. His calf muscles tightened, and his feet pressed hard against the snow as he charged toward the youth. However, even though Shichiba was fast enough, it was already too late. The youth had already poured the contents of the jar into his mouth. Shichiba only managed to strike the youth's wrist with the back of his blade. The jar fell to the ground. The youth suddenly clutched his throat as if in extreme pain. A bizarre and terrifying scene unfolded. He was hunched over, and something seemed to be scurrying and bulging under his skin. On his exposed neck and the backs of his hands, his skin turned grayish-blue and black at a speed visible to the naked eye. The veins beneath the skin bulged, like wriggling black worms. His nails grew wildly, curving and sharpening, transforming into pitch-black claws in an instant. Ag! An inhuman howl erupted from his distorted mouth. His head snapped back unnaturally, his neck making a bone-chilling, cracking sound. Just like this, wonderful. Ah tilde the blood bestowed by that Lord, is this what eternal life feels like? The person who was normal just moments ago had now turned into a hideous and ugly demon. I'm feeling a bit hungry. Meat, fresh meat. Saliva mixed with black blood dripped from his split mouth onto the snow, making a sizzling sound. It suddenly lunged at the nearest person, who didn't even try to dodge. Shichiba forcefully threw the sword in his hand. Squelch. Although it was just an ordinary sharpened sword, Shichiba's strength was immense, and it directly pierced through the face of the youth who had turned into a demon. Ah! It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Who is it? Who is disturbing the sacred ceremony? Shichiba stared intently at the demon. Since the demon-slaying incident in Saomang town, he hadn't seen a demon for 2 months. Seeing one now, his hands still trembled slightly. He took out a small dagger from his robes. Kanae. Kanae's voice rang in his mind, exceptionally cold and heavy. That's right, he's turned into a demon. And it's the blood bestowed by that fool. The one whose head looks like it's been drenched in blood. Who smiles so harmlessly? The demon, who uses a fan as a weapon. This was the first time Shichiba had seen Kanae so angry. Whether it was from the anime or from his understanding during this time. Kanae was a very, very gentle person. One could say her personality was somewhat similar to Tanjiro's. Even when slaying demons, she would feel sadness for their plight. But such a kind person was now so furious. The one who gave this boy blood is the same demon who killed me. When those words fell, Shichiba's pupils constricted. A demon capable of killing a Hashira. Only the 12 Kazuki could do that. And it had to be an upper rank. He didn't expect to encounter one so soon. The boy who had turned into a demon forcefully pulled out the knife stuck in his mouth. He slowly turned around and looked at Shichiba. Shichiba also looked at him. The human and the demon stared at each other. After a moment, the demon showed a look of disgust and covered his mouth. So stinky. Shichiba's expression at this moment was as colorful as it could be. Kanae, who was still angry, couldn't help but burst out laughing upon hearing this. PFF'd. In these 3 days, he had just taken a bath while passing through a village yesterday. Even if he had been traveling all day today and sweated a bit, he shouldn't be called stinky, right? The demon still covered his nose and mouth as if it were a big deal. Ah, it's too stinky, I really can't stand it. How can there be such a stinky person? Shichiba's mouth twitched. Is there something wrong with you? Ah, I'm going to be stung to death. Please stay away from me, okay? I don't want to be stung to death. Shichiba's eyelids jumped. He brandished the small knife in his hand. You'd better still be able to talk in a moment. Slash. The small knife quickly sliced across his palm, and blood immediately gushed out. Ah! The demon let out a strange cry and immediately took a few steps back. Kanae finally understood what was going on. It seems it's your blood. My blood. What do you mean? Kanae explained. Everyone's blood is different. Some people have a special physique. Their blood is known as Mareki. This kind of blood is very attractive to demons. I suppose your blood might be another kind, one that is quite loathed by demons. That's not right. Why didn't that demon before have any reaction? Shichiba thought of the demon in Saomang town. That demon had pierced its hand into his chest. Kanae didn't know either. Forget it, don't think too much about it. The important thing now is to slay the demon. The blood in Shichiba's palm began to gather. I'm sorry, Kie-kun, if possible, could you capture this demon alive? I have questions to ask him. Shichiba nodded and agreed. Okay. The boy who had turned into a demon immediately turned and rushed toward an old man upon seeing Shichiba approaching. It was then that Shichiba realized the people nearby were all indifferent, even though their hands were red from the cold, they had no reaction. Before the demon could act, Shichiba's blood blade pierced directly into the demon's arm. The moment it pierced through, the demon let out a scream. It hurts. The demon couldn't break free, and it could feel a burning sensation coming from its arm. Kanae had told him before. After humans turn into demons, they have an extreme craving for human blood. The reason is that turning into a demon consumes a large amount of physical strength and energy, making them very weak initially. Furthermore, after 2 months of intense training, Shichiba was no longer the same as before. Even slaying this demon was an easy task. Now it was completely dark, and the bonfire was about to go out because of the heavy snow. You should be glad you're still of some use. There was no hesitation in Shichiba's eyes. To prevent the other from escaping, he directly used the blood blade to cut off all its limbs. Ah! You brat, what on earth are you doing? I am the spokesperson of God. Why can't I recover? The demon struggled and resisted, but it was to no avail. Shichiba picked up the ordinary knife that had fallen on the ground. This was because he was afraid his ability to turn blood into a blade would scare ordinary people, so he had equipped himself with an ordinary knife. He stabbed the ordinary knife into the demon's throat and then forcefully pinned it to a tree. Despite his smooth movements, in reality, he was so disgusted he almost vomited. I'll move these villagers into the house first, otherwise they'll freeze in a bit, Shichiba said. Yes, everyone's safety is important. Shichiba immediately set to work, gathering the vacant-eyed people into a large room and lighting the charcoal until the room became warm. After settling the ordinary people, he went back out and found the demon. Tell me, what did you do to these ordinary people? KK, I won't tell you. Ah. It seems you're not willing to talk. Shichiba's blood blade pierced into the demon's chest, and as Shichiba slowly turned the handle, the demon immediately let out a miserable scream. If he hadn't come, these villagers might have all perished under this demon's fangs. Even the gentle Kanae could not empathize with someone who would willingly give up their human status and volunteer to become a demon. Still not talking. Let me ask you again, what is the Eternal Paradise cult? Squelch. Tell me the name, appearance, and information of the demon who turned you. No. Squelch. I'll talk. Squelch. Huh. Kanae said curiously. Kie-kun, he seemed to have agreed just now. Oh, sorry, I didn't hear him. Who told it to call him Stinky? Well, it's a demon after all, and it's to get information, so this doesn't count as extrajudicial torture, right? On the verge of losing consciousness, the demon told Shichiba everything it knew. After learning the truth of the matter, both Shichiba and Kanae looked at the demon with contempt. The Eternal Paradise cult was a very large religion with nearly 200 followers. This boy was one of them. And the cult leader of this Eternal Paradise cult was a demon. After learning that the cult leader was a demon, instead of being afraid, this boy specifically looked for young women and lured them into the Eternal Paradise cult to offer them to the cult leader. Just because the cult leader felt that young girls were more delicious, the cult leader appreciated this boy, gave him blood, and allowed him to start a branch. This boy felt he had received a blessing from God. And when he came to this remote Luyu village and saw that it was full of the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled, as well as people with feudalistic thoughts. He then used drugs to secretly knock everyone out. He was afraid these people wouldn't obey him, leading to the failure of his plan. But he also wanted to become his longed-for spokesperson of God, that is, a demon, under everyone's gaze. This thing is pure evil. Shichiba couldn't help but complain. Yes, it's a good thing we came. But, the Eternal Paradise cult. Kanae thought pensively. What's wrong? I remember this Eternal Paradise cult has existed for a long time. I didn't expect the cult leader to be a demon. Based on this demon's description and the trait of being fond of girls. Kanae was basically certain that the cult leader of the Eternal Paradise cult was the demon who killed her. Then one last question. What is that demon's name? Lord Doma. After gathering all the information, Shichiba originally wanted to ask about the specific location of the Eternal Paradise cult. However, the demon couldn't hold on in the end. Under the damage of the blood blade, it finally turned into a wisp of black smoke. Regarding the death of this vile demon, neither Shichiba nor Kanae felt any sympathy, only a bit of regret. However, the Eternal Paradise cult was a large religion. If they wanted to find its location, it shouldn't be too difficult. The people who had been drugged eventually woke up shivering late into the night. Upon hearing Shichiba's explanation that the one who had deceived them was a vile demon, the expressions of these villagers changed drastically. Thank you, benefactor, for saving us. The village chief of Luyu village was about to kneel to Shichiba, but was stopped by him. Alright, the most important thing now is to go back to your respective homes and get some rest. The villagers thanked Shichiba one after another. Just as Kanae had said, these elderly people were all very kind and amiable. Being deceived by that youth was merely because they were fooled by his lies of longevity. Eternal life by becoming a demon. They would rather not have it. Shichiba followed the old village chief home to rest for a while. But no one expected that a sneaky figure would come to the side of that square. He searched carefully and soon revealed a smile of pleasant surprise. It really is still here. That person was seen walking away from the snowy ground with trembling hands. He found a small jar. It was the very jar containing demon blood that the youth had been carrying. After picking it up, the person left quickly. Upon returning home, the person lit a lamp and then looked through the light with his right eye. There's still some left. The next morning, Shichiba woke up on time. Since he still had to continue his journey, he didn't disturb the villagers and instead left quickly. He didn't want to be surrounded by people giving thanks when the time came. Not long after Shichiba left, a figure quickly flashed past the village entrance. Shichiba subconsciously looked back at Luyu village. What's wrong? Shichiba shook his head. Nothing. We need to hurry on our way. After leaving Luyu village, the speed of Shichiba's journey slowed down significantly. The reason was the widespread snowfall over the past few days. However, in this environment, Kanae would still set up various training exercises and tests. This left Shichiba exhausted. Several times, he even lost his strength and rolled straight down the snowy mountain. Meanwhile, Kanae grew more and more curious about Shichiba. This youth whose body she inhabited was a genius when it came to his mastery of breathing techniques and his comprehension of moves. The most exaggerated thing was his blood. Whenever Shichiba was exhausted, his blood would boil and burn with his breathing, allowing his physical strength to recover rapidly. It's probably no coincidence that my soul can reside here, Kanae couldn't help but think. A normal person with two souls in one body might have gone mad before long, yet he can accept me. The future might change because of him. She suppressed these thoughts and continued to observe Shichiba. Finally, after 17 days, Shichiba finally arrived near Mount Sagiri. The ice and snow had gradually melted. Shichiba found a clear stream and couldn't wait to take a large gulp of water. Clean water sources were rarely seen along the way, sometimes he could only moisten his throat with ice and snow. I'm alive again. Shichiba gasped for breath, his whole body collapsing onto the ground. You've worked hard, Kie-kun, Kanae's gentle voice sounded. Shichiba couldn't help but complain, I feel like I almost died. Is the training for a Hashira always this brutal? Kanae covered her mouth and smiled, saying, Era, I feel like Kie-kun had it quite easy. Some of the children I've trained before would sometimes be unconscious for 3 days or more. That's too exaggerated, how could that be? It's true tilde. A chill surged in Shichiba's heart, and he quickly changed the subject. We're finally almost at Mount Sagiri, I can finally have a good rest. Hehe, Kie-kun, Mr. Urokodaki is an even more rigorous trainer. Why did he suddenly feel a sense of despair that seemed to have no end in sight? As expected, it's better not to join the Demon Slayer Corps. Shichiba suddenly felt as if he were possessed by Zenitsu. After becoming a trainer, Urokodaki Sakanji lived in seclusion on Mount Sagiri, but very few people could find his trail. Unless they had a recommender or a letter of recommendation. At that time, Tanjiro was also introduced by the water Hashira, Tomioka Gyu. In the anime, Urokodaki Sakanji's house looked like it should be near the foot of the mountain. So Shichiba planned to search the surrounding area first. After circling around, Shichiba finally found signs of human life nearby. Looking at the mess all over the ground, Shichiba thought some wild beast had come down the mountain to attack. There were fragments of withered wood everywhere, and footprints all over the ground. It seems this is the right place, there are traces of sword practice everywhere, Kanae said. It must be Mr. Urokodaki's new disciple. If we follow the footprints, we should be able to find Mr. Urokodaki's home, right? Shichiba said. Sure enough, after passing through some winding paths, a small wooden hut indeed appeared not far away. Found it. By the way, would it be bad to just visit like this? Don't worry, although Mr. Urokodaki appears to be a serious person, he is actually very gentle and considerate at heart, Kanae comforted. Mr. Urokodaki also taught me and little Shinobu back then. He was the one who told us that we didn't necessarily have to stick to conventions. Later, through his guidance, I also found the flower breathing style that suited me better. I see. Shichiba nodded. Shichiba and Kanae chatted as they approached. But Shichiba's gaze immediately became serious. After using the blood blade for a long time, he found that his own perception was becoming stronger and stronger. And at this moment, he clearly perceived, there's a demon in the wooden hut. That's right, Kanae replied. Could Mr. Urokodaki have already? Kanae replied easily, don't worry, the aura of the demon inside is weak. Although Mr. Urokodaki has retired, he is still a former water Hashira, that demon can't do anything to him. Hearing Kanae's answer, Shichiba suddenly had a thought. Didn't Tanjiro's sister, Nezuko, receive Master Urokodaki's care back then? Could it be that he had arrived exactly at the point in time when Tanjiro was training here with Urokodaki Sakanji? Isn't this too much of a coincidence? While he was speculating, Shichiba had already arrived at the wooden hut. He raised his hand, just about to knock on the wooden door. Roar! A low, raspy roar suddenly erupted from inside the door. Bang! The wooden door was violently smashed open from the inside. Shichiba stepped back quickly, seeing the entire door panel whistling past him and crashing onto the ground several meters away. He slowly turned his head and looked inside the doorway. A young girl wearing a pink kimono and a worn-out black coat was standing between the door frames. She was small and cute in appearance, but she held a green bamboo cylinder in her mouth, and her eyes were a deep crimson like those of a beast. At this moment, she was facing Shichiba, letting out a low growl full of warning from deep within her throat. Kamado Nezuko. Without a doubt, the girl before him was the very important character who could be said to drive the main plot in the anime, Kamado Nezuko. But the Nezuko before him had clearly entered an agitated state of demonization. Even though her mouth was blocked by the bamboo, Shichiba could see crystal clear saliva flowing down the bamboo cylinder. It really is a demon. But what puzzled Kanae was why this demon would be in Mr. Urokodaki's house. Furthermore, the aura of this demon was clearly very weak just now, but now it was exceptionally powerful. It had almost reached the level of a lower rank. Kie-kun, be careful. The demon in front of us might have already reached the level of a lower rank. Kanae reminded him nervously. But I don't think there's much to worry about right now. Huh, what do you mean? Kie-kun, you mustn't underestimate a lower-ranked demon, they are much stronger than ordinary demons. Kanae feared that Shichiba might have become conceited due to his recent explosive growth in strength, so she quickly warned him. It's not that I'm looking down on it. Shichiba raised his finger and pointed at the sky. It's still daytime. I don't think that demon would dare come out yet. Ah. Kanae suddenly realized, her small face turning bright red from embarrassment. As a Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, she had actually forgotten such an important thing. No, it must be because it's too dark. Dark. That's right, it was getting dark. Shichiba also noticed it. Since a moment ago, clouds had been gathering in the sky, and soon, the sunlight would be completely obscured by dark clouds. Shichiba immediately looked toward Nezuko at the doorway. He saw Nezuko with one foot already stepped out of the doorway. She was waiting. Waiting for the sun to disappear. The speed at which the sun was covered by dark clouds was very fast, and Shichiba hadn't intended to leave in the first place. If he left, Nezuko would run around. If the dark clouds dispersed then and Nezuko couldn't find cover in time, she would likely suffer burns from the sun. Moreover, he couldn't use his blood blade. Although I don't know why this demon is at Mr. Urokotaki's house, Kie-kun, you must prioritize your safety. Kanae did not know Nezuko's identity or story. Shichiba nodded, his tone becoming much more solemn. He held that ordinary blade in his hand. The moment the dark clouds completely obscured the sun, Nezuko moved. Power surged in her legs, and in the blink of an eye, she charged toward Shichiba. So fast. Shichiba was utterly shocked. Nezuko's speed was completely different from the two demons he had encountered before. Her speed was incredibly fast, and the moment she charged over, Nezuko's body grew a size larger. Even Kanae was exceptionally surprised. There was essentially no difference between this and the lower-ranked demons she had encountered before. A fair leg with a beautiful pattern swept toward Shichiba. Shichiba hurriedly bent down to dodge. There happened to be a thick tree behind him. Nezuko accurately kicked the tree. Boom! A heavy, muffled sound exploded, and wood chips flew. The thick trunk was actually snapped by this single kick, letting out a strained groan before crashing down to one side. Shichiba looked up at the fierce little, big girl in front of him, feeling incredibly astonished. Nezuko was incredibly violent right now, saliva uncontrollably dripping from the edges of the bamboo muzzle. Those crimson eyes were locked onto Shichiba. Within them swirled the most primitive predatory desire, like a beast staring at fresh flesh. She doesn't want to eat me, does she? Shichiba couldn't help but say. Even Kanae agreed. It seems so. With her being so agitated, it appears, Kie-kun, that your blood isn't foul-smelling to all demons. Nezuko charged at Shichiba again, and Shichiba held his sword horizontally to block. With a loud clang, the massive force transmitted through the blade made his arms go numb, and his feet plowed 2 tracks into the snow. Shichiba's stubborn resistance made Nezuko irritable. She was very hungry now. And the scent emanating from Shichiba was so tempting that it caused her to completely lose her reason. Kanae, is there a way to knock her out? The sun will be out in a while. You want to keep her. Shichiba found a suitable excuse. After all, she was in Mr. Urokotaki's house. What if Mr. Urokotaki left her there on purpose? Shichiba naturally didn't tell Kanae what he knew, so he made up an excuse. That's true. You can strike a spot slightly above her neck. As long as the force is sufficient, she will briefly faint, Kanae told Shichiba, while also mentioning the danger. However, that demon is hard to get close to, so be careful. Shichiba nodded. I understand. Although Nezuko's attacks were fierce, they were disorganized. This time, Shichiba took the initiative to meet her. Flower breathing, third form, shadow plum. This move was a defensive technique of flower breathing, and Shichiba quickly neutralized all of Nezuko's attacks. Countless flashes of the blade flew wildly in the air like petals. This also achieved the effect of confusing Nezuko's vision. Shichiba's figure slid in like a swimming fish, the distance between him and Nezuko rapidly shortening. He instantly reversed his grip on the sword, aiming the thick back of the blade at the target, calculating the angle and force, preparing for a precise strike to the back of her neck. Don't bully my sister. Just as Shichiba was about to strike, a voice rang out incredibly loudly. Shichiba subconsciously glanced to the side and saw a flash of fiery red. A young boy charged toward Shichiba and, in the moment Shichiba was dazed, crashed into his chest. Before Shichiba could react, the boy suddenly grabbed his shoulders. Before Shichiba could speak, the boy shouted with his huge voice, I'm sorry. Thud. Shichiba felt as if his forehead had been hit by a car traveling at high speed. Instantly, a wave of dizziness washed over him. His eyes rolled back. A revolving lantern of memories began. He seemed to have returned to his original world, forcing smiles on the internet like a clown. Ah! Shichiba woke up with a start, noisy sounds reaching his ears. Nezuko, please calm down. He's a human, a comrade, not food. Nezuko struggled in the boy's arms for a good while before slowly falling into a deep sleep, as if exhausted. Shichiba slowly sat up. As soon as his hand touched his forehead, intense dizziness and a splitting pain from his brow made him gasp. Hiss. Ah, you're awake. Seeing Shichiba wake up, the boy first carefully laid the sleeping Nezuko flat on the nearby tatami mat, then immediately turned to Shichiba with a movement so fast it kicked up a gust of wind. Following that, with a thump, he assumed the most standard dageza posture, pressing his forehead firmly against the tatami in front of Shichiba. I'm extremely sorry for hitting you with my head. Once I have money, I will definitely compensate you. Shichiba's head was in a daze. The boy in front of him, who was frantically apologizing, was none other than the protagonist of this story, Kamado Tanjiro. Ah, he remembered. While he was fighting with Nezuko, Tanjiro had rushed over and knocked him unconscious with a headbutt. One should know that Tanjiro was teased by many as the head Hashira. That hit was indeed powerful, and Shichiba had certainly experienced it. It's fine. Shichiba endured the dizziness and sat up, looking around. This was a simple but tidy Japanese-style room, and he was lying on a laid-out futon. By the way, where is this? You don't remember. Tanjiro suddenly looked up, the worry on his face deepening, his eyes turning a bit red. As I thought, was that hit too hard? It caused you to lose your recent memories. I'm truly sorry, I will definitely take full responsibility. What is this kid freaking out about now? You're awake. While Shichiba was still confused, an old man wearing a light blue kimono and a tengu mask walked in. Butterfly Chi-yi, if you want me to take you as a disciple, please come out with me once you've rested. Butterfly. Kie. Shichiba's brain wasn't enough to process this. The person in front of him was undoubtedly the former water Hashira, Urokodaki Sakanji. But why did he know his name? And why did he add Kocho before his name? It's weird, okay. While Shichiba was thinking, Kanae's voice rang out. Sorry, Kie-kun, but it couldn't be helped. I just told a little white lie. Kanae covered her mouth, a cute expression like a mischievous young girl appearing on her beautiful face. Actually, just now. After hearing Kanae's explanation, Shichiba was completely bewildered. It turned out that after he was knocked unconscious by the head Hashira, his consciousness briefly fell into darkness, and he was taken over by another soul in his body, Kocho Kanae. In other words, Kanae was in control of his body just now, and the one talking to Urokodaki Sakanji was Kanae. Kanae continued to explain in his mind, it couldn't be helped. Mr. Urokodaki didn't intend to take on any more disciples, so I had to use the excuse that you're the younger brother of the former flower Hashira. Shichiba's mouth twitched. So his name was now Butterfly Chi-yi. Although it might be a bit feminine, it sounded decent. Besides, since he had come to this world, having a new name wasn't bad either. Shichiba took a deep breath and climbed out of bed. I'm ready now, Mr. Urokodaki. Are you really not dizzy? Why don't you rest a bit more? Tanjiro couldn't help but worry. After all, he was the one who knocked Shichiba unconscious. If an accident happened during Master Urokodaki's assessment, he would feel terrible. Don't worry, I'm much better now. Shichiba found himself really liking this warm-hearted young man, Tanjiro. Among the trio, he was always meticulously caring for those around him. Shichiba couldn't help but reach out and pat his head. If I become Mr. Urokodaki's disciple, I'll have to call you senior brother. Please do your best, Shichiba-san. Tanjiro encouraged Shichiba with a smile. Shichiba nodded and quickly threw his coat over his shoulders. Due to traveling for over half a month and fighting demons, his clothes were actually quite worn out. After following Urokodaki Sakanji out, Tanjiro also whispered softly into Nezuko's ear, Nezuko-chan, be good. Big brother is going outside to take a look. After saying that, Tanjiro tucked Nezuko in and immediately walked out of the wooden hut. It was almost evening now, the sky was gradually darkening, and visibility wasn't high. He had been here with Master Urokodaki for nearly a year. During this year, his sister Nezuko had been sleeping, and Master Urokodaki only spoke with him for a bit during breaks and meals. To be honest, Tanjiro was a bit lonely. So he really hoped that Shichiba could pass Master Urokodaki's test. Shichiba and Urokodaki stood in an open space. Catch. Urokodaki casually tossed a sword over. Shichiba caught it steadily. It was a wooden sword. I heard you've already mastered flower breathing. Facing Urokodaki Sakanji's question, Shichiba didn't evade and nodded. Yes. Urokodaki Sakanji said nothing, but beckoned with his hand. Then, come at me. You're not using a sword. Don't worry, I won't need one to deal with you. Although it might sound like Urokodaki Sakanji was being arrogant. But as a former Hashira facing someone who wasn't even a swordsman yet, he certainly had the right to be. Then, I won't hold back. Shichiba spun the wooden sword around his wrist, performing a flourish before it landed firmly in his hand. The tip of the sword pointed at Urokodaki. Shichiba wasn't just showing off, this fluid series of movements allowed his wrist to get into the right state. He himself took a deep breath, cold air flooding into his lungs as his blood began to flow faster. The snow beneath Shichiba's feet suddenly exploded, and he shot forward like an arrow from a bow, closing the distance to Urokodaki in the blink of an eye. So fast. My eyes can't keep up at all. Tanjiro's mouth hung open in shock at the sight. The wooden sword in Shichiba's hand sliced through the air, sweeping upward from below in a tricky trajectory. Urokodaki clearly hadn't expected the youth's speed to be so great. But what concerned him even more was the flourish Shichiba had made at the start. It was exactly the same as the former, deceased flower Hashira. Flower breathing style. First form, hanging cherry blossoms. SSH, the wooden sword swept across Urokodaki Sakanji's chest. Even though Urokodaki Sakanji dodged very quickly, this strike still managed to slice through his clothes. To think that with just a wooden sword, the saber chi could be unleashed with such power. As expected of a former Hashira. Shichiba couldn't help but marvel. He didn't dare be careless. The moment he turned, he gripped the wooden sword with a backhand. Fourth form, Crimson Higanbana robe. Shichiba spun continuously, turning the attack into an arc. Shichiba was confident that even Urokodaki wouldn't be able to dodge this strike. Master Urokodaki. Tanjiro instinctively threw the wooden sword in his hand, and Urokodaki instantly reached out to catch it. Water breathing, second form, water wheel. The moment Urokodaki Sakanji gripped the sword, he unleashed a powerful water breathing move. The two wooden swords collided, and Shichiba and Urokodaki retreated almost simultaneously. After watching for a moment, Urokodaki Sakanji dropped his combat stance and put the wood away. Indeed, you weren't lying, successor of flower breathing. Shichiba raised his hand. I yield. However, although you passed the test, I cannot take you as my disciple. Tanjiro grew anxious. Master Urokodaki, Shichiba is clearly very strong. Urokodaki Sakanji explained. I'm not taking you as a disciple because I have nothing left to teach you. By now, you've already mastered all the moves of flower breathing, haven't you? Shichiba wasn't overly humble and nodded. Yes, though there might still be some issues with my power delivery techniques. Urokodaki Sakanji said. I didn't believe you when you said you were the flower Hashira's younger brother, but now I do. Urokodaki looked up at the stars in the sky. That girl, your movements are practically identical to hers. Butterfly Chi-Yi, if you want to join the Demon Slayer Corps and participate in the final selection, I can recommend you, but as for becoming my disciple, let's forget about it. Urokodaki waved his hand. Inherit flower breathing well and do not tarnish the reputation of the flower Hashira. Shichiba didn't push further. As long as he could participate in the final selection, it was fine. Alright, thank you, Mr. Urokodaki. This year's final selection has already ended. The day of the selection will be next April when spring begins. Prepare yourself as soon as possible. Shichiba replied, okay. Urokodaki Sakanji kept Shichiba there. After learning he had no fixed residence, he invited Shichiba to stay until the day of the selection next year. Tanjiro was the happiest of all. He finally had a companion he could talk to. And what made him happiest was that Nezuko finally stopped sleeping. And it even seemed to be thanks to Shichiba. It's just that, occasionally, when Nezuko looked at Shichiba, she would unconsciously drool. January, the fourth year of the Taisho era. 2 months had passed since Shichiba arrived at Urokodaki Sakanji's place. During these 2 months, Shichiba had not slackened in the slightest. Although he hadn't officially taken Master Urokodaki as his master, Master Urokodaki had still taught him a great deal about making mechanical traps. In addition, Shichiba was receiving careful instruction from Kanae. Urokodaki Sakanji would occasionally stop and silently gaze at Shichiba's figure as he practiced. His posture when swinging the sword, and certain subtle habits during turns and thrusts, reminded him of that girl who became a Hashira but died young. Whenever this happened, he would always let out a nearly imperceptible sigh. Ha! I still can't split it. Tanjiro's sword swings reached 3,000 today. Usually, it was only 1,000. However, he still failed to pass the test set by Master Urokodaki. Tanjiro sat on the ground, the young boy's palms covered in thick calluses. It could be said that Tanjiro's diligence made even Shichiba feel inferior by comparison. Shichiba, is there something I'm still not doing well enough? Why can I never split that giant boulder? Tanjiro felt anxious and restless. He had a reason why he absolutely had to join the Demon Slayer Corps. But the current setback hit him deeply. Shichiba smiled and said, "Don't worry, I believe you will definitely do it." "True, I'll definitely do it anyway. After all, I still have to save Nezuko." Tanjiro stood up again. "Oh, continuing with 3,000 swings today. Hey, your arms are going to break." Late at night, Tanjiro tossed and turned, unable to sleep. During this time, he often sparred and exchanged insights with Shichiba. He discovered that Shichiba was improving every single moment, whereas he, by contrast, was still stuck in the same place. "No, if this continues, I'll be left behind." Tanjiro simply sat up and began putting on his clothes. He quietly left the bedroom and took out the steel sword Master Urokodaki had given him. "Don't worry, Nezuko-chan, your brother will never give up." Tanjiro went to the back of the mountain, where a giant round boulder was placed. Slice the boulder with a sword. That was simply too exaggerated. Shichiba couldn't sleep at night either. He walked to the back of the mountain, chatting and walking with Kanae. The final selection is coming up soon. Shichiba couldn't help but sigh. Time really passed quickly. Over half a year ago, he was still an ordinary person who knew nothing. Now, he was actually a swordsman who had inherited the mantle of the flower Hashira, Kanae. "Are you nervous?" "Not really." Shichiba had already built up self-confidence by now. "Hehe, Kie-kun is really cute." Kanae's voice was as warm and gentle as ever. "Speaking of which, if I join the Demon Slayer Corps, I'll meet your younger sister, right?" Shichiba was naturally referring to Kocho Shinobu. Little Shinobu. Kanae was a bit troubled. "It's been a long time since I've seen little Shinobu. I wonder how she's been lately." "Oh." Just as the two were chatting, Shichiba suddenly heard a sound. It was Tanjiro. "It's so late, what is Tanjiro doing?" Shichiba followed the sound, and sure enough, Tanjiro was swinging the steel sword in his hand, repeatedly striking the giant boulder, which remained completely unmoved. "Why can't I split it? Do I really have no talent? But if I can't join the Demon Slayer Corps, what will happen to Nezuko? I need to find the medicine that can turn Nezuko back into a human. But I'm so weak. Sorry, Nezuko, your brother. Hey, why are you still whimpering at a time like this?" A cold voice rang out. Tanjiro looked up and saw a young boy with medium-length peach-colored hair suddenly appear in front of the giant boulder. He wore a fox mask with a large, obvious scar on it. "Who are you?" Upon seeing the boy, Tanjiro immediately became curious. "You have the leisure to care about who I am. Now, swing your sword at me." But this is a real blade, it will hurt you." Tanjiro quickly refused. The boy in the fox mask slightly raised the wooden sword in his hand, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Tanjiro. The wooden sword in his hand struck fiercely toward Tanjiro. But Tanjiro reacted immediately, raising the steel sword in his hand and just barely blocking the opponent's attack. Though your personality is weak, you have some skill. However, Tanjiro was starting to get a bit angry. Don't just attack someone without saying a word. Since Tanjiro and Shichiba had been sparring and honing their skills against each other during this time, his strength had naturally improved compared to before. However, the opponent clearly wouldn't let it go and continued to launch attacks at Tanjiro. After watching for a while, Shichiba quietly left. "Kie-kun, that boy. Yeah," Shichiba confirmed. "Just like you, he's also a soul." It seems Tanjiro isn't ordinary either. Shichiba did not deny it. The next morning, when Shichiba woke up, Tanjiro was still fast asleep, looking extremely exhausted. Shichiba lit the firewood and made breakfast. After eating his own portion, he left. He went straight to the place where Tanjiro had been hacking at the giant boulder. "Sabito, it's okay to call you that, right?" Shichiba's voice echoed in the empty clearing. The early morning was thick with fog, and a figure slowly walked through the mist toward Shichiba. However, it wasn't Sabito, but a pretty and cute girl appearing with a mask worn on the side of her head. Kanae looked at the girl in front of her, feeling a hint of surprise. This young girl is also a soul. The girl's name was Makomo. Like Sabito, both were disciples of Urokodaki Sakanji. Furthermore, there were other children's souls on Mount Sagiri, and their identities were all the same. Mr. Shichiba, you are very strong, both Sabito and I can feel it. I hope you can help Tanjiro more. Makomo bowed her head slightly. Tanjiro is the one with the most hope of defeating it, and we don't want Master Urokodaki to lose any more of his children. Don't worry, Tanjiro will have more friends in the future, and he will become even stronger. As Shichiba spoke, he revealed the wooden sword tucked at his waist. Since we've met, shall we try a round? The corners of Makomo's lips curled slightly, and at some point, a wooden sword appeared in her hand. It would be an honor. Buzz. After an unknown amount of time, Tanjiro ran to his training ground in a panic. Yua, how did I oversleep today? The morning training isn't finished yet, though, Brother Chihi's breakfast is really delicious. When Tanjiro reached the training site, what he saw was Shichiba standing there alone. He was propping up his body with a wooden sword, his entire body emitting wisps of white steam, and his face was covered in mud and sweat. Shichiba, what happened to you? Tanjiro quickly came to Shichiba's side, looking nervously at Shichiba's exhausted state. Shichiba slowly pushed Tanjiro's hand away. It's nothing. You train first, I'm going back to rest. With that, Shichiba forced himself to stand straight and left unsteadily. As he walked, he muttered, a whole group of people ganging up on one person is just too unfair. Tanjiro watched Shichiba leave, and the next moment, a spirited expression appeared on his face. Shichiba is so strong and yet he's still training so diligently, I can't lose to him. Right behind Tanjiro, Sabito and Makomo watched the path Shichiba had taken. Makomo tilted her head playfully, looking at Sabito. That guy is really strong. Even when we teamed up, we couldn't beat him. Sabito nodded noncommittally. Yeah, but thanks to him, I'm afraid it will be very difficult for us to teach Tanjiro now. Don't worry, he already promised me he'd help take care of Tanjiro. Ha! Clang! An opening, right here. Tanjiro aimed for the moment Shichiba turned around, the wooden sword in his hand slicing through the air as he swung it down with a fierce strike. However, Shichiba's movements were even faster. He held his wooden sword behind his back with a reverse grip, perfectly blocking Tanjiro's attack. How? Tanjiro's face was filled with disbelief. Even from such a tricky angle, Shichiba could still react. Wasn't his flexibility just too good? After blocking Tanjiro's attack, Shichiba kept the wooden sword steady while exerting force through his body, turning around to repel him with his own strength. Alright, let's stop here. Shichiba put away the wooden sword. Tanjiro didn't feel much dejection, instead looking at Shichiba with admiration. Shichiba, you're just too strong. I almost want to call you big brother. Shichiba smiled and flicked Tanjiro's forehead. Hiss. Why was he the one in pain? Why do you always shout so loudly when you attack? Doesn't that just let your opponent know your intentions? Tanjiro scratched his head sheepishly. Forget it. There's less than a month left. You remember Mr. Urokodaki's trial for you, right? Of course. Tanjiro's expression became much more serious. Yeah, I'll definitely split that stone today. I have to find a way to restore Nezuko. I'll go watch today too. Shichiba and Tanjiro chatted as they returned to the wooden cabin. Mr. Urokodaki wasn't home, it seemed he had gone out for something. Nezuko. Seeing that Nezuko had woken up, Tanjiro said with a look of pleasant surprise, you're awake. Ah. Nezuko, you're drooling. Tanjiro gently wiped it away with a handkerchief. During this time, whenever Shichiba returned, Nezuko would always wake up immediately and watch him while drooling. However, she had already overcome the habit of pouncing on Shichiba as soon as she saw him. On one hand, it was because of the constant suggestions from Tanjiro and Mr. Urokodaki that humans were her friends. On the other hand, it was because Nezuko herself suppressed the desire to eat humans. Kanae looked at Nezuko's well-behaved appearance, still finding it incredible. It's shocking. I never expected that after a human turns into a demon, they could actually suppress the urge to harm people. This is the first time I've seen it. After all, the essence of a demon still comes from a human. After Tanjiro finished wiping away Nezuko's drool, Nezuko reached out her hand toward Shichiba. What does this mean? Tanjiro saw this and said with a smile, it seems Nezuko is very attached to you, Shichiba. I feel like she's just craving me, isn't she? Shichiba had a line of black dots over his head. But that was fine too, it proved his blood didn't smell bad. Wait, why was he always obsessing over that? Shichiba reached out and stroked Nezuko's smooth hair, and Nezuko made a blissful expression like a kitten. She really is cute. It felt as if he truly had a younger sister. Wow, so cute. Kie-kun, I want to pet her too. Could I trouble you to fall unconscious again? Or let Tanjiro headbutt you once more? Seeing the adorable Nezuko, Kanae's maternal instincts as a woman instantly overflowed. Are you even human? MMU. Ah, Nezuko, you can't sneak attack Shichiba. Shichiba isn't food, he's family. Tanjiro hurriedly hugged Nezuko, who was trying to launch a sneak attack, to prevent her from biting Shichiba. After the little interlude ended, evening arrived. After settling Nezuko in, Shichiba and Tanjiro went together to the training spot near the back mountain. This training ground was covered in gravel and wood chips left over from being struck by swords. The ground was also pitted and uneven. It was clear how hard the person training here had worked. Shichiba looked at Tanjiro's persevering back, a sense of admiration welling up within him. Tanjiro's talent as a swordsman might not be the highest, but he was definitely the most hardworking. You've come. Sabito appeared before them without warning. Sabito. Please, fight with me one more time. Tanjiro said in a serious tone. Hey. Bring it on. This time, both of them switched to steel swords. Because Tanjiro's sword had been broken during his training, Shichiba lent him his own, while he himself held a wooden sword. Tanjiro lowered his center of gravity slightly, took a deep breath, and stared at Sabito with burning eyes. Ha! Sabito was the first to charge at Tanjiro. Tanjiro remained unmoved until Sabito was right in front of him. Tanjiro seemed to see a thread that could seemingly be cut. Swish. A flash of sword light passed, and with a clack, the mask on Sabito's face split in two. Tanjiro stared blankly at the face beneath the mask. It was warm and soft, like the sun. Sabito spoke slowly, his voice no longer serious and disdainful, but incredibly warm. Tanjiro, I'm leaving everything to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Tanjiro felt a momentary blur before his eyes. There was no Sabito in front of him anymore. The giant boulder, which was even taller than him, had split into two. I really split it. Urokodaki Sakanji walked over step by step, as if he had known all along. I originally didn't want you to participate in the final selection. I didn't want to see any more children die. But, Tanjiro, you did it. You've worked hard enough. For the first time, Urokodaki Sakanji stroked his hair so gently before pulling him into an embrace. The warmth between master and disciple erupted at this moment. Tanjiro, you must come back alive from the final selection. By the time they were leaving the next day, Tanjiro and Shichiba had changed into new clothes. Nezuko was temporarily being looked after by Urokodaki Sakanji. Upon leaving, Tanjiro waved his hand to say goodbye to his master, Master Urokodaki. Please take good care of yourself. I will definitely come back alive. Tanjiro wore a warding mask, specially made for him by Urokodaki Sakanji, and Shichiba had one as well. Ah, right, Master Urokodaki, please thank Sabito and Makomo for me. Hearing these words, Urokodaki Sakanji was plunged into an indescribable state of shock. Why does Tanjiro know the names of the children who died? After seeing the two of them off, Urokodaki Sakanji went to the back mountain, to the place where Tanjiro had split the stone. I hope everything goes smoothly. Urokodaki Sakanji happened to place his hand on one half of the stone. Crack! Boom! The two halves of the boulder instantly disintegrated into small pieces of rock. This is, Urokodaki Sakanji's hand trembled as he took off his mask, his eyes flashing with disbelief. He still remembered that yesterday before leaving, Shichiba had held a wooden sword and said he wanted to try as well, with a wooden sword. The morning mist had not yet dispersed, and the air held a refreshing chill. Canau Suyuri's expression was as calm as ever. Her purple eyes were cast down, like autumn waters, showing hardly a ripple. She had already traveled some distance from the butterfly mansion. Tap. A very light landing sound, like a butterfly alighting. Kanau's movement stopped, her eyelids twitched slightly, sensing a familiar scent, a mixture of wisteria and herbs. Leaving so early. I almost didn't catch up with you. Kocho Shinobu's voice rang out from behind Canau, peaceful and gentle, yet seemingly carrying a trace of worry and reluctance. Canau slowly turned around. Kocho Shinobu stood a few meters away, her white haori draped over her deep purple uniform, fluttering gently in the breeze. A smile hung on her face, her purple eyes fixed on Canau. Mission, Canau said softly. Her voice had no ups or downs, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. To sign up for the Demon Slayer Corps selection without permission, child, don't you think to consult me when making decisions? Kocho Shinobu walked forward with light steps, she was slightly taller than Canau. She reached out and pinched a leaf from Kanau's hair. However, I didn't expect you to take this path as well. Canau didn't answer, only a faint smile lingered at the corners of her lips. Right, take this. Kocho Shinobu took out a cloth-wrapped item from her haori. There's sakura mochi inside, eat it when you're hungry on the road. Then, you must come back alive. Canau nodded, then turned around and continued down the pebble-paved path. Kocho Shinobu watched Canau disappear at the end of the misty path, murmuring, please come back safely. Mount Fuji Kasane. Whoa, it's so beautiful here. Is it all wisteria flowers? Tanjiro looked around curiously. Demons are trapped on Mount Fuji Kasane. As a test, the vast amount of wisteria acts like a prison, Kie-kun explained. Tanjiro, you know the criteria for passing the test, right? Tanjiro nodded. Survive for 7 days, and I can officially become a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. So, shall we move together? Tanjiro shook his head resolutely. No, Shichiba, you're much stronger than me. If I'm with you, I might not truly face my own trial. I want to pass this selection with my own strength. Shichiba knew Tanjiro would say that. Alright, then it's a promise. See you in 7 days. See you in 7 days. Just like in the anime plot, the two children of the Ubuyashiki family gave the explanation. It wasn't much different from Shichiba's conjecture. Many people participated in this final selection, and some had not even arrived yet. Shichiba didn't want to wait, it was still early before nightfall, and demons wouldn't actively appear then. He planned to head in first to familiarize himself with the environment. Swish. After entering Mount Fuji Kasane, Shichiba found the air somewhat thinner than outside. It's still the same as before, no change. Revisiting the old haunt, Kanae couldn't help but sigh. Speaking of which, how did you feel when you first came here? It was okay. I only remember that I just had to keep walking forward. As expected of the former flower Hashira, she made it sound so easy. Shichiba tightened his grip on the Nichiren blade that Mr. Urokodaki had lent him. The blade was indigo blue with very smooth lines, showing that the person who forged it was very dedicated. Even though Shichiba said he didn't need a blade to slay demons, Urokodaki had still stubbornly thrust the blade upon him. Kie-kun. Shichiba spun around abruptly, the Nichiren blade carving a blue light through the air. How is this possible? I was actually discovered. A demon half the height of a man showed a shocked expression on its ugly face. After the flash of the blade, the demon instantly turned into a puff of black smoke. Hiding in the shadows, what a cunning demon. Shichiba sheathed his Nichiren blade. But not smart enough. Was it because of hunger? It made a sound before even getting close to me. Try to head east, that's where the sun rises. And it's best to occupy high ground for a better field of vision, Kanae instructed. Shichiba teased, it seems young Miss Kanae is still very worried about me. Indeed, after all, Kie-kun is also my Suguko tilde. Let's clarify first, a Suguko is not an adopted son. Rather, Hashira-level swordsmen take in apprentices with aptitude to train as Suguko. While Shichiba had some memories of flower breathing, they weren't enough for him to have grown this far. The foundation was Kanae's guidance, so it wouldn't be wrong for Shichiba to call Kanae master, but she didn't like the title. She preferred they address each other by name. Shichiba's speed was very fast, and he soon reached a higher elevation. There were some wisteria flowers on Mount Fuji Kasane. Shichiba collected some, crushed them, and applied them to his body. Night soon fell, and Shichiba immediately opened his eyes. The atmosphere of Mount Fuji Kasane at night became eerie, with various rustling, low growls, and whimpering sounds spreading from the mountain forest. The air emitted a foul stench. Kie-kun, although you're very strong now, I still have to remind you, do not underestimate Mount Fuji Kasane. Kanae's tone was unusually serious. I know. Shichiba took a deep breath, and his entire focus became concentrated. Like a stone thrown into a calm lake, it stirred a circle of ripples. The silence of the forest was instantly shattered. Why is this demon so strong? No, don't kill me. KK. Food. Delicious food. It's been a whole year. Food delivered to the door, whoever grabs it gets it. Several swordsmen in black clothes fled in panic. They had the same idea as Shichiba, originally wanting to head east where the sun rises to spend the trial. But their speed was too slow. Halfway there, night fell, and demons appeared from nowhere and attacked them. Help! Help! One of the swordsman's legs seemed to be injured. As he fled, he called for help from the swordsman ahead. However, the swordsman in front ignored him. In the face of death, survival becomes the only obsession. Comrades. Shichiba saw this scene clearly. Perhaps influenced by Tanjiro, or perhaps due to confidence in his own strength, he did not stand by. Making a decision almost instantly, Shichiba leapt down from the tree, landing soundlessly. The injured swordsman collapsed on the ground, severely wounded, he couldn't continue. Another piece of food delivered itself to the door. But it seems a bit smelly. It probably tastes like stinky tofu. It's good enough to have something to eat. If I don't eat my fill now, I'll have to go back to eating those foul-tasting beasts. Shichiba didn't waste any words. The moment the Nichiren blade was unsheathed, his breathing had already adjusted to the proper rhythm. Flower breathing style. First form, hanging cherry blossoms. Pressing his body down, he suddenly lunged. The blade light was like hanging cherry branches, tracing a sharp arc. Puchi. Puchi. Two heads flew up almost simultaneously. The cruel smiles on the two demons' faces had not yet faded before they hit the ground, turning into black smoke in astonishment. Comparing me to stinky tofu. Shichiba flicked his wrist, shaking the foul blood from the blade, his gaze coldly locking onto the last demon. Your taste is truly nothing to be admired. Fourth form, crimson higanbana robe. The blood-red light and the blue light on the blade intertwined. Two arcs of light sliced precisely through the demon's body. The last demon wore an expression of disbelief. In extreme terror, its entire body was severed into 3 pieces, soon turning into black smoke. Silence returned to the clearing for a moment, leaving only a heavy scent of blood. The wounded swordsman on the ground gasped for air, large beads of sweat hanging from his forehead. It seemed he hadn't yet recovered from the shock. Shichiba pointed to the sky, and the swordsman looked up to see a black object circling above. What is that? A Kasugai crow, Shichiba said. If you want to give up, follow the Kasugai crow, they will lead you to the evacuation point. After saying that, Shichiba left, and the swordsman stared blankly as Shichiba's back disappeared into the darkness. I guess I really can't become a demon slayer and avenge my family, even though I've worked so hard. Not everyone who works hard will grow into a swordsman of the demon slayer corps. This path is too difficult, so difficult that it gives you no chance to grow at all. Shichiba continued forward with a determined gaze. KK, a human delivered right to me. Finally I can eat. Swish. In the dark forest, Shichiba unsheathed his blade repeatedly, exterminating every demon that stood in his way. It must be said, to move so fluidly and quickly through the forest, he had to thank Mr. Urokotake. The traps Mr. Urokotake set on Mount Sagiri had excellently trained his movement speed in the mountains. He must have designed them meticulously, not wanting his future disciples to perish. He truly was a respectable and gentle old man. Shichiba-kun, it seems there are swordsmen fighting demons up ahead. There are, no fewer than 5 demons, Kanae reminded him. Remember to conserve your strength. Yeah, but it's fine. During that time, Tanjiro and I underwent life-risking, high-intensity physical training. At least for now, I can keep going. As he spoke, Shichiba pushed through the dense forest. In a large clearing, several demons had surrounded 2 Demon Slayer Corps swordsmen. Greed glinted in their eyes. Weren't the demons on Mount Fuji Kasane supposed to be weak? Why are these guys so strong? One of the swordsmen said, his face full of fear. The other swordsman was also trembling so hard his teeth chattered. Stop complaining and start thinking about how to escape. You think I don't want to? Everyone else is busy saving themselves, how could anyone come to help us? Amidst their panic, the swordsman who spoke first noticed Shichiba walking toward them. The demons noticed immediately. Why would someone come to us of their own accord? How rare. But the smell of this human. I don't like it. KKK, I think it's quite nice. Then leave him to me. After seeing Shichiba, one of the swordsmen immediately shouted at him, Hey, what are you doing? Run away. There are 5 demons here. But Shichiba remained unmoved, continuing to approach them. The 2 swordsmen felt both anxious and puzzled. There were 5 whole demons here, for greenhorns like them, it would be a feat just to kill one together. Flower breathing, second form, double petals. Shichiba's lips moved slightly, and in an instant, a pink halo drifted among the demons. Squelch. The sound of blood gushing and erupting rang out continuously as the heads of the 5 demons flew off almost simultaneously. Ah, I haven't eaten yet. So hungry, why won't you give me food? Amidst the shrill screams, all the demons present vanished completely. The 2 swordsmen stared dumbfoundedly at the scene, feeling as if they were in a dream. 5 powerful demons that had driven them to despair, wiped out in an instant by one person with a single move. Moonlight fell coldly on Shichiba's calm face as he slowly sheathed his Nichiren blade with a soft click. He didn't linger, turning to leave. Only then did the 2 swordsmen snap out of it, shouting at Shichiba's back. Thank you. What is your name? We want to repay you. Shichiba simply replied, try your best to survive. He had helped where he could, the rest was up to their own luck. Shichiba continued forward. On the second day, still nothing happened. On the third day, Shichiba witnessed a demon slaughtering a swordsman, but this time he arrived too late to save him. On the fourth day, Tanjiro's side encountered the hand demon that had once murdered 13 of Urokotaki's disciples. On the fifth day, Shichiba had already slain nearly 32 demons. This was on par with the number of demons Sabito had killed during his selection night. Shichiba scooped up a handful of cold stream water and splashed it on his face. It should be over soon, the number of demons has significantly decreased these past few days. Kanae couldn't help but be amazed, Shichiba was truly too strong. When she participated in the final selection, while she wasn't exactly running for her life, the number of demons she killed was only in the single digits. And the reason Shichiba had such stamina was thanks to his incredibly abnormal blood. Shichiba's blood could not only turn into a blade that caused massive damage to demons but also had the effect of rapidly restoring stamina and accelerating his breathing rhythm. Speaking of which, Canau should be of age now. I wonder if that child will join the Demon Slayer Corps. Canau. Hearing the familiar name, Shichiba's voice rose slightly. Yes, the child I mentioned to you before, the one little Shinobu and I adopted. She's a very beautiful and cute little girl. Kanae loved chatting with Shichiba, especially when mentioning Kocho Shinobu and Canau, her tone would always become bright and cheerful. You probably don't want her to join the Demon Slayer Corps, do you? Shichiba, however, could hear a hint of worry in Kanae's voice. That's true. After all, rather than holding a sword to slay demons, I would prefer they live like the most ordinary girls in the world, peaceful and happy, growing up slowly, and growing old slowly. So you, abducted me into the Demon Slayer Corps instead, Shichiba teased. However, the hazy figure in his consciousness slowly shook her head. As their souls coexisted, they could see each other's subtlest expressions. At this moment, there was no smile on Kanae's face, only deep anxiety. I regret it, Shichiba-kun, she said softly, every word clear. I would rather you live well. In fact, I wish you would give up on this selection right now and leave this place. Hearing Kanae say this, Shichiba was stunned. Kanae's reason for this thought stemmed from the incident with the Eternal Paradise cult follower they encountered in Luyushan. Since then, an icy fear had coiled around Kanae's soul like a poisonous vine. If Shichiba continued on this path, if one day he faced that demon with the silver fans and the innocent smile, he would end up like she did. This thought gnawed at her day and night, filling her with immense self-reproach and guilt. Through their long time together, she had come to see Shichiba as family, a vital presence. She didn't want to watch helplessly as her family stepped into that hopeless hell. Shichiba was silent for a moment, he could more or less understand Kanae's thoughts. Finally, he stretched and said with feigned lightness, don't worry, what I said earlier was a joke. Joining the Demon Slayer Corps was my own choice, and I promise you, I will live. I will survive no matter what. After all, you are right here. He pointed to his heart, his sincere smile carrying a deep warmth. I still want to take you to see more scenery you've never seen before. The stream babbled as Kanae stared blankly at the smile on the youth's face. Kie-kun, you really know how to coax girls. I was clearly still very sad just now. Honestly, how many girls have you said such things to? Kanae's previous anxiety and unease were swept away, replaced by a thick smile in her eyes. I haven't, Shichiba immediately retorted, his tone carrying the helplessness of being teased, before throwing the question back, what about you? Someone as outstanding as you must have had many pursuers in the past, right? Before becoming a Hashira, there were indeed some. Wasn't that only natural? After becoming a Hashira, the difference in status and strength became too vast. But you know, I haven't been in love yet. Don't worry, on that point, I'm the same. That night, Shichiba and Kanae chatted for a long time. Shichiba also introduced many things about his own world. For example, schools, amusement parks, snack streets, and essential oil spa clubs. Kanae listened with great interest. If she had the chance, she would also want to live in such a world, though she'd skip the essential oil spa, it sounded a bit improper. Late at night. What a cute little girl. Her skin is so fair and tender, she looks delicious. A demon that looked like a Buddha, its head covered in large bumps, blocked Kanau's path. It opened its foul-smelling mouth, and between its jagged teeth, flesh was clearly visible, it had obviously just harmed someone. Kanau's face was calm, showing no emotion. On her pink kimono-style clothing, not even a speck of dust could be seen. The Buddha demon stuck out its long, crimson tongue and licked its row of teeth. Hee hee, is the little girl scared out of her wits? Don't be afraid. You won't be scared once you're inside Uncle's belly. As it spoke, the Buddha demon lunged toward Canau. Swish. Clang. Before the Buddha demon could react, a ripple of pink light appeared before its eyes. As the world spun, it saw its own pair of pitch black feet. Ah, you actually killed me, my boss won't let. Before it could finish its words, its entire head immediately burst into flames. Canau didn't sheath her blade immediately, but instead looked toward another direction. Eek. In the darkness, there was something nearly the size of a potato, no, rather than a thing, it was a demon. Seeing Canau look over, it panicked and rolled away on the ground like a flaming wheel to escape. Canau originally intended to give chase, but the little potato demon flipped over and actually jumped straight off the cliff. Canau had no choice but to stop. 14. Canau's lips moved slightly as she uttered a number almost inaudibly. After the rolling potato demon fell off the cliff, it quickly rolled down a path covered in thorns. After a long time, it stopped at a deep, dark cave. The potato demon immediately crawled inside. It rolled onto a headless torso, and then the two surprisingly began to merge perfectly. It became a small-headed demon. Too terrifying. She killed third brother in a single blow. The small-headed demon wore a horrified expression. It walked tremblingly into the depths of the cave, where a massively obese demon lay, its size nearly as large as the hand demon. This demon had white cloth wrapped around its vital parts. It looked like it had once been a sumo wrestler. Boss, second brother and third brother have both been killed. HMPH, the sumo demon's nose twitched as it let out a muffled grunt. It slowly sat up, its entire body as large as a small mountain. What did you say? Both the hand demon and the Buddha demon are dead. Yes, the small-headed demon said tremblingly. HMPH, if they're dead, they're dead. To think they couldn't even beat a human, HMPH. They deserve to die. The sumo demon kept making, HMPH, sounds like a wild boar. However, HMPH, it doesn't matter that they died, but they were my subordinates. They can't have died for nothing. After saying that, the sumo demon's mountain-like body crouched and stood up slightly. It reached out and grabbed the corpse of a swordsman who had died a few days ago from the ground. After tossing away the Nichiren blade, it swallowed the corpse along with its clothes. Then it spat out a severed hand and said to the small-headed demon, "This is your reward for obtaining information." Thank you, boss. An expression of extreme joy immediately appeared on the small-headed demon's face as it hugged the hand and began to gnaw on it. The people who killed second and third, do you remember them? The small-headed demon immediately stopped eating. I remember. A red-haired boy and a little girl. HMPH, then we'll start with that woman. HMPH. Female meat is more tender. After speaking, the sumo demon lay down again, and the only sound in the cave was the small-headed demon's gnawing. Outside the cave entrance, several demons were restless, but none dared to enter. After finishing the hand, the small-headed demon finally withdrew from the cave with satisfaction. The sixth night. Shichiba rescued a swordsman whose legs had already been eaten by a demon, but the man was still alive. After Shichiba performed simple hemostasis and bandaging, he brought him to the evacuation point. Thank you. Shichiba didn't say much. However, the swordsman grabbed Shichiba's sleeve. Is there anything else? You must be careful. There's a very powerful demon, you must be careful of it. I understand. Thank you for the information. Shichiba assumed he was talking about the hand demon, but that demon should have been dealt with by Tanjiro by now. Speaking of which, he hadn't encountered Tanjiro yet. That demon that looks like a sumo wrestler, it can use a strange ability. It's too terrifying, even if an official member of the Demon Slayer Corps came, they might not. Shichiba's brow furrowed slightly as he turned around. What did you just say? It can use a strange ability. It's tall and large, and the breath it exhales can make people go stiff. My legs were, that's right, that demon and its strange ability. I heard my brother say that some demons have special powers, blood demon arts. Where does it appear? What are its characteristics? Please tell me in detail. After receiving the information, Shichiba's expression became solemn. I didn't expect a blood demon art to appear in Mount Fuji Kasane. Kanae's expression also became serious. I've heard before that some powerful demons in Mount Fuji Kasane hide in caves to avoid detection by official Demon Slayer Corps members, only appearing during the final selection. So that's how it is. No wonder the hand demon could survive for so long. As long as these demons hide, they are difficult to find unless it's a Hashira or a powerful demon slayer. I hope Tanjiro is alright. Shichiba immediately headed toward the location where the swordsman had been attacked. She tossed the coin high into the air. It flipped in the sky, tracing a faint silver arc before falling back into her fair palm. When she opened her hand, the coin was heads up. The corners of Canau's lips curved into a beautiful arc. She reached into her robe and pulled out a small parcel containing the sakura mochi that Kocho Shinobu had given her. There was only one piece left. Canau took out the sakura mochi and took a gentle bite. A sweet fragrance, a blend of cherry blossoms and red beans, wafted out. It caused a faint, lively glimmer to ripple through her purple eyes, which were usually as calm as a deep, ancient well. Canau tasted it quietly, without making a sound. But in the next moment, the mountain forest began to shake violently. Canau remained unmoved, still unhurriedly eating the sakura mochi in her hand. HMPH, so you were hiding here. A demon about 4 meters tall, hideous and incredibly obese, pushed aside the branches and stepped out. Its entire body emitted a foul, bloody stench, and it was accompanied by the small-headed demon. This small-headed demon actually possessed a blood demon art, but it was far too weak. Its head and body could merely sense each other after being separated. It usually used its small head to scout for information and then relayed it to the sumo demon. This was why the members of the Demon Slayer Corps had mostly encountered weaker demons after arriving. The powerful ones, like the hand demon and the sumo demon, had all gone into hiding. Seeing that Canau remained unmoved and was still quietly tasting the delicacy in her hand, the sumo demon's face filled with rage. HMPH, you brat actually dares to ignore me. Boss, be careful, she's very strong. HMPH. Get lost. Do even you look down on me. The sumo demon kicked the small-headed demon away. It glared at the girl who was still tasting the sakura mochi and reached out to snatch it. Clang. The clear, sharp sound of a blade being unsheathed rang out. However, the sumo demon reacted quickly. With a cruel grin, it grabbed Canau's slender Nichiren blade. HMPH. Ignoring me. I originally planned to swallow you in one gulp, but now I've changed my mind. I'm going to start with your limbs while you're still conscious, then your torso, and finally that pretty head of yours. Despite the sumo demon's terrifying words, Canau's face remained completely stoic. She used one hand to wrap the sakura mochi back up and placed it inside her robe. HMPH. Ordinary people cry and scream when they see me, but you're quite strange. As the sumo demon spoke, the Nichiren blade in its hand suddenly twisted, accompanied by a burning sensation. The sumo demon instinctively let go. Flower breathing, 6th form, vortex peach. Canau pushed off with her toes, performing a full side flip in the air, and swung the Nichiren blade she had just freed in a horizontal backhand slash. Wherever the blade passed, it seemed as if flower petals were falling. The sumo demon was both shocked and enraged. It hadn't expected this short girl to actually be able to wound it. HMPH, I'm angry now. The sumo demon let out an earth-shattering roar and swung its massive fist, intending to smash Canau into a meat patty. But Canau was faster, and her body was incredibly agile and flexible. Using a tree to swing herself, Canau leveled her Nichiren blade into a straight thrust. Flower breathing, 5th form, faint peony. Canau swung her Nichiren blade with incredible speed, striking the same point repeatedly. The trajectory of the blade light was like the closing petals of a peony. I'm really angry now. The sumo demon slammed its hands against its belly. A blast of air pressure sent Canau's light body flying back. The sumo demon's already fat and massive belly inflated like a blown-up ball. In the next moment, it suddenly spat a white mist toward Canau. Canau seemingly hadn't anticipated that this demon had such an attack, and her movements unconsciously faltered for a moment. It wasn't until the mist touched her right hand, which was holding the blade, that Canau felt a sharp sting. The Nichiren blade in her hand involuntarily fell to the ground. HMPH, my white mist is a neurotoxin. As long as your body is touched by it, you'll feel paralyzed and weak, maybe even start twitching. The sumo demon said proudly as it approached Canau with heavy steps. Without your blade, you're no different from a lamb to the slaughter. Now, it's time for my feast. With that, it reached out toward Canau. Canau watched it calmly and picked up the Nichiren blade from the ground with her left hand. As a swordsman, Kocho Shinobu, her master had taught her to remain calm no matter what. Canau took a deep breath, her lungs instantly swelling with air. Flower breathing, 4th form. Flower breathing style, 1st form, hanging cherry blossoms. Just as Canau was about to attack with the Nichiren blade in her left hand, a clear and bright boy's voice rang out from behind her. Found you. Shichiba had arrived during the day at the place where the swordsman who provided him with information had met his end. There were massive footprints everywhere. He quickly searched the surroundings but found nothing. By evening, he even began to doubt if the demon existed, wondering if it was all just a hallucination born of that swordsman's fear. But Kanae had sensed a different scent. Following Kanae's guidance, Shichiba soon found a cave. The cave was actually beneath a cliff, no wonder Shichiba couldn't find it. Inside the cave, Shichiba saw many demons resting, but these demons were as thin as skeletons and had almost no combat power. Shichiba left a few alive and eventually interrogated them for information about the sumo demon. The cave this demon had dug was deep and complex, leading to other places. Most fatally, the air inside was extremely thin and smelled horribly foul. Once Shichiba passed through a section of the cave and emerged from the ground, the sound of the mountain shaking came from nearby. When he arrived, he saw the sumo demon fighting a female swordsman. He immediately rushed over to provide support. That led to the scene just now. Flower breathing, second form, double petals. Without any pause, Shichiba's offensive flowed like a tide. The blade light turned into two intersecting, dancing arcs. The sumo demon hurriedly tried to respond. To the side, Canau, who had just picked up her Nichiren blade with her left hand, was now stunned. Her pale purple eyes, usually calm and rippleless, widened in a rare show of emotion. She closely followed Shichiba's every move, the fluid breathing rhythm, the familiar trajectory of the blade light, and that unique concept of flower breathing, that spiritual charm, that natural sense of integrating breathing with sword techniques, was incredibly close to the gentle and powerful figure in her memory. Sixth form, Vortex Peach. When Shichiba spun and swung his blade, performing the next move, Kanau's slender shoulders trembled almost imperceptibly. Countless images flashed through Kanau's mind. Patient guidance in the courtyard, a figure standing still under the wisteria flowers, and that side profile that always wore a gentle smile but would become incredibly focused during sword practice. At this moment, the yearning buried deep in her heart and bone marrow flooded her soul. Sister. This was the first time Canau had spoken since coming from the butterfly mansion to Mount Fuji Kasane. Her voice was very soft, almost masked by the sound of the wind. But it was heard by Kanae inside Shichiba's body. Canau. Shichiba naturally heard Kanae's voice as well. He subconsciously looked over. Canau Suyuri. Only then did he recall that Canau Suyuri and Tanjiro were Demon Slayer core swordsmen from the same period. To think you'd launch a sneak attack. The enraged sumo demon lunged toward Shichiba, its hideous mouth continuously emitting white mist. Ah! Canau wanted to warn Shichiba to watch out for the white mist from the sumo demon's mouth. Shichiba spoke to the sumo demon with a displeased expression, try to read the mood once in a while. As soon as Shichiba finished speaking, he held the Nichiren blade high in his hand, flower breathing, third form, shadow plum. This move quickly swirled up the white mist spat out by the sumo demon, and the flower petals turned from pink to white. Shichiba twirled the Nichiren blade around his wrist, and the moment he gripped it with a backhand, he threw it out. Squelch. The rain of petals swirled by the white mist and the Nichiren blade hit the sumo demon at the same time. What? How is this possible? The sumo demon's eyes almost bulged out. It felt its body gradually falling into paralysis in disbelief, while that Nichiren blade was plunged straight into its belly. Fifth form, faint peony. Wait, he shouldn't have a blade. The sumo demon struggled to lift its head, but its gaze froze. At some point, a blood-colored long blade had appeared in Shichiba's hand. By the time it reacted, its entire vision was spinning. A moment later, the sumo demon's head and body turned to ash almost simultaneously. Sumo demon, exterminated. Shichiba flicked the blood-colored long blade in his hand, and it vanished without a trace instantly. Kanau's confused, innocent purple pupils remained fixed on Shichiba. First form. Second form. Fifth form. Sixth form. Every move was exactly the same as those used by the Kocho Kanae in her memory, her sister. Canau had never systematically learned a breathing technique or moves. Because Kanae and Kocho Shinobu both hoped she wouldn't walk this path, they hoped Kanae would live like an ordinary person. But Canau didn't think that way, she wanted to repay them, to repay the two who had given her a second life. So whenever Kanae was practicing and cultivating, she would always sit by Kanae's side, quietly watching her swing every sword strike. Over time, she actually learned flower breathing and all its moves. As everyone knew, even for the same breathing technique and the same moves, the way each person used them was different. But at this moment, Canau was extremely certain that the boy's breathing technique moves before her were exactly the same as her sister's. Exactly the same. Sister. Kanau's voice was so faint it blended with the surrounding wind and couldn't be heard at all, only her lips could be seen trembling slightly. At this moment, the Kanae inside Shichiba's body could not remain calm for a long time. She had just talked to Shichiba about Canau yesterday, and now Canau appeared before her. Shichiba sheathed the Nichiren blade that had been stuck in the ground, the light sound of metal friction particularly clear in the silent night. Canau walked toward Shichiba until she reached him, the distance between them less than half a meter. Shichiba could even see Kanau's trembling lips and the dense beads of sweat on her forehead. You. Kanau's lips moved, her voice incredibly dry. She suddenly flusteredly took out a coin with her left hand, which she could still move. Amidst her trembling, she tossed the coin high into the air. The coin traced an arc in the sky and then landed in her palm. The coin was heads up. Canau hurriedly raised her head. She, who was usually so silent she couldn't say a word, opened her mouth at this moment and let out a trembling voice. Your breathing technique. Shichiba didn't know how to explain it at this point, so he could only ask Kanae. She seems to have recognized it. Are our uses of flower breathing really that similar? Kanae's voice was also filled with helplessness. I'm curious too. Although I taught you the basic principles, once it's used by your hands, it's simply no different from how I was back then. So what do we do now? One more time. Canau suddenly spoke. Huh. Shichiba didn't react for a moment. One more time, your breathing style. Canau finished this sentence intermittently as if she were using all her strength. Shichiba sighed, tore his clothes, and then lifted Kanau's right hand through the fabric. Canau didn't refuse, she observed Shichiba's every move as if she wanted to verify something. Shichiba tied Kanau's arm tightly with cloth strips and said in a feigned relaxed tone, You're injured. You need to be treated immediately after we get out, or you'll need an amputation. As for my breathing technique, there's probably no rule that says only female swordsmen can learn flower breathing, right? Shichiba's words left Canau stunned. She slowly lowered her head, recalling the battle just now in her mind. When using the first form, the shoulders will drop. Double petals, the body rotation will be a bit faster than the wrist. The speed of the sixth form. Canau muttered to herself in a voice that even she could barely hear. Although Shichiba couldn't hear what she was saying, he felt that she was on the verge of a breakdown. Shichiba cleared his throat. Rest here for a bit, I'm going to leave for a while. Shichiba didn't wait for her to react, taking his blade and turning to leave. On one hand, he wanted Canau to calm down. On the other hand, he needed to find a type of medicinal herb. Kanae noticed that Canau had been poisoned by a neurotoxin, and there happened to be a medicinal herb nearby that could treat it. Before Shichiba had walked very far, the sound of clothes rubbing against the surrounding jungle came from behind him. After turning around, Canau was following behind him, her face still wearing that same blank expression. You don't have to follow me. Don't worry, I won't leave. I'm going to find medicinal herbs for you. Moshi, can you hear me? At this moment, Canau was like a puppet that could only walk, with no soul. Shichiba couldn't help but complain to Kanae inside his body, is she always like this? Well, Canau is a girl who isn't good with words. Just let her follow you. To be honest, Kanae also wanted to stay with Canau for a while longer like this. Although she had been wandering around the butterfly mansion in soul form for the past few years, being in such close contact with Canau while inside Shichiba's body still touched her heart. Canau walked behind Shichiba. This incredibly familiar feeling was just like when she was a child, following behind Kanae and Kocho Shinobu to pick herbs in the mountains. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone. This is Fantasy Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Demon Slayer, possessed by the flower pillar at the start. Part 2. This one. No, although they're both white, this one is poisonous if eaten. Then this one. Not that one either, this is an aphrodisiac, commonly used for livestock, ahem. It couldn't be helped, Shichiba hadn't learned how to identify herbs in his past life. Kocho Kanae, on the other hand, came from a family of pharmacists and naturally knew more than him, though being in a soul state made things a bit inconvenient. Canau, following behind Shichiba, looked at him with confusion as he occasionally muttered to himself. It was as if he were talking to someone. That. Is it this medicine? No. Yuck. Is that bird droppings on it? How disgusting. Canau originally wanted to ask Shichiba about flower breathing, but she was interrupted by his self-muttering. Canau showed a cute, dejected expression, like a small animal. After searching for a long while, Shichiba finally found a white herb that looked like a lentil. Following Kanae's instructions, he crushed it with a stone, boiled some clean water, and simmered it for half an hour. Finally, Shichiba handed it to Canau, who was still dazing off. This is medicine. After drinking it, the numbness in your right hand will temporarily subside. Seeing Kanau's unresponsive and dazed appearance, Shichiba scratched his head. Seeing this, Kanae seemed to recall how Canau always appeared so oblivious to the world back at the butterfly mansion. Even if she was hungry, she wouldn't take the initiative to eat. As long as she or Shinobu didn't give the command to eat, the little one could go hungry all day. Hearing Kanae say this, two words popped into Shichiba's mind. Bot. Sigh. Shichiba scratched his head. He brought the herb wrapped in a leaf to Kanau's lips and pointed at her mouth. Open up. Ah. Canau subconsciously opened her mouth, and Shichiba poured the herb into it. Swallow. Open again. Repeating this several times wore Shichiba out. It turned out that feeding someone medicine was such a strenuous task. Don't worry, Tanjiro. I'm taking good care of your future girlfriend for you. Are you hungry? Botkanau still looked at him with dull eyes, motionless. Never mind. Looking at you, you probably haven't eaten. Wait here. Seeing Shichiba get up to leave, Canau quickly stood up as well. As if he had expected this, Shichiba pressed his hand onto Kanau's shoulder. Don't worry, I'm not leaving. You just took your medicine, so get some rest. I'm just going to find something to eat, I'll be right back. This time, Canau seemed to understand and didn't stand up. Back at Mount Sagiri, Master Urokodaki had trained him and Tanjiro in wilderness survival skills. Combined with a tiny bit of survival experience from his past life. Shichiba quickly used his blade to kill a plump wild rabbit. Then he gathered some edible wild vegetables along the way. Returning to the spot, he found Canau sitting obediently on the ground, a thoughtful expression on her small face. Although she looked young, she would definitely grow up to be a beauty. Shichiba added more firewood to the fire he used for the medicine and began roasting the wild rabbit. However, without seasoning and given the rabbit's low-fat content, the taste was bound to be mediocre. Seeing it was mostly done, Shichiba tore off a leg and handed it to Canau. Eat. Canau looked at him blankly. Hands out. Shichiba raised his voice slightly. Canau immediately reached out. Shichiba handed her the wooden skewer. Alright, eat. Only then did Canau begin to eat slowly. Shichiba carefully observed this important character from Demon Slayer. Canau was slightly different from her appearance in the anime, the tips of her hair were pink, and her face was more delicate. The only flaw was that she was a bit too dazed at times, but perhaps that was a charm point. Shichiba began talking with Kanae. Has she always been like this? Kanae gazed at her with gentle eyes and whispered, actually, she's changed a lot. But now, after all, in the beginning, she didn't even know how to dress herself. She often ran around naked at the butterfly mansion. Luckily, it's mostly girls there. Wait, is this something I should be hearing? Kie-kun, are you the kind of man who would have feelings for a 14 or 15-year-old girl? Kanae smiled, but within that seemingly gentle smile, there seemed to be a hint of a threat. Shichiba quickly denied it. No way. Although this child has some emotional deficiencies, her talent is above mine and little Shinobu's. Kanae reached out, but being inside Shichiba's body, she couldn't actually touch Canau. Don't worry. If you want to touch her, at worst, I'll let the head Hashira. I'll let Tanjiro headbutt her again. Kie-kun really does want to touch a 15-year-old girl. I told you that's not it. The whole wild rabbit was soon finished, of course, Shichiba ate most of it. It's almost dawn. Are you going to keep following me? Shichiba asked. Seeing Canau remain silent, Shichiba didn't drive her away. Fine, suit yourself. You can rest now, I'll keep watch. Shichiba leaned against a tree and began to rest with his eyes closed. Kanau's eyes still hadn't left him. After a moment, she seemed to remember something and fumbled in her robes, pulling out a small bundle. Shichiba was originally chatting with Kanae about the white bone demon striking Tang Sanzong 3 times when he felt something poke his face. When he opened his eyes, a pink pastry appeared before him. What is it? Canau nervously pushed the pastry further toward him. Is this, for me? Canau nodded her small head slightly. Then, thanks. Shichiba didn't refuse and popped the small pastry into his mouth. Such a fragrant scent. Little Shinobu made this. Although Kanae couldn't taste it, she could smell it. Not bad, it's delicious. Shichiba said to Canau. Canau immediately showed an expression of relief. So she isn't a bot after all, though calling someone a bot is quite rude anyway. The sky had completely brightened. As long as they made it through tonight until tomorrow morning, the final selection would officially be over. Logically speaking, the final day was the most dangerous one. After all the demons knew that if they missed today, they would have to wait another year. But this year, very few demons appeared. There were two reasons. Shichiba had killed 47 demons, including many powerful ones, and Canau had also killed quite a few. On the other hand, demons also had a certain information system. It turned out that the small-headed demon had spread the word. At that time, all of Shichiba's attention was on the sumo demon, and Kanau's attention was on him, which allowed that small-headed demon to escape. Against a human even the sumo demon couldn't handle, those demons immediately lost their nerve. However, there were some braver ones, but that night, the mountains were filled with either lightning or, aura, roars like a wild animal. Of course, the top-tier escort, the mysterious red-haired boy, was also there. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the final selection came to a close. Shichiba, with his little follower Canau, arrived at the foot of Mount Fuji Kasane. He was the first to enter the mountain, and he was also the first to return. In the end, Canau still hadn't managed to make Shichiba use flower breathing. However, during these 2 days together, as long as she was with Shichiba, she could feel a gentle gaze watching over her. So she liked being with Shichiba because it felt warm. Shichiba sat on a nearby stone stool, chatting with the two Ubuyashiki children. These two children were named Ubuyashiki Korea and Ubuyashiki Hinaki, respectively. Shichiba was stunned when he learned that these two children were only 7 or 8 years old. Is the master of the Demon Slayer Corps really so carefree? Letting these two children be the examiners, isn't he afraid of any accidents? Pig assault. Pig assault. Aura aura. Just as Shichiba was chatting with the two children, an ill-timed, gruff voice rang out. Shichiba turned his head and saw a person wearing a pig head mask rushing in his direction. Hashibira Inosuke has arrived. Screech. Hashibira Inosuke screeched to a halt, stopping steadily in front of Shichiba, Canau, and the two Ubuyashiki children. Seeing Shichiba and Canau, he froze in place, motionless. After a moment, he said in an angry tone, "Damn it. This great master has lost. Someone actually came out before me." Hashibira Inosuke stomped heavily on the ground. Who came down the mountain first? Was it you? Hashibira Inosuke suddenly approached Shichiba, the pig snout of his mask pressing against Shichiba's forehead, 2 puffs of white steam snorting from the nostrils. "Oh, it was me," Shichiba said to him with a smile. The more he looked at this little pig head, the more pleasing it seemed. It was quite cute. To be honest, Shichiba's favorite character back then was this little guy. He was simple-minded, the mood maker of the team. As long as you showed him kindness, he would treat you as his best friend. With such a pure personality, it was hard not to like him. When Hashibira Inosuke saw Shichiba's smile, his brain stalled. He didn't understand why the person in front of him was smiling. Was he looking down on him? With that thought, Hashibira Inosuke pulled out a Nichiren blade. This Nichiren blade was covered in chips, but the chips were ground into very sharp and neat serrations. "Are you looking down on this great master? Draw your blade quickly, I want to duel you." "No, I'm not. But your blade is really beautiful. Did you forge it yourself?" Hashibira Inosuke was stunned again. He didn't quite understand Shichiba, his smile, or why he praised his blade. He especially didn't understand why, despite his challenge, the other person showed no killing intent. After a moment of silence, Hashibira Inosuke grunted, turned his head, and said to the two Ubuyashiki children, "Where is my Nichiren blade? I have things to do, I need to leave first." Ubuyashiki Kagaya, that black-haired child, reached out and pointed to a small table set up nearby, which held ores of various sizes. "Mr. Inosuke, these are the scarlet crimson ores used to forge Nichiren blades. Please choose for yourself. Or, I want a blade, not stones." Ubuyashiki Kagaya answered patiently, "After you have selected the ore, a specialized blade will be forged for you in 15 days. Please wait patiently. Also, Ka. The sound of a crow came from the sky. This is the Kasugai crow assigned to you after becoming a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. It is your partner. Arg, that sounds so troublesome. Whatever, just send the blade to me once it's finished, you hear me?" Ubuyashiki Kagaya smiled and nodded. Inosuke turned his head, his gaze lingering on Shichiba's face for a moment, then let out a cold snort and left shouting. As the accompanying Kasugai crow was about to approach, Inosuke shouted, "What a black bird. I'm going to roast you." Ka. After watching Inosuke leave, the surrounding crowd gradually grew. Shichiba was mainly waiting for Tanjiro. In the original story, only 5 people came down from Mount Fuji Kasane. However, after Shichiba's arrival, many other swordsmen also survived. They were all swordsmen who had endured for 7 days. After who knows how long, Shichiba finally saw Tanjiro. At this time, Tanjiro was leaning on a cane, looking quite wretched. Shichiba hurried over to support him. Seeing Shichiba stand up, Canau quickly followed. Shichiba. When Tanjiro saw Shichiba, a look of pleasant surprise appeared in his eyes. You're not dead. Why did he feel an urge to punch him? Ah, I didn't mean it like that. Tanjiro immediately realized and hurriedly corrected himself. I mean, it's great that you're alive. Yeah. Anyway, congratulations on surviving. Yeah. Subsequently, Shichiba selected his ore and received a Kasugai crow as a partner. The others did the same. Once everything was over, Shichiba planned to say goodbye to Tanjiro. You're not coming back with me. Shichiba smiled and shook his head. No, people must always part ways eventually. A trace of loneliness and reluctance appeared on Tanjiro's face. But Shichiba placed his hand on Tanjiro's shoulder. Don't worry. In the future, you will meet many friends who will help you, and you will achieve your dream. Shichiba. Tanjiro's voice became firm. Don't worry. Next time we meet, I will definitely be stronger. After parting with Tanjiro, Shichiba looked at Canau, who was hiding behind him. I'm leaving now. Canau didn't speak, she just looked at him. Shichiba scratched his head, completely unable to read Kanau's thoughts. Canau reached out her small hand, grabbed Shichiba's sleeve, and murmured in a barely audible voice, Butterfly. Mansion, go, with me. I'm not going, Shichiba refused decisively. Because I have other things to do. Shichiba's expression became extremely serious. In this era where demons roam, only by improving one's strength can one survive. Furthermore, he discovered that whenever he fought, his blood and chi would boil rapidly, and this condition became even more pronounced when he used his blood blade in battle. And this way of fighting would grant his strength a slight increase. Compared to training within the Demon Slayer Corps, the path of slaying demons was the fastest way he had chosen to temper himself. Canau showed a helpless expression, her fingers tightening slightly on his sleeve. Seeing her uneasy appearance, Shichiba's heart softened, and he sighed. How about this? The next time we meet, if your strength exceeds mine, I'll go to the butterfly mansion with you. Deal. Canau was stunned, seemingly taking a moment to process the proposal. A moment later, she nodded gently. Shichiba finally smiled. Then it's a promise. After parting ways with Tanjiro and Canau, Shichiba set off alone down a small path leading elsewhere. Traveling alone is very dangerous, you know. Aren't you going to go with that boy? Kanae was referring to Tanjiro. Shichiba shook his head. Forget it. He has his own path to walk, and I have mine to forge. If the two of us stay together, it might actually have the opposite effect. So that's what Kie-kun thinks. Yeah. By the way, you aren't angry because I didn't go back to the butterfly mansion with Canau, are you? Do I look that petty? Kanae puffed out her cheeks, indicating she was quite angry now. Not really, but it's been so long since you've seen your sister. Shichiba was also considering her feelings. Kanae naturally understood Shichiba's thoughts. Don't worry. Actually, I wouldn't dare go back to face her right now anyway. After all, even Canau could see traces of me in your moves. Shinobu is such a perceptive girl, she would definitely be able to tell as well. That's good then. Shichiba breathed a sigh of relief, he was truly worried that Kanae would be unhappy about it. There are 15 days left for the Nichiren blade forging. You let Tanjiro take your original Nichiren blade back, so for future battles with demons, you'll have to use your blood blade, right? Yeah, don't worry. I won't expose it for the time being to avoid making others suspicious. Shichiba was well aware of his own uniqueness. He didn't plan on revealing his strength too early, he should at least wait until he reached the rank of Ding, right? Speaking of the Demon Slayer Corps ranks, besides the Hashira, the ranks are Kino, Kinoto, Hino, Hinoto, Sushino, Sushinoto, Kanu, Kanoto, Mizuno, and Mizunoto. If Shichiba completed missions and slayed demons alone, his actual improvement wouldn't be slow at all. He found a random hot spring inn. Shichiba took a comfortable bath and then slept for nearly 30 hours. He couldn't help it. For those 7 days, his days and nights were reversed, and he had to be constantly alert for potential danger. Getting a peaceful night's sleep had been a total pipe dream. Finally, I've had enough sleep. Shichiba stretched lazily. Kanae's resentful voice rang out. Honestly, you slept for so long. I've been so bored these past few days with no one to talk to. Sorry, I was just too tired. Wait, you're not going to sleep more, are you? No, it's time to train. As he spoke, Shichiba stood up, stretched his arms, and cracked his joints with a series of popping sounds. My physical condition feels exceptionally good. Toto. Ka, I'm here. A pitch-black Kasugai crow flew from the eaves onto Shichiba's shoulder. It was Shichiba's Kasugai crow, named Toto, a name he had given it. Because this fellow always liked to let out a squawk the moment a light was turned on, he named it Toto. Any news of demons nearby? Ka, I need to get information from other partners. Need to wait one day. Toto shouted at the top of its lungs. The partners it mentioned included both avian companions and intelligence officers of the Demon Slayer Corps. Shichiba nodded. Fine, then I'll rest for one more day. Didn't you just say you were going to train? It's fine. I'll be killing demons soon anyway, it's not bad to slack off occasionally. In truth, he was considering how bored Kanae had been these past few days and felt guilty. He wanted to take her for a stroll in the nearby town and tell her some stories. After Shichiba packed his things, he walked out the door. Near this hot spring inn, there were many food stalls and recreational activities. Upon asking, he learned that a spring temple fair was going to be held here recently. We really came at the right time. How about it, want to go for a stroll? Does this count as a date invitation? Kanae's voice held a hint of playfulness. That depends on what you think. Shichiba played along with her words. Then, let's go. Time to have some fun. At this moment, Kanae revealed an innocence just like an ordinary young girl. The two had become very familiar with each other, so they would occasionally make little jokes like this. Then let's go. Time to have some fun. At this time, Kanae was no longer the former flower Hashira, but more like a carefree little girl. Shichiba took her to see a small theater performance and played many minigames. Although he was the one in control of the body, Kanae could see everything perfectly, which counted as a kind of fun. Listening to Kanae's silvery laughter emanating from within his body, Shichiba couldn't help but smile. This was probably the kind of life Kanae most hoped her sisters would live, right? However, this warm moment did not last long. Shichiba sensed a peculiar scent. Kanae sensed it too. Kie-kun, there seems to be a demon. Shichiba looked up at the sun that had just set. The sun has only just gone down and it already can't hold back. Shichiba narrowed his eyes and clicked his tongue in annoyance. Anyone would be irritated by having their rare leisure time disturbed. His hard-earned vacation was gone. Hurry over there, before any civilians get hurt. Yeah, Shichiba nodded, then rolled up his sleeves and immediately sprang into action. Boss. A gust of wind blew past, and a woman turned her head, looking over curiously. Did something just pass by? The rest over the past few days had allowed Shichiba to replenish his stamina. His speed had become even faster than before. In just a moment, he arrived at a brightly lit, bustling district filled with the sounds of people. Colorful floats were parading, drums and music filled the air, and tourists were everywhere. There were also some beautiful women swaying their bodies, displaying their charms to the passing guests. Before Shichiba could fully adapt to the overwhelming scent of rouge and powder, a soft sensation pressed against him from the side. Dear guest, are you interested in coming inside to play? Shichiba shuddered all over, and something was about to come out. Sweat, of course. Shichiba immediately pushed the woman who was leaning against him a bit further away. No need. He quickened his pace and almost as if escaping, ducked into a dark and narrow alleyway nearby. The alley smelled of a mixture of rouge and vomit. Shichiba immediately held his breath, his brow furrowing slightly. Kie-kun, was it very soft, very big? Kanae inside him narrowed her eyes and spoke, gently. I didn't feel anything at all. More importantly, finding the demon is what matters. Shichiba answered immediately, his speaking speed a bit faster than usual. However, before Shichiba could continue searching for the demon's location, several people dressed like hoodlums suddenly emerged in the alley, blocking Shichiba's path. Sure enough, no matter which world or era, there were always these small-time thugs serving as life's filler. But Shichiba had no interest in chatting with them. Thud, thud, thud. A few kicks were delivered, knocking these useless drunks to the ground. Wait, Kie-kun, don't leave yet. What's wrong? Look at their necks. Shichiba immediately looked over and saw several bloodstains and tooth marks on them. Could the demon have already started hurting people? Wait. Shichiba suddenly caught a strong scent of blood. He immediately turned and rushed into a shop. However, he failed to notice that the shop's sign read, Fukuoka Hanamakoji. Please come in, guests tilde. Oh, Mr. Sai, it's been a while tilde come, let me help you with your coat tilde. Master, you really have a high tolerance for alcohol. Here, have another cup. The wall of sound and the suggestive atmosphere, thick with the scent of rouge and powder, overwhelmed Shichiba. Shichiba froze in place, unable to either advance or retreat. Young man, you're quite a new face. Is this your first time? A young Yuho with her hair pinned up and a mole at the corner of her eye approached Shichiba, her body swaying provocatively. Shichiba instinctively took half a step back, his Adam's apple bobbing. I'm looking for someone. As a normal man, it wasn't that he hadn't fantasized about Japanese pleasure districts. However, this was both a place of carnival and a breeding ground for viruses. After all, the pleasure industry was legal in Japan during this era, and medical awareness regarding romantical health was poorly disseminated. Therefore, Shichiba adhered to the philosophy of just looking, never touching his dio. Looking for someone. The Yuho blinked and gave a soul-stirring, coquettish smile. All the guests who come here are looking for someone. I wonder what kind of person you're looking for, young man. Sorry, I have business. Shichiba ignored her flirting. His expression and gaze had returned to normal as he focused all his attention on his perception. Within the pleasure house filled with the scent of smoke and willow, Shichiba finally sensed an unusually cold aura prickling his skin. Found you. Shichiba looked up and walked further inside. Young man, don't go. The Yuho called out behind him, a hint of disappointment in her expression. Shichiba was so handsome that she had originally intended to give it away for free. Passing through the noisy hall, Shichiba went up 2 floors to the private rooms. Since the partitions were all wooden sliding doors, Shichiba could clearly hear the decadent sounds made by the guests and the Yuho flirting inside. However, Shichiba's eyes remained clear. Only Kanae, inside his body, sensed a slight abnormality in Shichiba's physical reaction. Kanae couldn't help but tisk lightly, hypocrite. Cough. Shichiba forced himself not to think about the scenes from the adult videos he had seen in the past and stopped at a corner. He immediately crouched down and wiped his finger across the wooden floor. Deep red blood appeared on his hand. It's a head. Kanae immediately warned. The second room on the left. The smell of blood is very strong. And it's also emitting the characteristic stench of a demon. I feel it too, but the problem is. Shichiba's expression was complicated. The sounds inside. Saving people is more important. True. Shichiba turned and kicked the wooden door. Bang. The partition door of the Japanese-style house, which was no different from a screen, was easily kicked open by Shichiba. Stop. Right there. Shichiba had seen a row of sows lining up to fall into a ditch, and he had seen A-san forcing himself on a beautiful lizard, all sorts of bizarre things, but he had never seen a meatball-like lump of flesh and a man doing the deed. Bleg. Even though Shichiba thought his will was firm enough after his long experience hunting demons, he still couldn't hold it back and vomited up all the delicious food he had eaten today. The meatball-like demon immediately became alert upon noticing Shichiba enter. Who let you barge in? The reception isn't finished yet. Get out. Reception. Shichiba glanced at it, and his eyes suddenly felt a stinging pain. Damn it, I'm going to get a sty. Shichiba even wanted to pierce his own eyes. Kanae had already wisely closed her eyes. Kie-kun, please resolve this, battle quickly. Okay. A blood-red long sword suddenly appeared in Shichiba's hand. At this moment, he suppressed his nausea, his stomach churning. Even though he had been a bit excited just now, such a shocking scene had made him go completely limp. SSH. The long sword in Shichiba's hand emitted a scorching aura. Just as he was about to strike the lump of flesh, an older woman walked in. Seeing this scene, she immediately shouted, "Stop!" Shichiba was momentarily stunned for a second as the woman walked in and blocked him. Her voice carried a hint of anger and wariness. What are you trying to do to my daughter? Daughter. My brain is about to short-circuit. He pointed at the meatball-like lump of flesh that barely had a human form. You're saying she is your daughter? That's right. Could this demon have the ability to create hallucinations? Probably not. This demon's strength isn't high. I don't sense any blood demon art like an illusion, Kanae explained. While Shichiba was dazed, the madam's subsequent words directly shattered his worldview. Don't look at my daughter being shaped like this. She is very popular with the guests. Once they experience it once, they never want to leave. The madam proudly introduced the lump of flesh. I know she might not be human, but she is my most excellent daughter. I won't allow you to hurt her. Shichiba now seriously suspected why Japan would import A-san. It turned out that perverts and perverts shared a common language. But your excellent daughter is a demon, she eats people. Aren't you afraid of death? Shichiba questioned. HMPH. So what if she is? The madam retorted. The wealth my daughter can bring me is something you won't see in a lifetime. I can't fooling take it anymore. Shichiba drew his blood blade, reached out to grab the madam's shoulder, and yanked her back. With no one in his way, Shichiba's blood blade was about to cleave the lump of flesh. Before the madam could react, the lump of flesh immediately let out a woman-like scream. The meatball quickly left the man's body, crashed through the window, and tried to escape. Shichiba glanced at the man lying on the tatami. The man still had an enraptured expression, but his entire lower body was gone. A wave of revulsion hit him, and he turned to roar at the madam, "This is your daughter. A man-eating demon. So what?" The madam ran over and hugged Shichiba's leg. "Kill me if you have the guts, otherwise I will never let you go." "Fine, I'll grant your wish." With that, Shichiba placed the blade against the madam's neck. "Kie-kun, the Demon Slayer Corps has rules. You cannot harm ordinary people," Kanai suddenly reminded him. Shichiba naturally knew this rule, but he really couldn't stand this kind of accomplice to evil. However, her actions are a crime punishable by having hands and feet severed and being exiled. Shichiba's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and the blood blade in his hand went, swish swish, twice. Before the madam could react, sharp pain radiated from her wrists and ankles. Thud. 4 sounds echoed, and 4 streams of blood gushed out. "Ah! My hands, my feet." The madam let out a shrill scream. Shichiba said coldly, "When you shielded a demon and conducted this filthy business, you should have thought of those who died." After speaking, Shichiba jumped out of the window, pursuing the demon. "Kie-kun, that demon must have some special ability that allows it to eat people while they're in a relaxed and comfortable state," Kanae analyzed immediately. "Yeah, maybe like that sumo demon on Mount Fuji. Kasane. Its attacks have a paralyzing or hallucinogenic effect." Kie thought of this as well. "Indeed, I can smell that the demon has killed at least 10 people. Although it's not a threat to you now, you still need to be careful." The street was now in a state of chaos, caused by the commotion from that fleshy orb demon. However, this fleshy orb demon wasn't very fast, and Kie easily caught up to her. "Don't even think about escaping." Kie casually tore off a flower ribbon and tied it around his head to hide his features. Although the Demon Slayer Corps had many members, it wasn't an organization officially recognized by the government. Therefore, generally speaking, they wouldn't reveal their true identities in front of ordinary people. Seeing that she was about to be caught, the fleshy orb demon let out a shrill voice, "Why are you chasing me? Who exactly are you?" "I know, a demon slayer. You're from the Demon Slayer Corps. Since you know, then stop running." Flower breathing style. First form, hanging cherry blossoms. In an instant, Kie closed the distance. The blood blade in his hand pierced into the plump meatball, and a white, acid-like liquid immediately sprayed out along with blood. "Kie-kun, dodge it quickly." An ominous feeling suddenly welled up within Kanae. Third form, Shadow Plum. Kie hastily used a defensive technique, swirling the acid and flinging it onto the ground. The moment the white smoke hit the ground, Kie suddenly felt that the liquid emitted an alluring scent. "What is that thing?" Realizing something was wrong, he immediately covered his nose and mouth. Meanwhile, those nearby who hadn't had time to flee were dazed the moment they smelled the scent. "This must be that demon's blood demon art. I've encountered a demon before that emitted a scent that lured people in when they smelled it. This demon should be the same." Kanae immediately remembered. "Is it similar to how Mareki affects demons?" Kie reacted quickly as well. Why does everyone bully me?" The fleshy orb demon slowly turned around, and only then did Kie see its true face. Her face was very small, enveloped by the meatball, so only a tiny bit was visible. This kind of demon had a very big advantage: it was very hard to cut its neck. Furthermore, after its body was slashed, the liquid it sprayed would affect people. This thing actually seemed a bit formidable. "Come on, why aren't you bullying me anymore? You guys have things you're afraid of too, don't you? You stinking man." Seeing Kie suddenly stop moving, the fleshy orb demon thought he was afraid and actually initiated an attack. Watching the massive body roll toward him, Kie frowned slightly and quickly dodged. Kie kept dodging back and forth until they left the town, where there were basically no ordinary people left. "You bullied me, and all you can do is run." The fleshy orb demon screamed in rage. Kie didn't answer her. Instead, while dodging, he tore the flower ribbon he had grabbed from somewhere into strips and wrapped them around his nose and mouth. "Out here, there's no one else," Kie muttered. He stopped in his tracks and looked up at the fleshy orb demon. "I don't know what you went through while you were alive, but now, you're just a demon that harms humans. Go to hell and repent." "What do you know? Those stinking men, why should they?" Kie didn't give her time to continue. The blood blade in his hand now emitted a blazing aura, as if it were stained with the karmic fires of hell. Flower breathing, fifth form, Crimson Hanabira. Kie swung the blood blade with great force. The fleshy orb demon sensed something was wrong and tried to turn and roll away, but it was too late. Slash, slash, slash. The dense sound of flesh being rapidly sliced and separated, accompanied by the demon's shrill, agonizing screams, broke the surrounding silence. When everything finally settled, Kie confidently sheathed the blood blade. The boiling blood inside his body stimulated every part of him. Kie clearly felt his strength had increased slightly. The fleshy orb demon's body was shredded into chunks of various sizes, and the neck hidden within was also severed by Kie. With that, the fleshy orb demon was slain. Kie originally intended to leave immediately, but Canau suddenly called out to him, Kie-kun. What's wrong? Kie instinctively looked back and saw a white shadow floating in midair. It was a young woman wearing a geisha-style kimono with her hair pinned up, but her face was filled with endless sorrow. Before Kie could speak, the girl covered her face and wept. Her voice wasn't shrill like the fleshy orb demons. Everyone bullies me, everyone bullies me. Why does everyone have to bully me? I just wanted to live. The girl's grief made both Kie and Canau fall silent. Her phantom didn't last long before it quietly dissipated with the last wisp of the night breeze, as if it had never existed. When Canau was a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps, she would always show expressions of sympathy and pity when facing certain demons. They didn't necessarily want to become demons, or perhaps they had unspeakable hardships. She must have been a pitiful child when she was alive. Canau said softly, pressing her palms together and closing her eyes in silent prayer within Kie's consciousness. Yeah, but, the fact that she killed people is undeniable. May she wash away this forced sin in hell. After everything ended, Kie returned to the town. The town was in chaos, and it had even attracted the attention of the local government. That madam from the pleasure house ultimately failed to escape the fate of being arrested. Customers and the women in the house had exposed her crimes. What awaited her was an exile with an unknown end. Kie nodded, and his life returned to a brief period of peace. However, since the Demon Slayer Corps hadn't issued his salary yet and Kie had no fixed income, he could only find a manual labor job at a blacksmith's shop. Meanwhile, his Kasugai crow, Toto, also brought information about demons. Unfortunately, the nearest haunted location was quite far, and a Demon Slayer Corps swordsman had already gone there. Kie could only wait for his Nichiren blade to be forged. 15 days passed in the blink of an eye. Kie waited early at the entrance of the inn. He saw a person slowly walking toward him. He had a floral headscarf wrapped around his head and wore a Hayatoko mask on his face. So ugly. At least Kie felt the warding mask crafted by Mr. Urokodaki looked a bit better. Excuse me, you must be Mr. Butterfly Chi-yi, right? Ah, yes. Although it sounded a bit awkward, Kie still nodded in response. The swordsmith walked up to Kie, scrutinized him for a long time, and then introduced himself. Hello. If nothing unexpected happens in the future, I will be your swordsmith, Gangjo Nanzuka. PFF'd. Kie almost spat out. What on earth? Perianal abscess. What's wrong, Mr. Butterfly Chi-yi? The swordsmith named Gangjo Nanzuka turned his head to look at him. No, it's nothing. Please continue. Kie's mouth twitched. Although Gangjo Nanzuka felt it was a bit strange, he hadn't forgotten his mission. He slowly crouched down, removed the rectangular cloth bundle from his back, and gently placed it on the ground. Layer after layer of cloth was slowly pulled back, and Kie finally saw the silver-white long sword wrapped inside. What was most remarkable about this long sword was that it was slenderer than a typical Nichiren blade. It seemed the other party had taken into account that Kie used the high-speed flower breathing, and thus deliberately polished the Nichiren blade accordingly. For this blade, I increased the amount of scarlet crimson ore, and then threw. Gangjo Nanzuka was clearly very satisfied and proud of this blade, explaining its creation with great excitement. Seeing people nearby looking over, Kie said to Gangjo Nanzuka, Gangman. Mr. Gangjo, please come inside the room. Oh. After a detailed explanation, Gangjo Nanzuka finally placed the sword in front of Kie. Mr. Butterfly Chi-yi, from this moment on, this sword is officially delivered to you. I hope you can use it to eradicate evil and bravely slay demons. I certainly will. Good. By the way, Mr. Butterfly, please take hold of this sword. Having seen the anime, he knew that a Nichiren blade would take on different colors based on the user's attributes. Kie gripped the Nichiren blade, and in the next moment, he felt a burning sensation in his palm. As the seconds ticked by, a color first began to quietly bloom from the base of the blade near the handguard. That pink color rapidly spread upward, its hue pure and bright, until the entire sword had turned the same color. What a bright and pure color. Gangjo Nanzuka couldn't help but marvel. This is simply too beautiful. He watched his creation burst into such a dazzling color, so excited he almost started dancing. However, the change had not yet stopped. Just as the pink light stabilized, another hue emerged on the blade without warning. It was a mysterious and fiery blood red. This blood color did not cover the original pink, but rather intertwined and wove together with it, forming a strange state where pink and blood red coexisted, reflecting off one another. This is. Kie was stunned on the spot. Dual colored. It's actually the rare dual color. Gangjo Nanzuka's breathing suddenly became heavy and hurried. He lunged forward, almost pressing his mask against the blade, his voice trembling with extreme excitement. Mr. Butterfly Chi-yi, your powerful talent and strength, combined with my superb forging art, have given birth to such a unique masterpiece. Ah, it is truly beautiful. It took a long time before Kie finally saw Gangjo Nanzuka off. Before leaving, Gangjo Nanzuka also made a promise with him. Once he became a Mizunoto rank swordsman, he would forge a sword guard tailored for him. Kie, naturally, thanked him repeatedly. It really is a special sword. Even Kanae couldn't help but marvel, the color of the blade is quite nice. Right. Speaking of which, Kie-kun, don't you think this sword looks like a combination of you and me? Stop teasing me. But it really was quite similar, his blood blade and the flower breathing inherited from Kanae. Kie spent a day checking out of the inn, then changed into the Demon Slayer Corps uniform, finally donning a slightly grayish houri over it. Toto, is there any news of demons lately? Nanshi City. Nanshi City. Children are missing in Nanshi City. Nanshi City. He remembered that Asakusa was near Nanshi City, and he also remembered that Tanjiro would go to Asakusa, where he would encounter Kibutsuji Muzan. The arrival of any transmigrator would affect the original storyline. And Shichiba was unsure if his arrival would affect the original plot. Asakusa. Should he avoid this critical plot point to prevent an unpredictable chain reaction? Or should he actively approach it, perhaps to seize some opportunity? Forget it, I'll take it one step at a time. What's wrong? Kanae was curious why Shichiba suddenly said that. Nothing, let's head to Nanshi City first. Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Butterfly Mansion. Canau received her Nichiren blade and Demon Slayer Corps uniform. Canau, oh, your Nichiren blade and uniform have arrived. Kanzaki Aoi walked in carrying some bedding, her eyes lighting up when she saw the two items on the table. She set the bedding down and sat across from Canau. Canau didn't have much expression on her face, only a mechanical smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Honestly, when I heard from Shinobu Nisan that you were going to the selection, I was scared to death. But I'm glad you're okay. Aoi smiled as she looked at Kanau's Nichiren blade. Speaking of which, I barely passed the final selection back then, but Mr. Tokido was there. Mr. Tokido killed a lot of demons, which is the only reason I survived. In the end, I just didn't have the courage to face demons. Aoi seemed somewhat self-reproachful and guilty. Canau blinked, not knowing how to comfort her. Alright, let's not talk about that. Let me see your uniform. Why is it a skirt? When Kocho Shinobu returned to the Butterfly Mansion, she saw Canau dressed in a purple short skirt, looking like a cute porcelain doll. Where did this outfit come from? Although a smile was plastered on Kocho Shinobu's face, the bulging veins on her forehead betrayed her. Kanzaki Aoi spoke up first. A tailor asked a swordsmith to deliver it. That tailor refused to give his name no matter what. Is that so? The smile on Kocho Shinobu's face gradually turned dark. Fortunately, this outfit wasn't open-chested like Mitsuri's, though the skirt was a bit short. Kocho Shinobu told Aoi, please have a new skirt made later that goes down to the knees. Also, go buy something called safety shorts. Ah, okay, Shinobu Nisan, Aoi agreed. After all, the Demon Slayer Corps uniforms were generally the same for both men and women. As for the skirt, they wouldn't normally be modified without a special request. Kocho Shinobu immediately thought of that pervy tailor with glasses. At that moment, Canau suddenly tugged at Kocho Shinobu's sleeve. What's wrong, Canau? When speaking to Canau, Kocho Shinobu's voice became much gentler and softer. Canau hesitated for a long time before finally pulling out a coin. The coin flipped through the air several times before landing in her palm. When she saw the heads, side facing up, Canau became much more nervous. However, she finally made up her mind, stood on her tiptoes, and leaned close to Kocho Shinobu's ear. When Canau finished speaking, Kocho Shinobu was momentarily stunned, then shook her head and said, no, as far as I know, besides Canau, no one uses flower breathing as their breathing technique. After all, Flower breathing was a branch of water breathing. Generally, only someone exceptionally suited to it could master it, and such a person was rare to find even among 1,000. Canau pursed her lips, her mind filled with Shichiba's image. Why could he? Cult leader. I want to ask you, why am I so poor? I clearly work hard every day, but my wages haven't increased at all. They always tell me to look for the reason within myself. Another question like this. The man leaned lazily against his seat, his eyes showing pity and boredom. Why do people always care about these things? The woman kneeling on the ground had a thin, haggard face. She slowly raised her head, only to lock eyes with him. Snap. He unfolded a golden fan, which emitted wisps of white mist. Cult leader, what beautiful eyes. The woman stared obsessively at his rainbow-colored eyes. The man sitting on the lounger slowly walked down. He used the edge of the golden fan to tilt the woman's chin up and whispered in a magnetic voice, just forget the things that cause you pain or displeasure. Why do you always chase after those worldly trifles? That's right. I'm a little hungry now. Would you like to dine with me? Yes, I would be honored, cult leader. The woman showed a look of surprise and joy. The man squinted and smiled. Exactly. Only after you've eaten your fill will you have the energy to ponder the meaning of life, right? Soon, the sound of crunch, crunch, chewing echoed in the room. After an unknown amount of time, a figure wearing a cloak with their face tightly covered walked in. Lord Doma, the matters you arranged have been completed. The man turned around, a trace of crimson still lingering at the corner of his mouth. And he was the demon ranked upper rank 2 among the 12 Kazuki, Doma. Doma licked the remaining blood from his fingertips. In his rainbow-colored eyes, besides the engraved characters, there was a hint of innocence. Has all that blood been distributed? Are there any outstanding children? 10 followers have all gained eternal life. Among them is a pair of twins with decent aptitude. You may summon them if you are free. Oh, twins. Doma's fingers tapped gently on his fan. All right then. By the way, that group that calls themselves, the Demon Extermination Squad. Cult leader, it is the Demon Slayer Corps. The Demon Slayer Corps. Didn't they produce another batch of rookies this year? Yes. Then let those 10 children go and play with them. Doma unfolded his fan, his smile exceptionally bright. Rookies against rookies, it's bound to be very interesting tilde. As you command. The cloaked figure quietly retreated. Doma leaned back against the chair again, the fan half covering his face, the Demon Slayer Corps. That girl from last time, her blood tasted especially fragrant. It's a pity the sun came out. Nanshi City. It took Shichiba 4 or 5 days to reach this city. There's a very nice scent here. As soon as Shichiba entered the urban area, he smelled a very sweet aroma. This smell. I know it. It's a kind of honey-glazed pancake. I used to eat it with little Shinobu. It's a very delicious snack. Kanae showed a nostalgic expression. I see. Shichiba realized. He walked to the pancake vendor and held up 2 fingers. Hello, I'd like 2 honey-glazed pancakes. Coming right up. The steaming pancakes were handed over, their surfaces brushed with translucent honey and their edges toasted to a crispy golden brown. Shichiba took a bite, his eyes widening slightly. The woman selling the pancakes said with a chuckle, right. This is an old family recipe. By the way, Auntie, I wanted to ask you something. I saw a sign back at the intersection that said, do not go out at night. Has something happened in the city? Shichiba swallowed the pancake in his mouth. You mean that? The auntie's expression sobered. As the young man from out of town. Yes, I've been living in the countryside before this. Do you have children? Shichiba shook his head. That's good then. The auntie lowered her voice. Actually, since last month, children have been disappearing every few days at night. They're all 5 or 6 years old. The authorities say they were taken by wolves from the mountains, but. She hesitated. But. The auntie leaned in closer, speaking almost in a whisper. I think, it's demons. Demons. Shichiba acted surprised. Shish. The auntie signaled Shichiba not to be so loud. Young man, don't you disbelieve it. My mother told me before that there are man-eating demons in this world. They come out to move about when the sun goes down. Although the existence of demons had never been officially confirmed, they were part of folklore and the talk of the town. After listening, Shichiba paid with a smile. Thank you, auntie. No problem, no problem. Come back often, young man. It seems there really are demons haunting this place, Kanae said. Yeah, and it's a demon that targets children. What a beast, Shichiba couldn't help but curse. He planned to find an inn to stay in first, and then start hunting the demon when evening came. Just as Shichiba was looking for an inn, the sound of hurried footsteps came from behind him. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Everyone get lost. A man in tattered clothes was fleeing in a panic, holding a pouch in his hand. This was a type of accessory in kimono culture called a kinchaku, generally used to store money or personal items, and usually carried by women. Catch him. He's a thief. Someone shouted from behind. The man happened to be running straight toward Shichiba. I told you to get lost, didn't you hear me? The man roared at Shichiba, raising his hand to shove him aside. Shichiba instinctively raised his hand to block. Don't think you can escape, thief. A voice as clear as a lark rang out. A figure flashed by in an instant. Before the man could even react, he was tripped to the ground. The kinchaku flew out of his hand and landed steadily in a fair, slender hand. Shichiba looked up and was momentarily stunned. It was a young girl of about 18. She had very beautiful pink hair that turned grass green at the ends, with two braided pigtails resting on either side of her chest. The most eye-catching thing was, Kie-kun. It's very impolite to keep staring at a girl's chest. Kanae's voice pulled Shichiba's wandering consciousness back. The girl's emerald-like eyes seemed to notice the clothes with a special pattern under Shichiba's haori. You're a demon, ah. The girl immediately covered her mouth, looking adorable and dazed. Damn it. The thief who had fallen to the ground unwillingly pulled a knife from his bosom and lunged wildly at the girl. Watch out. Shichiba instinctively grabbed the girl's wrist and pulled her forward, then kicked the lunging thief away. Oh tilde, the girl exclaimed. After a while, the owner of the purse caught up and thanked the two of them repeatedly. Once the crowd dispersed, the girl turned around and gave Shichiba a sweet smile. Looking at your uniform, you're a rookie, right? Hehe, I'm Mitsuri Kanroji. Nice to meet you. Mitsuri Kanroji. Shichiba noticed the clothes under the girl's pure white haori. The Demon Slayer Corps uniform, plus this familiar hair color, and the name. Mitsuri Kanroji. Kanroji, Shichiba's eyes suddenly widened. Wasn't one of the 9 Hashira in Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba, the love Hashira, named Mitsuri Kanroji? In truth, Shichiba didn't know much about Mitsuri Kanroji. He had only watched the first part of Demon Slayer, and the plot ended where Tanjiro was being judged by the Hashira at the headquarters. In the story, Mitsuri Kanroji had very little introduction and only a few scenes. She was a very optimistic and cheerful girl. Shichiba remembered her because most of the Hashira wanted to kill Nezuko for being a demon, yet Mitsuri Kanroji, who had no previous interaction with Nezuko, raised an objection. This is so delicious. Shichiba watched Mitsuri Kanroji enjoy her meal with a face full of happiness. Even though he had just eaten honey pancakes, he felt a bit hungry too. So you're Mr. Butterfly Chi-yi. Mitsuri swallowed her food, her eyes sparkling as she looked over. Speaking of which, your name was very high up on the final selection list. You're the swordsman who killed the most demons in this batch, even Oyakata-sama is paying attention to you. As she spoke, her body leaned forward unconsciously, her two braided pigtails swaying gently with her movements. Oh right, your surname, she suddenly thought of something, tapping her chin with a finger. It's the same as a friend of mine. I initially wondered if you were her younger brother or something. Mitsuri Kanroji naturally opened up the conversation like this. This girl is quite remarkable, Kanae's voice rang out. You know her. In my soul state, I often stay by little Shinobu's side, so naturally, I've seen her. Kanae's tone carried a hint of admiration. Her physique is different from ordinary people, she possesses strength far exceeding that of an average swordsman. What's even rarer is that in just 1 year, she not only created her own love breathing, but even completed the promotion from a Kino rank member to a Hashira. That's insane. Kie-kun, it's not nice to use insane to describe a girl, Kanae reminded him with a light laugh. No, I'm just too shocked, Shichiba lamented. He had thought his own strength was improving fast enough, but he didn't expect Mitsuri Kanroji to be the true natural genius. As if seeing through the subtle comparison in his heart, Kanae added with a smile, speaking of which, there's another young man who grew from an ordinary member to a Hashira in just 2 months. Shichiba's head was filled with question marks. From deep within his consciousness came the sound of Kanae covering her mouth and giggling. Alright, Kie-kun, they certainly have talent, but you aren't bad either, especially since your blood is so special. Don't worry, I'm not that discouraged. Mitsuri Kanroji suddenly noticed Shichiba was silent. Realizing that she was the only one eating, her mind began to race. It's over, I'm eating alone again, I must be seen as a very strange person. By the way, Kanroji-san, may I ask if you came to Nanshi City because of the demons here as well? Shichiba suddenly inquired. Mitsuri Kanroji snapped back to her senses. Are there demons here? Actually, I just arrived today. Then Kanroji-san, you came here for? Hee, I'm here because I'm on vacation. I see. Mitsuri Kanroji poked her fingers together bashfully. Am I eating too much? Huh, what do you mean? Shichiba didn't react for a moment. It's just that. Mitsuri Kanroji lowered her head, her face turning slightly red. A girl with such a large appetite must be very unladylike. Shichiba was a bit dazed. How did eating get connected to being a lady? Honestly, Kie-kun really doesn't understand a girl's heart. Kanae said helplessly. Didn't I say before? This love Hashira is very strong, so her food intake must be larger. Girls actually care about these things a lot. Shichiba finally realized. Speaking of which, in his previous life, many girls would always eat very little in public and then only dare to feast once they got home. Seeing Mitsuri Kanroji's anxious expression, Shichiba set down the teacup he was holding. Kanroji-san, may I ask what your definition of a lady is? Mitsuri looked up, her eyes a bit dazed. Is it eating little? Speaking softly? Or must one fit a certain fixed mold? Shichiba looked into her eyes and said seriously, in my view, Kanroji-san is stronger and braver than most people. Catching thieves, becoming a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps. Besides, Shichiba continued, in our Demon Slayer Corps, whether it's training or fighting, we need to consume a lot of physical energy. How can we manage without sufficient replenishment? Mr. Butterfly. Mitsuri's voice was soft, her eyes glowing slightly. Furthermore, if you eat too little, how will you have the strength to fight demons? Are you going to try and convince a demon not to eat people by saying, I'm very ladylike? PFF'd, Mitsuri couldn't help but burst out laughing, her smile finally returning to its usual brightness. Mr. Butterfly is truly interesting. She picked up her food again, this time becoming very composed. You're right. I need to eat my fill to have the strength to fight wicked demons. To protect everyone. Shichiba said with a smile, that's the spirit. Besides, I really like the way Kanroji-san looks when she eats. Clatter. Mitsuri froze, and the food in her hand unconsciously dropped onto the table. Shichiba didn't realize at all what a huge impact the words he just said would have on Mitsuri Kanroji. Kie-kun, honestly, I don't know if you did that on purpose or by accident. Kanae shook her head helplessly. A flush of red appeared on Mitsuri's face, gradually spreading to the tips of her ears. Is this a confession? Mitsuri completely ignored the latter half of Shichiba's sentence, her attention was focused on the part where he said, I really like Kanroji-san. I didn't mean it like that. Shichiba wanted to explain further, but the other party was completely unable to listen anymore. Finally, Mitsuri Kanroji responded to Shichiba very seriously, I think we still need to get to know each other a bit more. Actually, what I said was, oh my, speaking of which, doesn't Mr. Kie have a mission to perform tonight? Killing demons is a very dangerous thing. Let me, a Hashira, go with you. I will definitely protect you. Mitsuri patted her chest confidently. Well, she's gone from calling him Mr. Butterfly to Mr. Kie. Kanae didn't tease Shichiba this time, mainly because Mitsuri was just too cute. Shichiba sighed, then I'll be in your care. He actually wanted to see how much of a gap there was between him and a Hashira. However, it's a bit strange. Logically speaking, if a newcomer is on a mission, there should at least be a member of rank Hino or above coming ahead of time to look after them. Has no one contacted you? No. Shichiba shook his head. Mitsuri pressed her index finger to her lips and murmured softly, could it be that they were delayed by something? This tastes awful. But this guy was way too weak, wasn't he? A white-haired girl dissatisfactorily threw the item in her hand aside, it was a bloody arm. The white-haired girl turned her head and stood up. There were two small pointed horns on her head, and in her crimson eyes, characters were engraved. Lower rank. 4. Shichiba-san tilde please be gentle tilde. Don't worry. Shichiba carefully held the two soft little guys in his arms. There we go. Mitsuri Kanroji immediately leaned in, there were two incredibly cute kittens in Shichiba's arms. Wow. Thank you, big brother and big oppai. The two children cheered, waving their little hands. No, you can't call me big oppai. That's very rude. Mitsuri Kanroji's face instantly flushed crimson, her eyes subconsciously darting toward Shichiba's face. Speaking of which, Shichiba, however, was looking directly at Mitsuri Kanroji. What's wrong? Mitsuri turned her head away shyly, not daring to meet Shichiba's gaze. As a minor internet celebrity in his past life, he had certain standards for clothing and style, so he paid more attention to daily outfits than others. Young Miss Kanroji, did you design the style of this outfit yourself? No. Mitsuri pressed a finger to her lips, slowly recalling, a tailor in the Demon Slayer Corps gave it to me. He said all the girls in the Corps dress like this. Although I also thought it was quite revealing, the tailor said the master felt this way of dressing was very charming. Is that so? Shichiba couldn't help but ask Kanae. How could that be? The master wouldn't care about such things, and besides, the master can't see it all. Shichiba placed a hand on Mitsuri's shoulder. Young Miss Kanroji, you've been tricked. During the time before nightfall, Shichiba and Mitsuri went to buy a new inner lining together. The new lining was chosen by Shichiba based on Mitsuri's preferences, a pink shirt-style inner layer that added a touch of cuteness when worn underneath. Mitsuri liked this outfit very much. In the evening, the sun gradually began to set. The once bustling Nanshi city became incredibly quiet, with almost no one left on the streets. Shichiba and Mitsuri could even hear someone shouting. The sun is down. Everyone, get home quickly and watch over your children. Shichiba and Mitsuri gathered together, hiding in the shadows, waiting for total darkness. Young Miss Kanroji, Nanshi city is too large. It seems we'll have to split up. But, Mitsuri seemed a bit uneasy. Will you be okay alone? Don't worry. If anything happens, I'll ask Toto to find you. Shichiba smiled and patted the little head of the Kasugai crow on his shoulder. Leave it to me. Toto puffed out his wings, asserting his presence. All right then. Mitsuri could only nod. Remember to protect yourself. This is your first mission, so there's no need to push yourself too hard. If you're in danger, make sure to call for help. Shichiba felt like he was being treated like a younger brother. However, compared to Mitsuri Kanroji, who was already a Hashira, he really was a junior. The sky turned completely dark, with not a single trace of the sunset's afterglow left. Only the faint lights along the streets flickered on. Shichiba and Mitsuri went their separate ways. He placed his dual-colored Nichiren blade where he could draw it at any moment. While walking down the street, Shichiba noticed some houses had wisteria incense burning at their entrances. It seemed some people were aware of the existence of demons. After searching for a while, Shichiba hadn't sensed any trace of a demon. I wonder how things are on young Miss Kanroji's end. Shichiba decided to rest for a moment. He took out the sakura mochi Mitsuri had given him and paired it with the free hot tea from the inn. This sakura mochi tastes completely different from the sakura mochi Canau gave me last time. This one has mung bean filling, right? Ah, I want to try it too. Don't worry, you'll get the chance. He just needed to find a time to faint. As the two chatted, Shichiba suddenly felt a bone-chilling coldness in the air, and the blood in his body became restless. This was his way of sensing demons. There's a demon nearby. Shichiba stood up immediately. Yes, I sensed it too. It's not far from here, it should be on the street to your right. Kanae also sensed it keenly. Shichiba quickly swallowed the sakura mochi in his hand, gulped down a large mouthful of hot tea, and ran toward the direction Kanae mentioned. The closer he got, the more the blood in Shichiba's body surged. Until he arrived in front of a manor. Seeing the wide open gate, Shichiba thought, this is bad. He gripped the Nichiren blade in his hand, its colors gleaming in the darkness. After entering the manor, Shichiba smelled a thick, foul stench. Bang! Shichiba kicked open the door to the main house. The floor was a mess, and sounds of fighting and shouting came from the inner rooms. When Shichiba rushed in, the scene before him was quite unexpected. A woman was holding a kitchen knife, desperately pressing it against a demon's neck. Behind her were two children. Shichiba recognized those two children, they were the ones who had asked him and Mitsuri to find their cat this afternoon. Ah, who's there? The demon's appearance was extremely peculiar, his neck was very thick and had two heads growing from it. The head looking in Shichiba's direction was the other demon head. Please, I beg you, help me. Take my children and run. Big brother, please, save our mama. Shichiba reached back and drew the blade from behind him, revealing the Black Demon Slayer Corps uniform beneath his haori. Interesting. Someone who doesn't run upon seeing me. The demon let out a blood-curdling laugh. In that case, I'll kill this meddlesome woman first. With that, the demon moved to act. But Shichiba was faster. Just as his sword was raised, a stream of light like dancing flower petals flashed by. One of the demon's heads fell to the ground. That demon head clearly hadn't expected it, while the other head showed a look of terror. Oh no, who is this? He's from the Demon Slayer Corps. The head on the ground also let out a terrified cry. Damn it, a demon slayer is here. We must report this to Lady Mukago immediately. Fine. Then you hold him off. I'm leaving now. You bastard, where do you think you're going? Take my head with you. The news is more important. Don't worry, once I find Lady Mukago, I'll definitely beg her to come and save you. Holy crap, come back here. Shichiba looked at the demon who had abandoned one of its heads to flee, his face full of speechlessness. Neither of you is going anywhere. Flower breathing style. First form, hanging cherry blossoms. In an instant, Shichiba caught up to the demon and plunged his blade into its chest. Ah! Damn it, it hurts. The demon screamed shrilly. Shichiba pinned it to the ground, mercilessly twisting the hilt to let the blade continue damaging the demon's body. Tell me, who is this Mukago you mentioned? You, don't think you'll get any information about Lady Mukago from me unless you let me go. Damn it. I won't tell you that Lady Mukago is the noble lower rank 4. The demon head on the ground suddenly howled at the top of its lungs. Damn it, you just leaked Lady Mukago's information like that. I will also never reveal that her blood demon art can create a highly toxic blood mist that melts flesh. You dare criticize me. Even so, I wouldn't say even if I died that Lady Mukago is hiding in the abandoned temple in the southern suburbs. Shichiba silently watched these two demon heads undermining each other, competing to spill all the information. He didn't know whether to call them loyal or cunning for a moment. I didn't expect a lower-ranked demon to be here. Kie-kun, you must be careful. Kanae's tone became serious. Ordinary demons and lower-ranked demons are completely different. They are much more powerful. I suggest you meet up with young Miss Kanroji before making any plans. Shichiba nodded. He didn't overestimate himself. He didn't know if his current strength was enough to fight a lower rank, he had to remain absolutely rational. Toto, please find young Miss Kanroji. Wah, got it. After Toto left, the now useless demon was slain by Shichiba's Nichiren blade. He then tended to the emotions of the woman and the two children. The woman's wrist and thigh had been scratched by the demon. At this hour, the clinics certainly wouldn't be accepting patients. Shichiba had no choice but to perform simple treatment and bandaging on the woman's wounds. The two children were dazed with fright and might be affected in the future, but it was enough that they survived. A moment later, Mitsuri Kanroji's voice rang out from the courtyard. Ah, Mr. Shichiba. Young Miss Kanroji. Mitsuri circled Shichiba once and felt relieved to find him uninjured. That's great. I heard there was a lower-ranked demon, and I was worried about you, Mr. Shichiba. Don't worry, I'm not so arrogant as to go looking for a lower rank alone. That's good. Mitsuri Kanroji patted her slightly heaving chest, then showed a confident expression. Don't worry, Mr. Shichiba, leave the rest to me, a Hashira. Although I might be the weakest Hashira, but it's okay, I'm still a Hashira after all. I'll go with you, young Miss Kanroji. Mitsuri Kanroji was stunned for a moment and quickly waved her hands to dissuade him. Mr. Shichiba, you shouldn't go. After all, you just passed the selection and are only a Mizunoto rank member. Facing a lower rank demon is still too much. No. Shichiba rejected her suggestion. Young Miss Kanroji, I have a reason I must go. I want to become stronger. Seeing Shichiba's determined gaze, Mitsuri was moved. Alright then, but, let's agree first, Mr. Shichiba must protect himself. If there's danger, please be sure to escape. Yeah, I know, Shichiba agreed casually. Based on the information from the two-headed demon, after Shichiba comforted the family and left some wisterias, he and Mitsuri Kanroji set out to find the lower rank 4. Mitsuri Kanroji considered that Shichiba's speed might not be able to keep up with hers. So she deliberately slowed her pace, yet Shichiba was able to walk side by side with her effortlessly. Mitsuri's speed increased a bit more, and Shichiba could still keep up. This time, Mitsuri went at her full speed, and Shichiba was only one body length behind. Wait, what? Mitsuri Kanroji suddenly felt quite discouraged. Although her speed was the slowest among the current 9 Hashira, it shouldn't be the same as a Mizunoto rank member. Could it be? Mr. Shichiba is actually super strong. Before long, the two arrived at the ruined temple mentioned by the two-headed demon. Mitsuri soon smelled a thick scent of blood. This is it. Shichiba stopped, panting heavily. Kanae couldn't help but praise, to be able to keep up with a Hashira's speed. Kie-kun, you've become so strong in such a short time. It seems becoming a Hashira is just around the corner. Shichiba wasn't overconfident. After all, he hadn't even learned total concentration breathing, constant yet. Mr. Shichiba, even I am not certain. It's not too late to back out now. Mitsuri tried to dissuade him one last time. But Shichiba just smiled. Then I have even more reason to go. Don't worry, I'll take care of your behind. Behind. No, you're back. Mitsuri's face flushed slightly, and she said no more. Then, let's go. The two passed through the temple and reached the courtyard in the center. In the very middle of the courtyard sat a dried-up well, and the demon's aura was coming from inside. Mitsuri picked up a stone and threw it down. There was only the crisp sound of the stone hitting the ground. It's not very deep. There are also grooves deliberately carved into the walls of this well. We can go down. Yeah, I'll go down first, Shichiba interjected. Don't worry, I can sense that the demon is still deep inside, we won't encounter it yet. Alright then. Shichiba was the first to enter the well. Since there was no light, he could only slowly grope his way down. Mitsuri followed close behind, but she was a bit worried. Whoa, how embarrassing. If Mr. Shichiba looks up now, under my skirt. No, it's so dark in the well, he definitely can't see, and Mr. Shichiba isn't that kind of person. Mitsuri began to let her imagination run wild, completely failing to notice that her foot missed a step and didn't land on a groove. Kya! Mitsuri suddenly fell. Shichiba didn't even have time to think, his body reacted instinctively. He hooked his legs tightly into the grooves below, pushed up with his core, and spread his arms in the darkness. Thump! A soft, warm body crashed solidly into his embrace. Shichiba let out a muffled groan. A scent mixed with honey and sweet sakura mochi wafted into his nostrils. Mitsuri was almost entirely pressed against him. To maintain balance, her hands instinctively clung to his shoulders. Mr. Shichiba. Sorry, it was a reflex. It's okay. Shichiba slowly helped Mitsuri step onto a groove in the wall, and only then did they gradually separate. Once they were down, Mitsuri shyly twiddled her fingers. Kie-kun is quite lucky, isn't he? Is the love Hashira's body very soft? Shichiba was used to Kanae's teasing. That was just an accident. Hehe, Kie-kun really is a chick magnet. Mitsuri tried hard to calm her nervous and shy heart. Young Miss Kanroji, there seems to be more than one demon inside. Shichiba's voice interrupted her thoughts. His reminder instantly pulled Mitsuri back to reality. She focused her hearing, and sure enough, faint sounds echoed from within. Tisk, what exactly was Lord Doma thinking, sending you guys here? This was a slightly high-pitched, irritable female voice. Making such a big fuss, you've attracted the attention of the Demon Slayer Corps now. Hehe, Lady Mukago, you're supposedly the noble lower rank 4, so why are you so cowardly? They're just some demon slayers tilde. Shut up. The previous female voice suddenly rose, filled with the anger of being offended. If you dare speak to me in that tone again, believe it or not, I'll rip your mouth apart right now. Hehehe, I'm sorry, Lady Mukago tilde. Shichiba and Mitsuri exchanged a look, their hands silently gripping the hilts of their Nichiren blades. Lady Mukago, it seems some rats have crawled in. As the footsteps grew clearer, Shichiba and Mitsuri appeared in this pitch-black cave, where only sporadic flickers of firelight could be seen. When Mukago saw the Demon Slayer Corps uniforms faintly visible beneath Shichiba and Mitsuri's haori, a hint of surprise and suspicion flashed in her eyes. Shichiba looked at the three demons before him. Two of the demons wore oversized cult robes, with eerie smiles hanging on their faces and crimson eyes staring straight at the two. Standing slightly behind them was a petite-looking demon wearing a red coat, her sclera were blood red, and her pupils were purple, seemingly engraved with some characters. Is that lower rank 4? Shichiba felt the blood inside his body surging wildly. It's the Demon Slayer Corps. The Lord Cult leader seemed to have said he wanted us to play with them. Hehe, how are we supposed to play with food? It should be about the same as catching chickens or geese, right? The two robe demons chatted back and forth, completely ignoring Shichiba and Mitsuri. Shichiba looked beside the demons and saw a huge wooden box filled with clothes. These clothes all had one thing in common, they were covered in thick bloodstains. Without a doubt, those were left behind by humans eaten by the demons. He even saw a uniform with the Demon Slayer Corps emblem among them. A member of the Demon Slayer Corps has already been killed. Mitsuri covered her mouth, her voice trembling slightly. Shichiba frowned. For some reason, he felt that those two robe demons beside her weren't simple either. Hehehe, Lord Lower Rank 4, do you need our help? The robe demon nearby asked with a grinning face. No need. As one of the 12 Kazuki personally appointed by the Demon King, Mukago naturally had her pride. This is my territory. Since you've barged in without permission, you'll have to pay the price. Shichiba sneered. This is the first time I've seen a demon of the 12 Kazuki hiding in such a dark, sunless dry well. Are you that afraid of being found? Shut up. Mukago let out a shrill roar. How dare you look down on me? I'll kill you. It happened in the blink of an eye. Mukago bared her claws and pounced toward Shichiba. Mr. Shichiba, watch out. Mitsuri, who had been keeping an eye on Shichiba, immediately drew her Nichiren blade. Mitsuri's Nichiren blade was a very special long sword. It was extremely thin, soft, and possessed incredible flexibility. It was a blade that only Mitsuri could master and unleash its true power. Love breathing, first form, flickering love. The flexible, curved blade struck out toward Mukago. Clack. However, a dramatic scene unfolded. Because the cave built under the dry well was so narrow, Mitsuri couldn't fully unleash her Nichiren blade, resulting in the tip of the sword getting stuck in the rock. Era. Mitsuri froze on the spot. The two robed demons nearby immediately burst out laughing. Hee, these demon slayer core people aren't all that, are they? They're like idiots, hee. Mitsuri's face turned red from the embarrassing move, but she quickly adjusted. How annoying. Mitsuri immediately retracted her Nichiren blade. The first form was a wide-range slash that she couldn't use here, but that didn't mean she had no other way to attack. Second form. Love pangs. Mukago's pupils shrank. Suddenly sensing a profound danger, she hurriedly retreated, but she was still a step too slow. One of her arms was wrapped by the flexible blade and ripped out by the root in the next instant. Ah! A cry of pain echoed beneath the dry well, interrupting the laughter of the two robed demons. They hadn't been able to see Mitsuri's movements at all. Retracting her Nichiren blade, Mitsuri whispered, "It's still too narrow here. It seems I need to narrow down the range of my attacks." Mukago now looked terrified. As a lower rank, she naturally knew that the highest-ranking swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps were called Hashira. Although she had never fought a Hashira-level swordsman, before she became a lower-rank demon, she had personally witnessed a lower-rank demon stronger than herself being easily slain by one. That person was dressed like a monk and had a very long scar on his forehead. Since then, the Hashira had become an indelible shadow in her heart, and she felt the same sensation from Mitsuri. Could it be, you're a Hashira? Did you figure it out? Mitsuri's words caused Mukago's expression to change drastically. She was already thinking of retreating. What's a Hashira? I don't know, they seem to be very powerful swordsmen. What should we do? Should we run away? The two robed demons whispered to each other, their words clearly heard by Shichiba. He gripped the Nichiren blade in his hand. Flower breathing, second form, double petals. The sharp blade slashed downward toward the two robed demons. One robed demon instinctively raised its hand to block. Slash. An entire arm was severed and fell to the ground. Wow. It got cut off. Look, he's so amazing. My arm was cut off. The robed demon whose arm had been severed excitedly showed off to the demon beside it. It is, but it'll grow back soon. Shichiba looked at these two demons, feeling they were acting quite crazily. Whoa, Mr. Shichiba is so amazing. Even though Mitsuri was fighting Mukago, she would glance at Shichiba from time to time. He doesn't look like a rookie who just passed the selection at all, his movements are so fluid. So cool. In that case, I can't lose either. Mitsuri took a deep breath, her fighting spirit soaring even higher. Eek. Mukago looked flustered. Escape. I must escape. Blood demon art. Myriad poison blood mist. Mukago suddenly clawed at her own face. As blood seeped out, a foul odor emanated. In the next moment, the blood formed into clouds of blood mist. This was her blood demon art. When it touched human skin, the skin would rapidly corrode and melt. But there wasn't a hint of fear on Mitsuri's face. Third form, Catlove shower. She leapt lightly like an agile kitten, her Nichiren blade moving like a dancer's ribbon, carving beautiful arcs in the air and scattering the blood mist. Shichiba, knowing the effect of Mukago's blood demon art, worried that Mitsuri might be touched by the mist, so he went to support her. Flower breathing, third form, Wisteria spider. A wind rose from nowhere, and countless petals swirled with the blood mist, dispersing it to both sides. Thank you, Mr. Shichiba. Mitsuri turned back and gave him a bright smile. Cut off her head. Okay. Mukago's face was filled with terror, her purple eyes brimming with unbelievable fear and malice. Damn it. Why was my blood demon art so easily? Love breathing, first form, flickering love. This time, Mitsuri specifically narrowed the range of her move. She was incredibly fast, reaching Mukago in an instant. The soft yet lethal tip of the blade rapidly approached within her despairingly dilated pupils. Damn it, I don't want to die yet. Mukago let out a hysterical scream, fearful tears welling in her eyes and rolling down her face. A pink arc of light flashed across. Slash. Lower rank 4, dead. Meanwhile, in a house in Asakusa, a black-haired man dressed in a sophisticated suit, with features as handsome as a painting, sat quietly at a desk, flipping through something. Suddenly, his finger flipping the pages paused slightly. He slowly raised his head, a hint of tyranny flashing through his blood-red pupils. Faced with a Hashira, can you not even put up a decent struggle? Useless trash. The last words were extremely faint, yet they carried a bone-chilling coldness. A tiny crack appeared silently on the corner of the desk. After effortlessly slaying lower rank 4, Mitsuri Kanroji skipped over to Shichiba's side. Shichiba-san, you were amazing. Our coordination was perfect. And, Shichiba-san, you're so fast. Also, that move, was it called Shadow Plum? A pink blade, just like mine. And flower breathing is so rare to see nowadays. Ah, speaking of which, Shinobu Nisan's younger sister also seems to use flower breathing. Mitsuri was buzzing with excitement, chattering away in Shichiba's ear. Wow, even lower rank 4 was killed. You really are incredible. So impressive. Is a Hashira really this strong? The two robe demons lowered their heads and whispered to each other. Should we run? Of course we run. Otherwise, we'll be chopped into mincemeat in a moment. A pool of pitch black sludge appeared beneath the feet of one of the robe demons. Shichiba had been watching the two demons' movements closely. Not good, Kanroji-san, they're trying to escape. Mitsuri immediately snapped back to reality. Seeing the two demons' feet already sinking into the mud, she frantically swung her blade. Don't think you're getting away. Love breathing, third form, cat love shower. Flower breathing, second form, double petals. Shichiba and Mitsuri launched their attacks at the same time. Both of their movements were clean and efficient, and they didn't interfere with each other's attack styles. Swish, swish. The sound of blades cutting through the air rang out. Half of the two robe demons' heads were sliced off. How was that possible? Setting Shichiba aside, even Mitsuri, the love Hashira, had missed her mark. Hee. This blood demon art is really useful, it can actually disrupt the opponent's vision for a brief moment. One of the robe demons grinned, revealing a row of sharp fangs. Soon, the sludge completely swallowed the two demons, leaving only blood behind at the scene. Damn it, they actually got away. Shichiba's brow furrowed. Mitsuri looked guilty. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. As a Hashira, I didn't even notice. It's alright. Shichiba walked over to the chest of clothes. Needless to say, these belonged to the people killed by that lower-ranked demon, as many of the clothes were quite old. Shichiba searched for a moment but didn't find any children's clothes. Recalling the conversation between Mukago and the two robe demons when they first entered, he immediately deduced, it seems the incident of the missing children wasn't Mukago's doing, but those two robe demons. This is bad. We let those two demons go, and there's no telling what evil things they'll do. Mitsuri suddenly became anxious. Shichiba nodded, but there was no better solution for now. The two of them lit a fire and burned all the clothes of the deceased, while Mitsuri took the clothes belonging to the Demon Slayer Corps member. After emerging from the well, the two returned to the inn. Mitsuri sat next to Shichiba, with some late-night snacks laid out on the table. After a battle, Mitsuri got hungry easily, while Shichiba and Kanae pondered their subsequent strategy. In this era, the Demon Slayer Corps' grasp on intelligence was far too weak. Currently, aside from the Demon King, they had no information on the 12 Kazuki. As a transmigrator, Shichiba knew that the Natagumo Mountain incident would occur before long. At that time, a group of swordsmen would die due to the lack of intelligence. Even the trio including Tanjiro almost died there. This mission was a failure. I'm sorry, Shichiba-san. What's wrong? Why the sudden apology? Shichiba had been deep in thought, and Mitsuri's apology interrupted his train of thought. Mitsuri lowered her head sheepishly, poking her fingers together. Although we killed lower rank 4, letting those two demons who kidnap babies escape means the mission was a failure. It's all because I was too careless. For a Hashira to be like this, it's truly embarrassing. Shichiba suddenly understood, so that was why. He said with a smile, it's okay, Kanroji-san. After all, we encountered a lower rank demon this time. If it weren't for you, I don't know if I would have survived. If it's Shichiba-san, you definitely could have. Mitsuri suddenly leaned closer to Shichiba and said excitedly, Shichiba-san is very strong. Much stronger than I was back then. Current Shichiba-san already has the power to fight a lower rank. Maybe you'll become a Hashira soon too. Then I'll thank Kanroji-san for her kind words. Please call me by my name. Mitsuri looked at Shichiba very seriously. It's too cunning that only I call Shichiba-san by your name, while Shichiba-san addresses me with an honorific. It did seem that way. Then, Mitsuri-san. Mitsuri immediately broke into a happy expression. A faint smile also appeared at the corners of Shichiba's mouth. This quirky, somewhat simple and dorky girl was truly cute. Shichiba-kun and Mitsuri-chan's relationship is developing so well, I suppose you'll be together before long. Kanae said with a beaming smile. Jealous. Shichiba immediately counterattacked. Hee, who knows? Kanae's tone was full of playfulness. Knowing Kanae as he did, he knew she was the type to occasionally joke around in a teasing way, so he didn't pay it much mind. Alright, let's talk business first. Kanae returned to her usual gentle tone. You should have heard that name just now, right? Shichiba nodded. In the conversation between Mukago and the robe demons, the name, Doma, had appeared. Furthermore, Shichiba sensed the same scent from those two robe demons as the boy demon he had encountered in Luyu village. To be more precise, the smell of their blood was very similar. Those two demons must also be his subordinates. If we want to find Doma, the breakthrough point will be those two robe demons. But they've already escaped. Shichiba felt it was a bit troublesome. That's true. One of the demons' abilities should be a teleportation type blood demon art. However, I'm certain they didn't teleport far, and they definitely won't run away. Kanae analyzed. Shichiba couldn't figure it out. Why? First, they haven't reached the level of a lower rank demon, so their teleportation ability won't be very strong. Second, Kanae paused. What's the second reason? A woman's intuition. Forget it, it was already 3 in the morning, and dawn was approaching soon. After a tiring night, Shichiba was starting to feel sleepy. Mitsuri-san. While Shichiba and Kanae were chatting, Mitsuri had actually fallen asleep lying on the tatami. But this was his room. Shichiba shook Mitsuri's shoulder. Mitsuri-san, this is my room. Why don't you go back to your room to rest? Mitsuri slightly opened her eyes. Are you awake? In her sleep, Mitsuri seemed to mistake him for a doll. Her arm suddenly shot out, pulling Shichiba into her embrace with incredible strength. Wait, Mitsuri. Shichiba was caught off guard, enveloped in a warm embrace with a sweet fragrance. No matter how hard he tried, not only could he not break free, but he was being held tighter and tighter. He could clearly feel his cheek pressed against a soft and elastic sensation, but at the same time, breathing was becoming increasingly difficult. Shichiba felt like he was oscillating between pain and pleasure. Kanae couldn't stop giggling while covering her mouth. Give up, Shichiba-kun. Mitsuri-san's muscle density is much higher than that of an ordinary person. Just as Shichiba felt his vision start to darken and was about to lose consciousness from lack of oxygen, Mitsuri, who was holding him, seemed to find this doll uncomfortable and casually tossed her arm. Shichiba was thrown out by her like a sandbag, and the back of his head hit the edge of the table corner with pinpoint precision. There was a dull thud. Shichiba felt his vision go black. The next moment, Shichiba, lying on the ground, snapped his eyes open. At this time, his, originally pitch-black pupils had turned a pale purple. A gentle voice, completely different from Shichiba's own, softly rang out. Tilde. Sleeping here at night won't do. Kanae gently helped Mitsuri onto the futon, her movements soft. Mitsuri didn't wake up. Instead, she wore a blissful smile. Kanae stroked her hair and whispered, she's so much like little Shinobu was as a child. After tucking Mitsuri in, Kanae stood up and headed out of the inn. Last time at Mr. Urokotaki's place, most of the time was spent negotiating with him. The horizon was already tinged with a hint of red. With some time left before dawn, Kanae planned to walk around Nanshi City to see if she could help track down the robe demon's whereabouts. Kanae stretched her body and felt a bit of novelty. Speaking of which, a boy's body really is quite strong. She walked slowly along the streets of Nanshi City, her steps light and nearly silent. There was a faint scent of morning dew in the air. I'm quite confident in my sixth sense, yet there's not a single trace. Have those two demons hidden underground again? Kanae felt somewhat puzzled. If it weren't so far and she wasn't afraid of Shichiba suddenly waking up, she would have wanted to go check the temple where lower rank 4 was burned down. It seems I can't find them. The sky is about to brighten, sigh. Kanae had no choice but to return empty-handed. Just as she was about to head back to the inn, she suddenly caught a very sweet and fragrant scent. It smells so good. What is this scent? Kanae followed the aroma and found that a breakfast shop along the street had already opened. Kanae's eyes lit up. Right, it wasn't easy to get out. It would be a pity not to enjoy a delicious meal. Fragrant rice, sweet miso soup, and the slight charred aroma of grilled and fried fish. She couldn't wait and arrived at a breakfast shop. Young man, so early. I just opened up. The uncle at the breakfast shop looked at Kanae with surprise. Few young people woke up this early. Yes, hello, uncle. The uncle felt the young man's voice was a bit strange, gentle and soft, giving him the impression of a young girl. What would you like to eat? Let me think. Half a bowl of rice, a serving of miso soup, plus grilled fish and tamagoyaki. Kanae ordered quite a bit, mainly because she wanted to taste everything. Recently, she had been driven to tears of envy by Shichiba. Every time she could only smell the food but couldn't taste it, it was truly painful. All right, the uncle replied and began preparing. Before long, the fragrant food was served. The uncle smiled as he handed the food to Kanae, saying, please enjoy. Kanae's eyes curved into crescents, and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. She was very cute. The uncle looked at her. She was clearly a tall young man, yet she showed the charming manner of a young girl. Although he felt it was strange, a nostalgic smile appeared on his face. Young man, your clothes. As the uncle had just lit the lamp on the table, he saw the black uniform Kanae was wearing and was slightly stunned. Wah, is it? Kanae had just stuffed a tamagoyaki into her mouth and looked up at the uncle. The uncle's expression grew excited. You're a demon slayer. Although the existence of the Demon Slayer Corps was still a secret, many people had encountered demons and been saved by the Demon Slayer Corps, so they knew of their existence. Thus, Kanae wasn't flustered when she was recognized. She calmly used her index finger to push the egg roll into her mouth, swallowed, and then said, Uncle, you know about us. The uncle quickly lowered his voice and nodded frantically. Yes, my wife was once saved by your kind. I've always wanted to find a chance to thank you. Kanae gave a gentle smile. So that's how it is. It's wonderful that we could help you. She chatted with the uncle while she ate. As it turned out, 2 years ago, there was a village near Nanshi City. That village had developed well over the years, and with the government's constant support, it quickly became prosperous. The uncle lived there with his family. But before long, a strange thing suddenly happened in the village. Every night, someone would be attacked. At first, they thought it was an animal attack, until someone witnessed a humanoid monster clutching a villager and devouring them. This news immediately caused panic among the villagers. Upon hearing the news, the uncle immediately wanted to flee with his family. However, because someone had died, the village was blockaded, and no one was allowed to leave. There was no other way, the decision to flee had to be postponed. But that very night, the uncle suddenly heard the sound of a fierce fight and roars coming from a neighbor's house. He picked up a hoe, wanting to see what was happening. He ended up stumbling upon a demon eating a person. In extreme terror, he shook awake his sleeping wife and child to escape into the night. However, just as the door opened, a demon with blood on the corners of its mouth stood at the entrance, wearing a bizarre smile. At this point, the uncle rolled up his pant leg. Kanae saw that it was covered in scars. I still couldn't stop that demon. My wife was targeted, but luckily you people helped. It's just that after that incident, my wife fell seriously ill and passed away not long after. My condolences, Kanae comforted him softly. The departed are gone, what's important is to live in the present. That's right. The uncle cheered up slightly. It's just that things don't seem peaceful here lately either. I heard children have been going missing. Yes, we are currently investigating this matter. As I thought. The uncle didn't say anything more. By the way, uncle, you mentioned earlier that you also have a child. Where is the child? The uncle's expression seemed somewhat pained as he let out a deep sigh. My child suffered a psychological blow. Last year, he suddenly started trying to pull me into some cult. I didn't agree, so he just slammed the door and left. I haven't heard from him since. Kanae suddenly became alert. A religion. Yes, during the time that child was back, I felt he was acting strangely. I tried to talk him out of it, but I didn't expect. The uncle sighed. That child actually raised a hand against me. To this day, there hasn't been a single message. Uncle, do you know what cult he joined? I think I recall something, it was called Paradise. Eternal Paradise Cult. That's right, that's the name. With Kanae's prompt, the uncle immediately reacted. The expression on Kanae's face instantly darkened. Seeing her like this, the uncle felt a wave of unease in his heart. Did something happen? Kanae bowed in apology. Sorry, I'm not certain about this yet, and it needs to be verified. I can't tell you for the time being. Kanae's words caused the breakfast uncle's heart to sink to the bottom. After finishing breakfast, Kanae told him that if his child returned, he must not get into a conflict with him. Furthermore, if the other party showed any signs of harming people, he must escape as quickly as possible and notify those households marked with wisteria patterns. After seeing Kanae off, the uncle sighed heavily. Sigh. Today, he had completely lost the desire to keep the shop open. Just as he was preparing to close up and rest, a pool of sludge suddenly appeared in the room. I didn't expect the Eternal Paradise cult's reach to have extended this far. On the way back, Kanae had been lost in thought. She was constantly filled with worry regarding the Eternal Paradise cult and the demon behind it, Doma. Just as she was immersed in her thoughts, she suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, and her control over the body receded like the tide. Kie-kun is about to wake up. Seeing that there was still some distance to the inn, she had no choice but to sit on the steps by the side, leaning against the wall. Hiss. Shichiba slowly opened his eyes. The purple in his pupils was gradually fading, turning into a black like ink jade in the next moment, though a hint of purple at the tips of his hair remained. Where am I? Shichiba looked at the somewhat unfamiliar street scene around him, his brain not yet reacting. Kie-kun, you're awake. Kanae's voice echoed in his heart. Shichiba took a while to recover before recalling what had happened earlier. I think I hit the table. Did I pass out? Bingo, that's correct. Speaking of which, my stomach feels so full, and Shichiba subconsciously licked his lips. This is the taste of rice. And the salty fragrance of some pickles and grilled fish. This subconscious licking motion, however, struck Kanae like a bolt of lightning, creating an extremely subtle and indescribable illusion, as if her own lips had been lightly brushed by a warm tongue. Ah! Kanae let out a rare, short cry of obvious fluster, her voice suddenly rising several notches in Shichiba's heart. No, you're not allowed to lick. Shichiba was startled. It was the first time he had seen Kanae react so strongly. What's wrong? I just ate. But, what did that have to do with him licking his own lips? Something seemed a bit off. Please listen to the logic. Premise. He fainted. Because Kanae temporarily occupied his body. Therefore, during that time, the use and tactile sensations of his body, including his lips, belonged to Kanae. And because young Miss Kanae used his mouth to eat. Therefore, the taste remaining on his lips was left behind by young Miss Kanae's meal. So, the action of licking his lips after waking up, equals, he touched the lips that young Miss Kanae had used while occupying his body. So, does this count as an indirect kiss? Shichiba felt like his brain was about to crash. At this moment, Kanae's face was already flushed red with shame. She realized she was being a bit unreasonable. After all, she was the one who was greedy and wanted to use Shichiba's body to eat breakfast. But, she just couldn't stop her mind from wandering. Shichiba gave a light cough. I'm going to wash my face, and while I'm at it, wash my mouth. No, don't mention it again. After Shichiba returned to the inn, he wanted to go back to his room to freshen up. After opening the door with the key, Shichiba. Holy crap. Shichiba hurriedly pulled the door shut. The erotic scene he had just witnessed lingered in Shichiba's mind. So big. Kie-kun. Speaking of which, it's time to do laundry today, ha. By the time Mitsuri woke up, Shichiba had already washed the clothes and hung them up. He decided to stay in Nanshi City for a few days to properly investigate whether those rogue demons had left. Kie-kun, why are you at the door? Mitsuri rubbed her sleepy eyes and slowly pulled open the door. Shichiba was about to say something, but inadvertently caught a glimpse of a large expanse of snowy white. Mitsuri, your clothes. Mitsuri lowered her head slowly in a daze. Eek. Mitsuri hurriedly and flusteredly adjusted her clothes, and only then did Shichiba let out a long breath. This was bad. Ever since his transmigration, Shichiba had been like an ascetic monk, devoid of desires. But the charm Mitsuri had unintentionally displayed these past few days, as a man, he already. But Kanae was inside his body. It was like encountering a thunderstorm, takeoff was strictly prohibited. No. Clear the mind. Mr. Shichiba, I'm sorry for taking up your room yesterday how about you sleep in my room tonight? PFF'd. His Tao heart was about to shatter. Because it was already noon by the time Mitsuri woke up, the two of them ate a meal together. Mitsuri's Kasugai crow flew in from the window. Miss Mitsuri, there's a mission. Mitsuri's Kasugai crow was named Lee, and it wore a pink decorative headband Mitsuri had specially prepared for it. A mission at this time. Mitsuri had originally wanted to stay with Shichiba a bit longer. Since that's the case, there's no helping it. Mr. Shichiba, I might have to leave first. Shichiba nodded. The mission is more important. Mr. Shichiba, when will we meet again? Well, Mr. Shichiba, when you return to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, you must come find me. Mitsuri stood up, walked to the door, and couldn't help but look back, her pink-green eyes gazing at him brightly. Yes, I will. Hee hee. Having received Shichiba's affirmation, Mitsuri turned and skipped away. Alright, I need to get some sleep quickly. Lying in the bedding that still held a lingering warmth, Shichiba closed his eyes, but his thoughts did not immediately cease. Speaking of which, I wonder how Tanjiro is doing lately, and Mr. Yorokodaki. Drowsiness took over, and Shichiba closed his eyes, not waking up until evening. Kanae also took a rare nap in her soul state. Shichiba stretched and put on his dry Demon Slayer Corps uniform. Speaking of which, where should we start investigating? A breakfast shop. A gentle voice sounded. A breakfast shop. Kanae continued. Yes. She explained what had happened this morning. I see. Then we really do have to ask that uncle. But it's so late, will he be there? After all, at this time, the people of Nanshi City had already closed their doors and were not coming out. Don't worry, I talked to the uncle about this, and he usually rests at his workplace too. That's good then. Following Kanae's guidance, Shichiba arrived at the breakfast shop. However, before even getting close, Shichiba already sensed the presence of a demon. Are we a step too late? Relax, there's no smell of blood in the room yet, Kanae said calmly. Shichiba held his breath and slowly approached the shop. You old geezer, I've already told you, I'm now a member of the Eternal Paradise cult. I'll be immortal forever, so why do you always stop me? Kenta, stop dreaming such unrealistic dreams. Today, a demon slayer. Shut up. The young man's face twisted as he grabbed the breakfast shop uncle's collar. Anyway, I'm here today to take my mom's belongings. I don't care what happens to you. You, the breakfast shop uncle closed his eyes in despair. Kenta, your mother was killed by a demon. I know. Kenta's face broke into a smug smile. I'll take mother to beg the cult leader, and the cult leader will surely find a way for mother to enter the land of ultimate bliss. You really are. The breakfast shop uncle's lips quivered with anger. Kenta violently pushed the breakfast shop uncle away. The uncle staggered backward, his back hitting a pile of zawu, letting out a muffled groan. Kenta let out a piercing laugh. When I take my mom to the land of ultimate bliss and gain true eternal life, you'll regret it. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, well said. Just as the father and son confronted each other, viscous mud suddenly appeared beneath Kenta's feet. The mud slowly crept up Kenta's calf. You're, Kenta's face instantly showed an expression of envy and respect. He. A demon slowly crawled out of the mud, clad in a white cult robe. It was indeed the robe demon from yesterday. That robe demon let out a high-pitched laugh. Kenta, I acknowledge you. I will introduce you to the cult leader later. Yes. Thank you very much, cult emissary. Kenta immediately bowed respectfully and humbly. Kenta, it's a demon, how could you treat a demon? Kenta immediately raised his head and angrily slapped the breakfast shop uncle. The cult emissary is not some dirty, ugly thing. He became like this because he bears the suffering of the world. The cult emissary is a great divine emissary. The robe demon watched Kenta, its mouth stretching wider and wider, a smile that didn't reach its eyes. However, Kenta didn't notice the robe demon's expression and continued to foolishly shout loudly. The robe demon couldn't stand it anymore. Alright, Kenta, you go get your mom's things first. Enlighten, your father. Alright. Kenta was stunned for a moment, then turned to the breakfast shop uncle and angrily rebuked, you should be grateful that you can receive the cult emissary's enlightenment. Watching Kenta walk into the house, the breakfast shop uncle shook his head in despair. Hee, it seems you know a lot. The robe demon showed its crimson tongue to the breakfast shop uncle. Don't worry, I'll make sure you and he meet inside my belly. You demon, you'll go to hell. Hee, I can't die. Before the robe demon could finish speaking, the tightly closed door was kicked open. Who? The robe demon immediately turned its head vigilantly towards the door. Shichiba stood at the doorway, a faint smile playing on his thin lips. Someone here to bring you death. The robe demon narrowed its eyes, recognizing Shichiba. Hee, I didn't expect it to be you. Where's your companion? Why isn't he coming out with you? Shichiba asked about the whereabouts of the other robe demon. He has another mission. Speaking of which, that Hashira left today, didn't she? You actually dared to come knocking on my door yourself. It seems the other party already knew that young Miss Mitsuri had left, which is why they dared to come out tonight. Don't worry, even without young Miss Mitsuri, you won't live today. Shichiba said, taking out the Nichiren blade he had tucked behind him, his eyes fixed on the opponent. Kie-kun, be careful. This guy might have strength similar to lower rank 4, Kanae reminded him. Shichiba responded faintly. The robe demon let out a sinister laugh. Young people nowadays are really bold, but I have a hostage in my hand. The robe demon grabbed the breakfast shop uncle, who was slumped on the ground, and lifted him up. The breakfast shop uncle recognized the demon slayer youth who had come in the morning and quickly shouted, "Young man, please don't mind me, you must kill this demon that harms the world." "Shut up, you're so noisy." The robe demon impatiently moved to squeeze the breakfast shop uncle's neck with force. However, to its surprise, a pink glow flashed in the dim light. Whoosh! Splat! Thud! The breakfast shop uncle fell to the ground, coughing uncontrollably. And the robe demon's hand fell to the ground with a squelch, black blood immediately gushing out and polluting the floor. The robe demon turned its head to Shichiba in disbelief. Shichiba flicked the blood from his Nichiren blade onto the ground, saying calmly, "Even with power, you still exploit ordinary people. It seems you were also a scumbag when you were human." Hearing Shichiba's words, the robe demon's face became twisted and terrifying. Hearing the commotion, Kenta rushed out. When he saw the scene before him, he was dumbfounded. He actually ignored his father, who was red-faced and coughing, and instead looked at the robe demon with concern. "Cult emissary, what's wrong?" Scram. The robe demon's mood was clearly written on its face as it irritably pushed Kenta away. Kenta, who was pushed away, wasn't annoyed. Instead, he looked at Shichiba. "Who are you? Why are you hurting the cult emissary?" Shichiba naturally heard the conversation between the father and son at the door. He found this ignorant young man both detestable and incredibly pathetic. How could a person be so stupid? "I am a swordsman who specializes in annihilating demons," Shichiba said calmly. "Annihilating demons? Nonsense. You laid hands on the cult emissary, you. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it." Before the young man could finish, the robe demon suddenly roared in rage, and the entire ground began to tremble, with mud constantly seeping out from the floorboards. "How dare you hurt me? I am the seventh cult emissary personally appointed by Lord Doma. How dare you hurt me? Unforgivable." The robe demon suddenly began to deform, its entire body pulsating as if maggots were wriggling inside, and its overall size grew continuously, quickly transforming into an ugly demon. "Ah, I'm so angry." Shichiba glanced at the stunned and bewildered Kenta. "See? That's your great divine emissary." Kenta stared blankly at the robe demon, who had already turned into a hideous monster. After a moment of shock, he actually spoke up. "Cult envoy. To think the cult envoy has carried so many of others' sins and turned into this state. Truly, how great." This sentence left Shichiba completely baffled. Was this kid missing a screw in his brain? It's turned into this, and he's still calling it a divine envoy. When he gets old, he'll definitely be the type to get swindled into buying all sorts of health supplements. Speechless as he was, Shichiba's focus remained on the robe demon. There were too many residents near this breakfast shop. If this continued, innocent people could easily be hurt. Shichiba had to lure it to an open space. "I'm going to kill you." Black saliva continuously dripped from the robe demon's gaping maw, and a foul, fishy stench immediately filled Shichiba's nostrils. "It reeks," Shichiba couldn't help but say. This infuriated the robe demon. It roared and charged at Shichiba. "Bastard, die." Items inside the breakfast shop were knocked to the ground one after another, while Shichiba nimbly dodged. I didn't expect this thing's IQ to be so low. Was it really this easy to lure him out? Shichiba thought to himself. A tentacle wrapped in sludge lunged fiercely at him. Shichiba raised his Nichiren blade to block, but found the tentacle exceptionally slippery, making it impossible to cut through for a moment. Disgusting. The current robe demon was no different from a Lovecraftian tentacle monster. Shichiba retreated while parrying the opponent's attacks. Back in the breakfast shop, Kenta immediately chased after them. "Divine envoy, wait for me." "Kenta, don't go," shouted the breakfast shop uncle, but Kenta ignored him completely. By now, the fight between Shichiba and the robe demon had attracted the attention of the Nanshi city residents. Some lit candles and peeked through their windows. Some bolder ones even stepped outside to watch. "Don't you dare run." The robe demon had lost its patience. 4 sludge-covered tentacles attacked Shichiba simultaneously. Shichiba raised his Nichiren blade. There were no people or buildings nearby anymore, he could finally counterattack. "Who?" Shichiba took a deep breath. Blood seemed to boil within his body, and Shichiba's body temperature rose significantly. Flower-breathing style. First form, hanging cherry blossoms. Shichiba used a thrusting move from the flower-breathing moves. Although it was the simplest, it was also fast and direct, and flower petals seemed to drift around him during the charge. Squelch. The sound of the Nichiren blade piercing the tentacle rang out. Shichiba looked up. The robe demon was now much taller than him. It looked down at Shichiba with a bizarre smile on its face. "Got you." Swish, swish, swish. Three more sludge-covered tentacles suddenly shot out from the robe demon's body, attacking Shichiba. Disgusting. Shichiba's gaze was like a torch. He flipped his wrist, reversing his grip on the Nichiren blade, then exerted sudden force, pulling the blade out instantly. Just as the three tentacles were about to smash into him, Shichiba's face remained extremely calm. Third form, Shadow Plum. Clang, clang, clang. Blade light flashed repeatedly in the dark night, completely blocking those tentacles. Ah! Die for me. The robe demon swung its tentacles faster and faster, but Shichiba intercepted them all with his blade. Fourth form, Crimson Higanbana robe. The sudden change in technique caught the robe demon off guard. Two consecutive strikes instantly forced it back. The blood in his body felt as if it were being scorched by a raging fire, boiling over. Shichiba could feel that his execution speed and breathing frequency were becoming increasingly proficient. This move will finish you. Shichiba held his blade in front of his chest. Flower breathing, fifth form, faint peony. How is this possible? Why do you have such great power? It makes no sense. At this moment, the robe demon finally showed a look of terror. I was personally granted blood by Lord Doma. I am someone who successfully passed the trial. How could I possibly fall here? The robe demon shrieked hysterically, having lost its sanity. Its blood demon art involved the sludge mixed with its own blood, which it could use for short-distance teleportation. But now it had lost its mind and completely forgotten to escape. It was single-mindedly intent on killing Shichiba. However, the reality was cruel. Shichiba launched a rapid barrage of consecutive strikes at the robe demon. Like a blooming peony, the attacks completely enveloped the robe demon. The sound of the blade slicing through flesh and the robe demon's shrill roars of anger intertwined. Whoosh! Shichiba landed steadily on the ground. The robe demon stood dazed in place like a puppet, unmoving. Kenta finally caught up. He leaned over with his hands on his knees, panting in front of the robe demon. Divine Envoy. However, the robe demon's resentful eyes looked past Kenta to stare at Shichiba in the distance. How could I lose? Its raspy voice trailed off. Crack, crunch. Like a fragile mirror shattering, countless fine cracks appeared on the monster's body. Then, it burst apart, turning into numerous chunks of flesh covered in black mud that scattered across the ground. Its head rolled away, and foul blood instantly exploded, drenching Kenta from head to toe. Ah! It's over. More and more people and officials were slowly gathering. Shichiba glanced at Kenta, grabbed him, and quickly left. After the robe demon's body shattered, it gradually turned into black smoke and dissipated into the air. Once they reached a safe place, Shichiba threw Kenta onto the ground. The reason he took him along was that the conversation between the robe demon and the breakfast shop uncle had revealed that Kenta seemed to know information about the Eternal Paradise cult. Speak. Do you know something? Shichiba questioned him, only to see his eyes were vacant, lost in thought. Shichiba let out a heavy sigh, his tone becoming much firmer. Listen, that divine envoy you speak of as a man-eating demon, and the leader of that Eternal Paradise cult is also a demon who treats life like a game. No. Hearing Shichiba's words, Kenta immediately became agitated. Shut up. You're not allowed to slander the cult leader. Shichiba had no interest in arguing this pointless topic. He said bluntly, the recent disappearances of children in Nanshi City were caused by these demons. Since you're connected to them, you'll likely face imprisonment later. Kenta's face began to look exceptionally pale. Shichiba continued regardless, think about it. Your mother was harmed by a demon and eventually died from the resulting illness. Tell me, where is the Eternal Paradise cult? Kenta opened his mouth. At this moment, he might have realized his mistake. Just as he was about to say something, his tongue suddenly fell out entirely. Kenta wore an expression of sheer terror. Shichiba was startled. In the next instant, a slender hand suddenly reached out from Kenta's mouth. You actually want to pry for information about our Eternal Paradise cult. A cold voice rang out from within Kenta's body. In the next moment, Kenta's body was torn in half. So you are the Demon Slayer Corps member Lord Doma mentioned. In front of Shichiba was a pale little hand with exceptionally long nails. Most bizarrely, an eye had actually grown upon it. The eye on the nail rolled around before locking onto Shichiba's face. Who are you? Shichiba looked at Kenta, who was already breathless, his voice involuntarily growing a few degrees colder. The hand crawled out of Kenta's body, moving on its fingers until it stood on the ground. I am a cult emissary of the Eternal Paradise cult, ranked second. It is an honor to meet you, powerful Demon Slayer Corps youth. The voice coming from the hand was that of a young girl. Shichiba let out a cold laugh. Is a cult emissary of the Eternal Paradise cult so cowardly? Afraid to show your true face. The hand did not retort, but instead spoke after a moment of silence. Young man, do you desire eternal life? What do you mean? The hand's voice rang out again. If you desire eternal life, you can join our eternal paradise cult. You have the aptitude. And become a vile demon who can't live under the sun, just like you. Shichiba mocked. Eternal life requires paying a price. Stop talking so much nonsense. If you're going to hide, hide better, and don't let me find you. Shichiba was no longer bothered to waste words with the opponent, his Nichiren blade tracing an arc through the air. The hand was sliced in half by Shichiba. You will regret this. The two halves of the hand turned into burning black smoke in the air and gradually dissipated. Shichiba looked at Kenta on the ground and let out a heavy sigh. It's not your fault. That demon had already tampered with him long ago. Even if you hadn't brought him here, it would have been difficult for him to escape death. Seemingly sensing Shichiba's inner self-reproach, Kanae offered comfort. I know, it's just that uncle. Shichiba was naturally referring to the breakfast shop uncle. From Kanae's words, he knew that the uncle was a very good person. Even if his son had gone astray, he was still his son in the end. Now the white-haired one was seeing off the black-haired one. After a long silence, Kanae sighed softly, everyone has their own fate. Let's go back. Yeah. The next day, the breakfast shop uncle looked at the body that had been sent back, covered in a white cloth. His expression was dazed as he stepped forward, tremblingly lifting the cloth. When he saw his son's tragic state, he could no longer suppress his grief and wailed loudly. When Shichiba was about to leave, he made a special trip to visit the uncle. The breakfast shop uncle's store was already closed. He sat alone on a stool with his head bowed, leaning powerlessly against the wall, holding the keepsake of Kenta's mother that his son hadn't taken with him. Upon seeing Shichiba arrive, the breakfast shop uncle forced a smile. Are you leaving? Yes. I'm sorry. Shichiba's voice was low. The breakfast shop uncle shook his head, vigorously rubbing his eyes which were blurred by tears. I know. It was my son who colluded with a demon, and if it weren't for you, I might have died yesterday. Shichiba did not respond. Was it a demon that killed my son? Yes. Although he had anticipated it, hearing the confirmation still made his heart tremble violently. Shichiba remained silent for a moment before saying, I will avenge you and your son. Thank you. The mission in Nanshi City was half completed, the other demon had vanished without a trace. The Kasugai Crow Toto brought him new information. A new demon had appeared near Asakusa. He had to leave. Shichiba rushed non-stop to a small village near Asakusa and slew a demon that was about to commit a crime that very night. In the following days, Shichiba searched for and slew demons at night. During his rest in the daytime, he would deliberately practice total concentration breathing, constant according to the experience Kanae had taught him. Kie-kun, don't you think it's strange? Why are there so many demons near Asakusa? Kanae felt very puzzled. Kanae didn't know the plot, but Shichiba did. The reason there were so many demons near Asakusa was most likely because Kibutsuji Muzan was in Asakusa. That son of a bitch probably scratched a couple of people for fun whenever he felt like it. This was also why Shichiba didn't take the initiative to set foot in Asakusa. It wasn't that Shichiba hadn't thought about reporting this information to the Demon Slayer Corps. But considering that Asakusa was a densely populated area, if a conflict or battle were to break out, the only ones who would get hurt would be the ordinary people. On the other hand, Muzan was too good at running away. Just look at how Tanjiro's appearance in the original plot scared Muzan into hiding. So Shichiba chose to remain still. Perhaps it's because the population near Asakusa is so large that it attracts so many demons. Shichiba made up a random excuse. Maybe. Oh, Kie-kun, your constant breathing broke. Shichiba hurriedly resumed maintaining total concentration breathing, constant. Ka. While Shichiba was still focused on his training, the voice of the Kasugai Crow came from above his head. Toto. You're back. Ka. Yes. Boy carrying, wooden box, Asakusa. Tanjiro had already arrived in Asakusa. So he really came, Shichiba murmured, his mind considering his strategy. How did you know Tanjiro would come to Asakusa? Ah. I guessed. After all, if you go through Asakusa, there are trains, so it's more convenient to go elsewhere. Shichiba smoothed over his words. So that's how it is. You really are smart, Kanae nodded. Then shall we go find him? Let's go take a look. To be honest, his heart was a bit apprehensive at this moment. After all, he was about to meet the biggest villain in the anime, the Demon King Muzan. Shichiba took a deep breath. It would be fine. Leaving aside the fact that Muzan wouldn't temporarily expose his current identity in order to find the blue spider lily. Just Tanjiro's earrings alone could scare him half to death. After making up his mind, Shichiba prepared to head down the mountain and into the city. Kie-kun, constant broke again. Yes, so hard. As an economic center with a concentrated population, Asakusa was indeed significantly different from other places. It clearly already had the embryonic form of modernization, and people's clothing was no longer confined to Japanese styles. For instance, suits were very popular. Shichiba pulled his haori tighter to prevent his Demon Slayer core uniform from showing. Shichiba wandered around. It was currently around 5 in the afternoon, and it would be dark soon. People were getting off work and finishing school. The crowds on the streets began to grow. City trams also continuously passed by. Whoa, so many people. Tanjiro walked on the streets of Asakusa, feeling a wave of nervousness as he looked at the bustling crowds around him. Nezuko, let's go this way. Since it was already dark, Tanjiro let Nezuko out of the wooden box. At this moment, Nezuko was dozing off, looking incredibly cute. So noisy, I feel like my head is spinning. Tanjiro pulled Nezuko along, intending to take a small alleyway, only to run right into a young couple kissing. Ah, sorry. Tanjiro ran away quickly with a flushed face. I'm so hungry. Tanjiro staggered up to a vendor. Please give me some udon noodles. Sure, a bald young man replied. Just as Tanjiro and Nezuko were sitting on the stools waiting, Tanjiro suddenly caught a foul stench, an odor that made him nauseous. Tanjiro's eyes suddenly widened, his lips trembling slightly. This scent. There was no mistake, absolutely no mistake. It was the same foul stench that lingered when his family met their end. Kibutsuji. Muzan. And at the same time, Shichiba, who was still looking for Tanjiro, felt it too. His hand involuntarily rested on his Nichiren blade. Kie-kun. Yeah, he has appeared. Ha! Ha! Tanjiro ran swiftly, pushing through the dense crowd. That nauseating smell grew stronger and stronger, it was right in front of him. That's right, there's no mistake. Tanjiro's face was etched with panic, nervousness, and the fury of finally facing his family's murderer. As Tanjiro pushed aside the person in front of him, a figure dressed in a black suit entered his field of vision. It was him. Tanjiro raised his hand and grabbed the other's shoulder. The gentlemanly man in the black suit slowly turned around. He wore a white top hat, which pressed down his slightly curly hair. When his face came into Tanjiro's view, Tanjiro froze on the spot. Skin so pale it was sickly, eyes crimson red concealing cruelty, and that foul odor emanating from his entire body. No mistake, a demon, no, not an ordinary demon, but Kibutsuji Muzan, the demon king who slaughtered his family. Even though this was his first time seeing him, Tanjiro was absolutely certain that the demon before him was Muzan. Tanjiro's pupils contracted sharply, his lips trembled, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. Excuse me, is there something I can help you with? The man's tone was polite, yet it carried a chilling undertone. Clang. Tanjiro moved with extreme speed, immediately gripping the hilt of the blade hidden beneath his coat at his waist. The sound of the blade against its scabbard was startlingly clear. However, Daddy, who is he? Kibutsuji Muzan, disguised as a human, slowly turned. In his arms, he held an adorable, exquisitely beautiful little girl. Tanjiro was completely rooted to the spot. A wealthy, bejeweled lady also walked over from the side. Darling, what's wrong? Looking at this family of 3, Tanjiro's heart swelled with confusion and fear. Why would a human be with a demon? Kibutsuji Muzan looked at Tanjiro impatiently. The next moment, as a passerby walked by, a flash of white light streaked. His movement was so fast that only Tanjiro could see it clearly. A passerby's neck instantly began to bleed. Kibutsuji Muzan. Tanjiro let out a furious roar. He bellowed, about to draw the sword in his hand. Kibutsuji Muzan raised a hand, displeasure and anger filling his chest. Someone actually dared to call his name out loud in public. The frenzied youth before him made the lady beside him uneasy. She moved closer to Muzan. Tsukihiko. Right at that moment, the passerby who had been cut suddenly began to emit a shrill scream, and his entire eyes turned blood red. Ah! The injured passerby was about to pounce on his wife beside him when. Whoosh! Thud! A figure appeared, reaching out and forcefully striking the man's neck. OWW. The man who had turned into a demon rolled his eyes back and immediately collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The one who arrived was Shichiba. Shichiba shielded Tanjiro behind him, his eyes fixed directly on Kibutsuji Muzan. Kibutsuji Muzan also happened to be looking at him, his head tilted slightly. Their gazes instantly met. Kibutsuji Muzan immediately remembered. A few days ago, when Mukago died, he had reviewed her final memories, which included Shichiba. Damn you, Kibutsuji Muzan. I'll kill you. Tanjiro had lost all reason by now. Seeing him about to impulsively charge at Muzan, Shichiba quickly held him back with his hand. Tanjiro, calm down. But facing the murderer of his family, how could Tanjiro calm down? Kibutsuji Muzan's figure gradually dissipated into the crowd. Absolutely no mistake. Shichiba could clearly sense that if Tanjiro had really chased after him, Kibutsuji Muzan would have instantly killed him. Moreover, an even more troublesome situation had arisen. Perhaps because he had interfered with the course of events, many foul auras suddenly came from the surroundings. There were a total of 4 demonic presences. These demons were probably deliberately arranged in Asakusa by Kibutsuji Muzan. Damn it! These demons had already begun to rampage, attacking humans. Tanjiro, calm down. Shichiba lowered his voice, reprimanding Tanjiro by his ear. Can't you smell it? The demonic auras around us. Tanjiro finally snapped back to reality. A strong, pungent stench and the smell of blood. Shichiba said gravely, demons have already started attacking humans. It's Muzan's doing. We must eliminate those demons, or more and more people will get hurt. Shichiba's words quickly brought Tanjiro back to his senses. That's right. He seemed to already hear the sounds of human screams. I'll handle the west and south. You restrain the one to the north. Shichiba quickly made a judgment. Even though the area was crowded with people, even though he risked exposure, he had to wield his Nichiren blade. Life always comes first. Yes. Allow me to lend you a hand. Just as Shichiba prepared to move, a gentle voice rang out. Immediately after, Shichiba discovered that a vast sea of flowers had suddenly gathered on the street. This floral sea emitted an alluring fragrance, and a faint blood mist drifted in the air. The vision of the people around them was obscured, and they all became drowsy. Before Shichiba could even process what was happening, the voice spoke again. I can only hold on for 5 minutes. Please deal with them as quickly as possible within these 5 minutes. Shichiba quickly reacted. There was no more time for hesitation. His foot slammed against the ground, and his entire body began to move rapidly. Ahead, a fat demon had pinned a young girl to the ground and was about to devour her. With a clang, the Nichiren blade was already unsheathed. Accompanied by a dance of crimson petals, Shichiba's blade sliced through the demon's head. Flower breathing, second form, double petals. The first demon was instantly annihilated. Next is the west. After killing the first demon, Shichiba didn't linger. He headed towards the second demon. 2 demons were gathered there. Rather than killing, they seemed to be toying with their victims. Die. The Nichiren blade in his hand emitted a scorching aura. Flower breathing, fourth form, crimson Hanabira. Hehe, it's actually someone from the Demon Slayer Corps. No wonder the master sent us out. Upon seeing Shichiba, the 2 demons showed not a trace of fear, but instead were extremely excited. However, Shichiba, currently using total concentration breathing, constant, made his moves even more fierce. Swish. One demon's head flew high into the air. The other demon seemed to react. Its hair suddenly grew long and wrapped around its own neck, preventing its death. The hair demon, seeing its partner killed so easily by Shichiba without even using a blood demon art, said with an incredulous look, dead in one move. Don't worry, you'll be joining him soon. That woman said 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, people would wake up. There was less than a minute left now. It's enough. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.